Mic test.
We're still starting now.
Okay, here we go. Dr. Beebe.
Present.
Dr. Beebe is present. Miss Bofi. Here. Miss Bofi is present. Miss Bradford.
Here.
Miss Bradford is present. Mr. Garvey. Mr. Gio. Miss Harris.
Here.
Miss Harris is present. Miss Hill.
Present.
Miss Hill is present. Dr. Moranti.
Here.
Dr. Moranti is present. Miss Orange Jones. Mr. Romer.
Here.
Mr. Romer is present. Miss Smith.
Here.
Miss Smith is present. Miss Campbell.
Here.
Miss Campbell is present. You do have a quorum.
Thank you. First item.
Your consent agenda is ready for approval, adding item 3.2.
We have a motion.
Second.
Any opposition to the motion?
Who seconded, Holly?
Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 1, item 2.1. Consideration of approval of Jumpstart graduation pathways. The department recommendation is to approve.
I move. Second.
Jenny's here.
Holly. Jazz.
Any comments or questions?
I might make just a quick introduction. Members, this is, as you know, an ongoing process that we are bringing to you a number of Jumpstart pathways. The pathways are a series of courses. These courses culminate in industry-based credentials that are recognized by employers and by our higher education system. And this, I believe, brings the total number of pathways up to the mid-40s that you will have approved. Included today are both statewide credentials. I know we have a large contingent here from Bossier Parish, I believe, and you'll be happy to know, Bossier, that the Cyber Innovation Center has worked with us on the cyber engineering pathway you see in front of you in the I-20 Technology Corridor. Also, there is a dental pathway in front of us today. You'll notice, members, that there are a number of helpers credentials. There are superintendents in the room, and I know many of them have raised concerns with us that what happens if a student is not able to complete the full professional credential. We've created a class of helper credentials that get the student well on the way to the full credential and get them employable, but aren't necessarily the full culminating credential. Finally, you'll see the other areas are those that are eligible for IEP teams under Act 833 to designate particularly for students who are eligible under that law. These are to coordinate with placement services that high schools and employment agencies will have in areas of agriculture, hospitality, tourism, manufacturing and craft trades, as well as workplace safety. In particular for IEP teams to be able to choose when they have students who are eligible for Act 833 and are graduating on a career diploma. This is a continual process, obviously it's continually evolving. I'll tell you that every one of these pathways was developed by a Louisiana regional team in conjunction with the Jumpstart team. The statewide credentials were approved by the Workforce Investment Council at the state level, and I submit them for your approval today. Thank you for your consideration.
Ms. Hill.
Yes, Superintendent White. I have a couple of questions. Even though I am in support of the Jumpstart initiative, which is a really good initiative that we are, as a board, agreed upon to move forward. But some of my concerns that I have, and maybe you can answer those questions. If a student decides to pursue the Jumpstart graduation pathway during their freshman year and decide within the middle of their junior year or perhaps their senior year to receive a regular high school diploma, would that student be able to transition to a regular high school diploma?
It really depends what the student has done in the past, as it does with any student. I mean, there are plenty of students who are on the TOPS university path who themselves aren't going to graduate in the fourth year, so it depends what courses they've taken up to then. But I'll tell you this program provides a lot more flexibility than did the past program, which required that a student in 8th grade call themselves either career or TOPS bound. They then had to make that choice and had to go forward. If they, for example, got all the way through the 12th grade, decide to make a switch, there's no way they could make that switch because they would have been working on an area of concentration rather than on the TOPS area credentials. Maybe they came in late and they wouldn't even have time to get the TOPS area of concentration. The past system that made kids choose in 8th grade was much more restrictive and much less flexible than this system today. And I would add, part of the reason why you see a safety credential here is that a safety credential is actually something that can be achieved even in a summer session. Thus, every student on Jumpstart will graduate with a career credential, but it doesn't mean you had to have made the Jumpstart choice early in your career.
Okay. My next question, can a student receive a Jumpstart career diploma and a regular diploma?
They can certainly receive a Jumpstart credential
Well.
and a TOPS diploma. And by the way, I wouldn't call one of them regular versus another one abnormal. I would say that both are equal to one another. They're both high value in our economy and our higher education system. I think there will be a day potentially when the Jumpstart diploma is more regular than the TOPS diploma.
Okay. And then my last question is, if I'm a student and I receive the Jumpstart credential and I want to attend a 2-year, 4-year university, will I be eligible to enter into a 2-year, 4-year university in-state or either out of state?
Well, there are not admissions criteria other than having graduated from high school in our 2-year institutions. So it doesn't matter whether you finished on the TOPS pathway or on the Jumpstart pathway, you're eligible for a 2-year institution. With regard to a 4-year institution, that really depends on what the admissions criteria of those 4-year institutions are.
Okay. Okay, and the reason why I ask those questions, because these are very important questions when you're dealing with students and parents. And so I'm hoping that the Jumpstart team will get together and have meetings with counselors and educators, and especially parents, so they can know what choice of options they have and to make sure that they choose the right choice for their child. So I hope that will be something that the department will look at to make sure that the information is communicated clearly to parents, educators, and school districts.
Makes sense.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Any other questions?
Just a quick comment. Thank you for the update. So, reminding me, with regards to the ACT and the alternative test that they can take, what's the name of the alternative to the ACT that Jumpstart?
Work keys.
Okay. So, are we in? Do we feel like we're where we need to be on that, or do you think that there's going to have to be any legislation that would maybe address some of those issues, or do you feel comfortable with what we're doing now?
Well, the legislation that Representative Fannin authored last session requires the ACT and the work keys option for students on the Jumpstart pathway. I will tell you, as there are legislators in the room today, I'm deeply concerned about the status of work keys, because the ACT and work keys line in our budget has been cut dramatically in the governor's executive budget, and I'm deeply concerned about whether the state will have the ability to fulfill that mandate for financial reasons. But the legislation from a policy perspective requires the work keys option.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Board members, we're actually going to move to item 6.1 on page 132, which is consideration of recognizing Ms. Haley Campbell, 2014-15 student representative for the BESE Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee, and introducing Ms. Maria Herdia for the 2015-2016 student representative. The recommendation is to receive.
Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Do I have any questions or comments before I turn it over to? We'll let you go first. Go ahead.
Okay. Last year at this time, I was receiving my first agenda. I had no idea what my year was going to be like, but I'm happy to say that it has been a remarkable year. I've enjoyed participating in the meetings and being invited to speak at my local school board and Kiwanis Club about BESE meetings. Hearing discussions about things that are on the news and in the newspaper has made me understand the education system and helped me to decide that my career path in education is the right choice for me. I thank Ms. Buffy and the rest of the board for allowing me this opportunity. I hope that when I become a teacher, I can make each of you proud. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Haley. Haley, as chair of this committee, I just want to tell you what a pleasure it's been to have you. And you've played a really important role here, and we appreciate that very much, and we wish you the very best in all your future endeavors. And Ms. Buffy?
Well, you've already made us proud, and we have appreciated your service and your engagement in the work, and I appreciate how that you've taken responsibility for this task of representing students and your involvement in LASC, and I know that's going to be have a tremendous impact in your role as an educator, and I'm so excited to hear about your career decisions. So thank you so much, and we look forward to continuing the tradition with our future students. So, and I also understand that you'll be in Lafayette more, so at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, so I hope to see you around.
Good. Would you join me down here, please? Yes.
Appreciation for your work. This is just a little testament of our sacred friendship and our Mom, if you'll come and join us.
Looks like sisters almost.
Our next representative is Maria Heredia. She's a junior at Grace King High School. She's student body vice president, Key Club vice president. She's the swimming captain. She plays the cello in the orchestra and is a member of National Honor Society. She wants to attend an out-of-state university and become a neurosurgeon. Miss Maria.
We welcome you, Maria, and we look forward to working with you in the next year. Yes, Dr. Beebe.
I would just like a point of clarification. I did submit two BESE items, two items to add to the agenda regarding opt-out, and I do know there are individuals here today to speak to that issue, and would like to know which section that may be discussed in. And I will state for the record, this is the second or third time that I have been disrespected as a board member. I have followed protocol, and yet my items have not been addressed appropriately. So
Dr. Beebe, I think you'll find that in 4.2.
4.2, thank you.
Next item.
Next item is item 3.1 on page 85. Consideration of an update report on the Special Ed Advisory Panel. The recommendation is to receive.
So moved.
Thank you. First, we have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions? We have one speaker, Lee Barrios. This is on the Special Ed Panel Advisory Report.
Which is that?
I'm speaking to this here. It says you can speak to Act 833 unless there's another item on the agenda and you can tell me that would be more appropriate. I'll be glad to do that. But
Yes, there is an item that I requested to be on the agenda, which is the discussion of Act 833. I know our executive director, Sheehan, uploaded on board docs. It may not be in our booklet. I don't know if you received it, Chairwoman, but there is a discussion on Act 833 in regards to the special education
And I
law.
think it's at the bottom of this agenda item, isn't it? I just saw it.
No, ma'am, it's right at this point.
Okay, all right. And specifically what I want to talk about with regard to the special education accommodations and modifications and their testing capabilities. As I've traveled the state the last 4 weeks talking to parents, I found out, much to my surprise, by both from teachers and from parents, that they were instructed in many parishes, including my own, to call in the parents of every student with an IEP and to eliminate certain accommodations that have been allowed in the past for those students. And I met with my assistant superintendent and my special ed advisory in St. Tammany Parish, and they explained to me in some length what had happened. I pulled out all the information off of the Department of Ed website, which is extensive, about what to do about student accommodations. And then I spoke with a couple of special ed parents, Liz Gary and others, and came to the very simple conclusion that there's been quite a lot of confusion. Students have been denied, are being denied accommodations that they're entitled to according to their IEP, and then in fact IDEA is the authority over IEPs, not PARC. So, and as I looked at the material on the Department of Ed website, Superintendent White, I can see how it could be easily misunderstood. I don't believe that your intent was to imply that students could not have certain accommodations. In fact, it looks like PARC is allowing read-alouds for both parts of the language arts test. So I would ask that you clear that up so the districts, even though it's last minute, I know they have called in parents and illegally restricted their accommodations for some of these tests.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios. Ms. Hill?
Yes, because I didn't get the opportunity to state why the item was placed on the agenda. And I have to agree with Ms. Beebe in regards to adding items to the agenda. And I hope for future reference that we'll be able to have a consistent process when members ask to have items on the agenda. However, the reason why Act 833 was asked to be placed on the agenda, as a member of the steering committee, I participated in their last meeting in January. And Representative Stroder, who will be here in the next 5 minutes, who is the author of this legislation, had some concerns and questions. I've never participated in a meeting where it was so intense and parents that were very passionate about their children who have special needs. And one of the major focus at the meeting is that they have been requesting from Superintendent White an answer. One answer: is Act 833 in line with the federal law? However, there have been communication that has been given to districts, and they still need clarity because it's not telling them if districts are following the federal law. I know we have some guest speakers that's here that's going to speak on this matter, and I would ask and request at this time that you submit a card and allow your voice to be heard.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Let me say that, Ms. Davis, if you would please send out the protocol for adding an item to the agenda to the members so that we can all be clear on what that process is so that we can make this adjustment if need be.
If I may respond, I was within the 18 days. I know the protocol.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying as a reminder for all of us, if we'll just send out the protocol so that we're all certain about what the protocol is.
There is
I'm
an
not making
established protocol.
just making a statement that it's always good to review procedures. So, Ms. Davis, if you will indeed send out that, I would appreciate it. We have another speaker. Am I not on? Better? Just give me that little old signal for the leader in the back for the choir singing. Sean Fleming.
Thank you, Madam Chair and best members. I'm Sean Fleming. I'm with the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council. I'd just like to add a little clarity to some of the confusion that has gone on. I have been participating in those meetings, and there is a lot of confusion. And Unfortunately, I do think it stems from the federal government's confusion about the role or the lack of the role of federal guidance or rules or requirements related to graduation. The requirements and criteria for graduation rest within a state, not the federal government. That's the simple answer. So the guidance that's been put out that's confusing people is saying that individualized performance criteria shall be established by IP teams for students who are eligible, provided they preserve the same knowledge, skills, and achievement levels of all students. There's a lot of problems with that, and the first way to really understand that is the difference between Carnegie credit requirements and the requirement that's state established in our state for passing end-of-course tests, which are standardized, and we have these levels of achievement that can be established on a standardized test. The problem is that the standardized test requirements, which are part of ESEA, are not required for graduation on a federal level. Therefore, most states don't use them. And the states that do, about half the states that do use them, have pure exemptions for any student with a disability, which demonstrates the lack of connectedness between ESEA, which is the federal law requiring those standards and achievement levels, and graduation requirements. Why the federal government is confused on this, I'm uncertain. I really am. But the guidance from this department references that law, and inappropriately so, because while students may still be required to pass Carnegie credits, those Carnegie credits don't have the same achievement level standards. It's impossible to set a state-level achievement standard across every teacher. The teachers determine whether the student met the standards. In fact, the teachers determine which standards, and Superintendent White explained this a few times. It takes a little while to wrap your head around, but teachers decide what to teach their students. They have the standards, the content standards, which are different than the proficiency or performance standards, and then they determine whether they think the kids met that. So there are no standards, achievement level standards, for all students to meet for a Carnegie credit. That's a teacher-based decision. And so the statement doesn't really make any sense that's in some guidance documents that people can't wrap their heads around. I hope that helps, and I'll be willing to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. We have one other comment card, C.K. Broad? Bro, I'm sorry, I missed the R.
Would you mind?
Be sure and push your button, green light.
Can you hear me now?
Much better, thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to all the members of the BESE board. Let me give you a little background of me. I'm Cheryl Kirkland-Bro. I'm Director of Special Ed from Tangipahoa Parish. I was a service provider for 12 years in the school, working with special needs children. I'm passionate about special needs children, and I want to continue to focus on that in my next discussion and comment. And I also was an IEP facilitator for 6 years, sat on many difficult IEPs, and now I have the glorious job of being a special ed director, which I take with a lot of serious concern, and it is my responsibility to speak out. Tangipahoa Parish is proceeding forward with this bill, as many other parishes are, and I was in attendance at the last meeting for the SEEP, so I know how intense it got there as well. So I do appreciate your comment, giving us that, time. I think, speaking from an IEP point, is that human perception and intention are two different things. The intention of the bill was very good. It has the children with disabilities in mind. Human perception is another variable that you cannot control at an IEP table. And what's happening is that You have IEP teams that come together, and as Mr. Fleming said, it is the special ed teacher and it is the teacher of record or the Carnegie unit teacher that makes that determination as far as standards are concerned. The problem is that, or what we see as a problem, is a lot of, you're relying on the perception of the human variability in those IEP meetings to make that determination without clear guidance. They look at the BESE board as the governing body for education. You have been given that authority by IDA. That's what they have come to respect and value and uphold. So right now what we don't see is that guidance, that clear guidance. Anything coming from the State Department is coming in newsletters and or webinars, which we very much appreciate. However, the endorsement from BESE is what they're waiting for, because your IEP committees are sitting across from the table from a parent who may have the conception that 2 standards out of 15 is enough to get that child a Carnegie unit. And the problem comes in with that perception of the bill. And the IEP committee then is sitting there trying to interpret their perception of the bill, even with all the webinars. But again, if they had clear guidance from BESE, they feel a lot, I guess, more comfortable in making those determinations at that table. Because, you know, I also want to point to the letter that I know Mr. White received from Dr. Eby regarding the modified achievement standards. She addresses a lot of the issues that we are in question with alignment to federal law. And it also, you know, questions the extra benefit. And I want to bring that forth while I still have time. In Section 104, it states that providing different or separate aid benefits or services to handicapped persons or to any class of handicapped persons unless such action is necessary to provide qualified handicapped persons with aid benefits or services that are as effective as those provided to others. In other words, what an IEP committee faces is the turmoil of determining whether they are providing benefits, which can then be foreseen or seen or viewed as discriminatory toward those kids or to those children without disabilities. I'm all for special ed children. I will always be for special ed children. But I don't want to make it appear that I'm giving them an advantage when I'm trying to teach them in society that I have to show them how to tie their shoe, not to continue to tie it for them. And I think your IEP committees are in turmoil without clear guidance from you guys.
Thank you, Dr.
And that's
Breaux.
what we need.
Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Ma'am,
Dr. Breaux, would you wait
ma'am,
one moment, please? Mr.
Do you mind if
Remmer?
I ask a question real quick? And I want to make sure, I'm going to restate what I think you said to see if I grasped it or not. You're saying there's a tension between the IEP teams and what they feel they can and can't do when they also review the federal guidelines and perhaps the state guidelines, and there's a confusion there as to what they can do. Is that in essence what you're saying? Okay. All right. Thank you. You can elaborate.
IEP committees, and being an IEP facilitator for so many years, a service provider, we take to heart the responsibility of determining appropriate LRE. And what you have to do, the IDA is very clear in that, is that when a child is placed in a setting or within that continuum, you have to be sure that even with maximum supports and services provided to that child, that they will continue to receive the educational benefit in accordance with those peers within their classroom. If that's no longer perceived through your data, then at that time you have to determine, is that the appropriate setting for that particular child or student? So at one point, what they're being torn to, or what they're being torn with, is the fact that they're going to remain in this Carnegie unit class. And where's the cutoff for those standards? In Tangipahoa Parish, we're going to concede with remaining with 67% at least, saying that that child has to at least maintain a D. That's still passage, and it's not altering the standards for that Carnegie unit class. That, you know, what I don't want to happen is for that child to remain in that class for the sake of getting a Carnegie unit, and then downgrading those standards to the point where he's no longer receiving the educational benefit that he should receive in that class. Does that make sense?
I appreciate your comments. Yeah,
Dr. Breaux, can I ask just a quick question? What is you said that IEP teams need guidance on a specific question and you ask BESE to provide that guidance, what is the exact question that you think BESE should resolve for IEP teams?
What I see as the issue, and I don't mean to sound disrespectful, but I think I can speak for any special education director, is that IEP committee teams vary from door to door and from school to school and from parish to parish. You have very strong IEP committees and you have very weak IEP committees because, again, you have the human variables of perception. So if I'm an IEP committee and my perception of the law without clear guidance and again, when I mean very clear guidance as to, from BESE, establishing what they consider the minimum standard for a Carnegie Unit class, or minimum grade, or however you want to phrase it, is that then you leave that to my perception as an IEP team, that I can allow this child to receive this, because within the law it's very vague. It says, you can do that as it's within your power, and that's what's scary to a lot of them. They've never had that before.
Can I just jump in, and just because this is very helpful to me to understand. I think, first of all, I agree with what Dr. Bro says is when I talk.
It's not doctor, but thank you for making me feel sorry for it.
You talk like a doctor.
That's
Let me
right.
say that.
Thank you. My husband just calls it a bunch of malarkey, but he just says I have too much verbiage.
I'm not in a position to do
Okay.
that. I think what she is saying is right, which is that you have IEP teams who have a new authority.
Exactly.
But here's what I want to clarify for the board. The statutes of the state govern what we do here at BESE. The law says it is the IEP team's discretion as to setting the criteria for Carnegie Unit credit and for graduation. And so I'm not at all, I actually totally agree with what Ms. Bro is saying is the tension here, but what I'm calling out for you is the law itself, and I'm not saying it means it's a problem, but I think it just creates a challenge, takes a decision that used to be the state's, which is how exactly do you earn a credit, and it gave that decision to the IEP team. So I'm not disagreeing with Ms. Bro, and I'm certainly not disagreeing with the law. I'm just saying that I think there's a tension here. It's not so much that BESE hasn't provided guidance on how to earn a Carnegie Unit. It's that the law says the IEP team is to determine how to achieve a Carnegie credit. And maybe there's a middle ground. We can maybe have a further dialogue about how to get past that. But I think that's the tension, is that whenever BESE says, well, it has to be done this way, that would be perceived as an overstep. On the other hand, if BESE doesn't have anything to say, that's not providing enough guidance, and I think that's the balance that we're walking.
I apologize if I gave that
No, you
impression.
didn't. I'm just trying to clarify.
I guess what I'm trying to say is a lot of the guidance that's coming from the Louisiana Department of Education, they like that endorsement from BESE to be sure that we're doing the right way. It is a huge responsibility for an IEP team. You're correct. And again, when that parent is on the other side with their own perception, then you follow their rights with due process and various other things, and that IEP team committee has to go through with that. It's a huge responsibility. You're exactly right, and it's something they're not used to. And they want to be sure they're doing it right and in alignment with the federal law so that we do not lose that federal funding, because as a director, I have to go back to my superintendent and to be sure that I'm not doing anything to jeopardize that.
Understood.
Thank you.
Superintendent White, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I'm hearing you say is that the department will take a look at some of these issues to see if there can be some clearer expectation.
Yeah, I mean, we've been in dialogue with the special education directors. Yes, and I think it's an ongoing dialogue.
Thank you.
Ms.
Hill?
Yes, Chairwoman. I think the major concern, as one of the steering committee members, is the major question, Act 833, that was authored by Representative Stroder, is it aligned with federal guidelines? So we received a letter from the superintendent. Let me see, I have the information here. A letter that was addressed to Representative Stroder. And when you look at the footnote at the bottom of the letter, the federal government clearly explained if a student wants to receive a regular high school diploma that is deemed as special ed, that we cannot lower the standards for that student. That student has to still meet the same standards as a regular ed student. So you have districts that don't have clarity, they don't have guidance. But before I move forward, I see Representative Schroeder, he just walked in.
Ms. Hill, he's our next
Okay,
speaker.
and I would like for him to address it because he can articulate it because he's been in this process and he authored the bill. But that is the
Thank you,
major
Ms. Hill.
question.
Our next speaker is John Schroeder. Representative Schroeder. Oh, yes, he is. He has all the answers to all the questions. Welcome, Representative Schroeder. We appreciate you being here.
Good morning. I apologize. There we go. I'm a little late. Had a meeting in Mandeville. I can articulate a whole lot of things. And good morning to everyone. As you know, I don't come often. I come when I'm asked. And I've been asked by the parents to come this morning. I'm a little frustrated, to say the least. I sort of look at my position as being a facilitator, and I've said that to people. The unique thing about being a legislator is what the things that I do, although I hail from St. Tammany and Covington, the things that I do and the decisions I make affect every single child and adult in this whole state of Louisiana. And not to imply that you don't take that serious, because I know you do, but I too take that extremely serious. Excuse me. From where I sit, I sort of describe my position a lot of times as a judge. I don't have the expertise to know each and every subject matter, but this much I do know. There's a lot of chaos right now, and I'm not going to say it's any particular person's fault or any body's fault or public body, but I know this much. I've been sitting in task force meetings since session ended in June. The law went in effect late summer, and I can tell you for a fact that administrators across this state are extremely confused and don't feel like, and I just came at the end of the comments, that they don't have clear guidance. They have guidance, but it's not clear enough. And I've asked and I've asked and I've asked, so I'm blue in the face, and personally invited some BESE board members to the last task force meeting so they could see it. I just don't believe that a monthly meeting is where the information ought to be disseminated. The task force was created to help facilitate, help articulate what issues are happening, not, hey, we're not doing anything until we have some clear guidance. And as I've told some of the staff for the superintendent, so you believe you're communicating. Well, obviously, if the people who are receiving that communication aren't clear, then we're not communicating properly. We need to communicate some more, and we need to keep communicating. As I told some of the members, your members, this is a huge issue, and the superintendent said it was a huge issue, one of the biggest issues. Well, if that's the case, I don't think we're putting enough time and effort into it. That's just my own personal opinion. So I can answer a whole bunch of questions because I've been entrenched in this issue for some time. I've talked to most of you on the board about it. We just need to do better. I think we're just not given enough clear guidance. And look, when the feds stepped in with 2 long letters, that muddied the water. So our districts are looking for clear directive because they don't want to be at odds. So there is some issues, and I just hope clarity coming from this board can fix that.
Thank you, Representative Strider. If you'll just stay right there, Mr. Romer.
Yeah, I have a question.
And then Mr.
You weren't here for the previous testimony, but it became obvious that there's a law that you sponsored that was passed that states one thing, and that law binds BESE. That supersedes our own policies. But yet there's a federal law that runs contrary to the law you passed. Now, how do you suggest that BESE solve that problem?
I suggest that somebody takes just like I have to do in any particular issue. Somebody has to take the issues, articulate what the issues are, where there's differences, and if we have to communicate, then we have to communicate with the feds. But Mr. Romer, you can look across this country. If Louisiana's breaking the law, there are a whole bunch of states breaking the law right now. So, look, I'm not...
With all due respect, let's say that you're asking us to clarify the federal law in relation to your law. Who on this board's capable of doing that?
Well,
this board doesn't do that. Now, so what do you suggest? How do you suggest we get that clarity?
It's no different than another law that the legislature passes that you implement.
Well, no. In this case,
if you're not clear,
in this case, your law runs contrary to the federal guidance.
Well,
what am I supposed to do about that?
Let's get something clear. It's not my law. It's not my law. It's our law.
That's fine.
Because it is law.
I understand that.
So that if we can't, if you're not clear, I'm certainly not clear. You're BESE. I'm not. I'm reacting to what I'm being told by administrators and parents.
And look, I don't want you to think I'm not frustrated as well. I think your law provided a pretty clear guideline. The IEP teams are to do this. But there's a federal law that says they can't do certain things. Now, how are we to resolve that?
Because if you've read the letter, it's not that cut and dry. The letter leaves a lot of open ends. So somebody has to do the interpreting. I asked a month ago for a meeting. Several of your BESE board members were in that meeting. I asked for a meeting with all the legal beagles. Well, I got an email 2 days ago. That was a month ago. So, look, I'm doing all I can.
And I appreciate you have. You've worked very diligently on this. You've spoken to all of us. And I'm not trying to suggest that you're not. I'm suggesting the answer doesn't seem quite clear to me. And I'm certainly willing. I appreciate all the frustration in the districts. I appreciate all the frustration that any parent may have. I am struggling with how to resolve the two, and I'm hoping you have an answer.
I do have an answer.
What is that answer?
Well, let's get some people around a table who understand the law well enough, and we have to decide as a state if this is a policy that we want to go fight for. If I have to get on an airplane to go to Washington, which I've never done, Chaz, I'll do that. But I don't see that same fight coming from anybody else, and that's just the fact.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. I was just trying to articulate. We're not immune. We share a frustration. I see no clear response. Now, I like your suggestion, and I'll follow up with you on that.
Well, clearly, there's many states around the nation that have some program in place, and I think you would agree with this, Superintendent, where children with disabilities are getting diplomas every day. We're one of the worst states at it. So I think it's a big issue. I've put a lot of my time into the effort because I believe in the effort. Now, I'm not saying that you don't or anybody on this board doesn't. Everybody sort of has their thing that they want to go fight for. This is my thing. This is a big thing to me. And if we don't fight for it, well, it's not just going to drop in our lap. Tough things take work, take special efforts. This is going to take some special effort. If we have to bring in a lawyer or some lawyers to articulate what the law says, then that's what we need to do. So I have plenty of ways we can fix it, but I can't fix it sitting at the table by myself.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Garvey?
Yeah, I'm going to take a stab at trying to get some clarity here. I'm not very hopeful because, like you said, we've been doing this for months and months, and we aren't getting there. But let me take another shot at it. First, let me ask you, you mentioned that you got an email 2 days ago. I assume that was from Erin Bindley in response to the email you sent to her about asking what happened to the meeting that was requested at the last meeting of your committee I would describe it as a meeting of a smaller group, hoping that the smaller group could get more accomplished than the bigger group. Was there email response from Ms. Benderly?
Well, I sort of took the email as a superintendent's attempt to work at it. It wasn't exactly what I asked for. What I asked for was some people who are attending the task force meetings, like yourself, like Ms. Hill, who have heard the frustrations, to go from 50, 60, 70 people to maybe 10 to see if we can't start working and knocking out some of these issues. Because as you know, and Ms. Hill was at the meeting, and the superintendent has been to a couple meetings, it's a little stressful. You know, I'm in a difficult position, and because I can't fix anything. All I can do is come here and plead with y'all to let's do something.
What was the email? What did it say? The one that you got 2 days ago?
Well, the superintendent invited me, Senator Clater, and Sean Fleming. I think Ms. Buffy to the meeting, and I emailed back yesterday. I'm here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. If we can meet on one of those days, Ms. Bentley, that'd be great. I hadn't gotten a response to that, but you know, I'd like for you and Ms. Hill to be in that meeting. I'd like a couple of administrators from the state, not the state, but from the districts that are dealing with this every day to be there as well.
Okay, so you and I talked about this meeting not being set about a week ago. It sounds like we're one step closer.
Correct.
And I want to make sure that you agree that it looks like we're one step closer.
Look, I'm here today to try to take every step I can, Jim. So, I mean, I'll come here every day if I have to.
Okay. Well, could you let me know if that meeting doesn't happen? And while we're on the subject, I'd like to be on the meeting. So, superintendent or staff, if y'all could include me, that would be great. Moving on to a second issue. Mr. Romer was talking about your bill, if you don't mind me calling it that, temporarily, and the federal law. But I don't think we've clearly established which part of the bill may be causing the problem. So let me see if I can do that. Was the intention of your bill to allow the IEP teams to lower the standards that a student needs in order to graduate?
No, and not at all. I mean, this wasn't about lowering any standard. This is a line of students who isn't capable of reaching the same standard that I can. And y'all heard me testify in committee about this. I mean, this is about allowing students who have disabilities to achieve whatever standard they're capable of achieving. And for all 60,000, it might be different. And that's where the IEP team comes in. And I've said this in our task force meetings. Clearly, I think one of the problems, is we need some IEP reform. There's no question. I don't care who you ask around the state. We have some issues on how the IEP teams are working across the state. Everybody says that. And it came up in a task force meeting, and the superintendent and others heard me say, we obviously need some IEP reform. I don't have the answers to that, but it's a lot of this. The IEP is all set up by federal law, not state law. So that it's all in place, but it definitely needs some work. There's no question that we need work. It sounds like a little more responsibility than what they had before. It's a little more serious, maybe, than it was before.
Well, I would agree that we need some IEP reform and we need to work on that, but I think that's a separate issue from what we're trying to address, or what I'm trying to address, which is where is there the conflict between the Act 833 and the federals. And the impression I keep getting, and even though you just said it wasn't the case, the impression I keep getting is that either the IEP teams or whoever, the parents or the teachers, want to set a lower set of standards for the IEP students than for the regular students. And what I'm hearing from the department is that you can't set a lower set of standards. you can set different methods for demonstrating that you've achieved the same standards, and that's acceptable, but you can't lower the standards.
Mr. Garvey,
And
I haven't heard.
after describing it that way, you say I'm still
No, because
misinterpreting it?
I've sat in days' worth of meetings, and nobody has ever talked about lowering the standard. That hasn't even been uttered out of somebody's mouth. I think it's an insult to the parents to even have that discussion. The parents that I've had the pleasure of meeting, they don't want low standards. They're the ones who have faith in their children that they can reach some standard. But we need to set that standard. But it has to be a realistic standard. And I'm not saying if you can jump a foot, set your standard at a foot. They set it at 2 feet, set it at 3 feet. They have faith that their children can reach standards, but they have to be set and be a realistic standard. They can't go past a trigonometry class, but each one of these individual children can reach some standard. We have, as a state or as a body, as a department, we have to establish what those standards are, and that's probably not something. I don't know a lot about the IEP teams, but you say it's a different issue, but it's really not, because it's the IEP teams who are intricately involved in this. But it is going to take some effort on a lot of people's part. But clearly, to me, that was one of the first things we hacked out from day one. Well, what are we trying to do? Are we just trying to pass out diplomas? No, not at all. And I learned pretty quickly not to even say that around the parents, because that's not what they want. It's not even remotely close to what they want. I see my
Mr. Fleming's here.
My sidekick just joined.
Could you comment on what we're saying here?
Yes. There is nothing, zilch, nada, in federal law on graduation requirements. There is no way Act 833 can violate what is not in any federal requirements. What the federal law in question speaks to regarding graduation are which diplomas they want counted for a state accountability purpose, which is very different than how many diplomas or which kids get diplomas. The reference to the law is the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. The reference they're quoting is under state plans. And our state we just got approval, again, for our flexibility waiver, right, that y'all put out, that we have. And when you look at a school's, and this is how it is actually consistent with ESEA, in our state plan, we have a measure for growth for students who are below proficiency for schools and teachers. Y'all issued that. That is a state-issued growth score. Or you to say you lowered standards for kids who are already 2 grades behind because you said if what we're really measuring is their progress on the curriculum, and we want to give credit to the school and teacher for progress made, then a better measure is growth. Y'all passed that. Y'all approved that. Y'all sent that to the feds. The feds said okay in accordance with the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. Y'all did not lower standards. Y'all said we want to make sure we're giving people credit. Those people who are responsible for teaching the students are getting credit for growth. What Act 833 does is it says, you know what? It's kind of weird that we're giving the educators credit for growth, but we would not give it to the students. And what Act 833 says is IEP teams, which already have to look at annual goals, which are what is projected for the student to achieve within a year, and to consider that for promotion and graduation decisions. It is not we want them to have access to the curriculum. They're actually not getting access because they're not getting into high school. They're not getting into classes before this. That's what we're learning. So it's not lowering the standards. I want to clarify, do y'all get that? The federal law doesn't, we have authority, and do y'all understand all those things? That it's actually in alignment with ESEA. To say it's in conflict with is not really reading either the state plan or appreciating what y'all passed in the language in our state plan that speaks to kids who are not proficient. And I will forward those to y'all for y'all convenience so y'all can see those excerpts out of our state plan.
Mr. Fleming, I'm going to ask you to wrap up on this
Yes,
point.
ma'am. The second
Thank you.
thing that I want to bring up with the previous speaker, speaking of how IEP teams are waiting for BESE to award credits. That's the term that was used. BESE has awarded no credits ever for any student. I have 3 high school students in my house. They all go to class. They have 6, 7 teachers each. I can't keep track of them all. Each one of those teachers is responsible for interpreting the standards and awarding a grade. Some of their teachers grade them very, very hard. Some of their teachers, not so much. It is an individualized, it is subjective, it's prone to human error, but it's also prone to human judgment, and that is what the teachers do. The IEP teams don't have any more discretion than has already been available to teachers. There is not a credit that is issued by this board, so part of that is kind of confusing a few issues in terms of that. What's going on, has been going on, shall continue to go on. It shall be informed by the IEP team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Mr. Schroeder, I'll give you the last opportunity.
Well, I certainly don't have this kind of expertise. I really, as I began with, come in frustration, and I want y'all to understand that frustration. I'm speaking for a lot of people. I wouldn't be frustrated if people I didn't talk to on a regular basis weren't extremely frustrated. They expect more from us. They want more from us. And I didn't say you. I said from us. And if us aren't doing a good enough job right now, I know that's not proper English, but I mean, we're just not. If the people implementing this are confused, don't have clear direction, then we have to do it. That's our responsibility as their elected leaders. So I'm not saying that this isn't about he, she's wrong, or whoever's wrong. This is about a law that's passed. It's Louisiana law. It's our law. We believe it's going on across the country. Let's not be last. We have to work together. And if there's some interpretation problems with the feds, Mr. Romer, then we need to be the leaders to go fix that. And I'm willing to do it, but I don't have I'm not a lawyer. I don't have Sean's expertise, but I can holler pretty good.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It sounds like you're trying to wrap up on this issue.
I'm trying to move us forward.
But we have spent hours and hours and hours and days and months on this issue, and I think rushing through it today is not.
Well, here's what I'm going to
gonna
say. I don't know that
save
it's
us
going to
time.
be. I don't think it's going to be solved here today. I think the meeting is an excellent idea, and what I would suggest is that you have the meeting, you get some information, a plan, clarity, suggestions, and bring it back to us for the sake of brevity and time, because we have a long agenda, and I don't think that we'll solve it in this format. If I am wrong, I stand corrected and carry on.
And my suggestion is, because
I still have the floor, I think.
Oh, I didn't know. She cut you off, so I didn't know.
Do have another question for Ms. Bro, if she would come down, and it's really the same question that I had for Representative Schroeder. Are your IEP teams trying to lower the standards that it takes for a student to achieve in order to get the Carnegie credits?
There again, we have perception, because I find it interesting, in all due respect to Mr. Fleming, in the last meeting we were in, you had 2 parents, and I know you were sitting at the same table, that are part of that committee, that when the statement from the Louisiana Department of Education representative, I don't know if it came from Ms. Wong or Bridget Devlin, I can't remember who it came from, that modified is okay, but different is not. That there was a remark that was previously done at one of the meetings where they were under the, and talking to one of these parents, they were under the perception that if the child attained 2 standards out of the 15 for that Carnegie unit class, they could be awarded that Carnegie unit, because their biggest fear is that their child cannot attain those standards as set in that class, even with a D. And so your IEP teams are in conflict with this because this is a huge responsibility that they have. And that's where the conflict comes in. It's a parent's passion to have this diploma, this one diploma, that we have one size fits all for their child, and an IEP's team feeling that they are responsible to maintain the integrity of that curriculum. That seems to be the war at odds right now.
Let me see if I can rephrase that. Are you saying some IEP teams are feeling pressure to award a diploma or award credit to a child that achieves 2 standards out of 15, whereas other students are required to meet more than 2?
Again, it's an individual decision based on, and we're all in agreement, it's case by case. But that's where the problem comes in, because it is between the teacher of record and it is between that special ed teacher to make that determination. But the special ed teacher and that IEP team has never had that responsibility before, and as Mr. White had said, that's where the problem comes in, is that, I guess, for lack of a better word, they seem to have confusion with that.
With what?
Madam Chair, I have a question that I think would help people understand where we are.
You waiting to speak,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
I just think we have to go in order that's the only way I can maintain the order.
Okay.
The question remains is that how much can I reduce those standards in class?
How much can I reduce those standards?
To allow this child to continue in this class without watering down the curriculum.
But the question is how much can I reduce those standards? And that's what I keep hearing. How much can I reduce those standards? Which goes back to lowering the standards.
It's got to be an agreement between the two, and they're confused on that.
So you would agree that some IEP teams are trying to lower the standards?
Some IEP teams are having confusion in doing that. In Tangipahoa Parish, I've had to put out the directive that we won't go below. I won't allow that past a certain. That was my decision as a director because I wanted to keep the integrity of the curriculum. Now, what other directors are doing, there seems to be a confusion as far as each one's proceeding as they see fit. Do you understand?
Well, I understand part of it. Part of it sounds like the confusion is that some IEP teams think that they might be able to lower the standards, and the Department of Education, and I'm looking towards Ms. Devlin, is saying that you cannot lower the standards?
You can't make them separate.
Is that true?
Excuse me. I can respond. I think, candidly, Mr. Garvey, we have not, in this entire discussion, zeroed in on what actually is the problem that we're trying to solve. Lowering standards, that's not like a thing. So, in other words, you can provide an easier test. You can provide a curriculum that doesn't teach the same material. Those are actions that teachers take. And I'm not saying this to argue with you. I'm just saying lowering a standard is not something an educator does. It's not a real action. A standard is a policy. Here's what I think the issue at its essence is. And let me try to explain it if you would give me permit. Thank you. And I want to try to make sure I get to the essence of what Mr. Schroeder and Ms. Bro may be sort of circulating about. The IEP team under the law has the power to determine the way that a kid gets a credit to graduate from high school. That's what the law does. The law also says that our law says that when that kid gets a diploma, the state has to count that in the accountability system. The law says that. The federal law says if you have a diploma that counts in the accountability system, the curriculum has to be the same curriculum. Thus, in order for one of these diplomas, the Act 833 pathway, to be valid under federal law, the curriculum has to have been the same curriculum. That's the reconciliation that the state has made. That's the way we reconcile federal law and state law. Let me just say it one more time. The state law says the IEP team gets to determine how the kid graduates. The law also says if the kid graduates, it has to be counted in the accountability system. Federal law says if it counts in the accountability system, it has to be the regular curriculum. Thus, a kid under 833 has to have the regular curriculum. That's the law. And I think it can be reconciled, and that's why I said in a January 20 email to every superintendent in this state, this law is legal, fully legal, compliant with federal law and other state laws. The question then that Ms. Breaux is wrestling with, and I think there are maybe two. One, to Mr. Fleming's point, and I'm reading into some things, Sean, that doesn't mean that every student with disabilities then can pursue a regular diploma. And I want to be clear on that. If you don't take the regular curriculum under the guidance we've issued and under federal law, you can't get a regular diploma. Now, that might be an idea worth sitting down and talking with Mr. Fleming and Representative Schroeder about. Maybe that's a problem. I don't know. I believe Ms. Breaux is articulating a different problem, which is the IEP teams have a whole bunch of discretion now and a really difficult task of saying, how do you design an assessment? How do you administer the assessment? How do you know that the level of which the kid has reached is good or not? Now, we can provide guidance on that, but we can't make anybody do it one thing or the other. So I want to divide into two different discussions. I believe Mr. Fleming's issue is a very big issue about which kids should be eligible to receive a diploma. And we can have that discussion. That's a policy discussion. I believe Ms. Breaux's question is an issue of much more granular academics, and we can have that discussion. I think those are two different issues. I would suggest, knowing that this is the most complicated area, Ms. Hill, Mr. Garvey, myself, Ms. Bendeley, Representative, if you would join us, Mr. Fleming, if you would join us, we schedule a meeting and we report back at the April BESE meeting on the progress of those issues. And superintendents, I would invite you to be involved as well. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you.
Representative Schroeder, does that sound like a good plan?
I'm great with that. I was hoping the superintendent would maybe share. And look, I get this is complicated, and you know it, and it's complicated. Just imagine those that don't know it. You know, that I guess the biggest problem is what is put out, and then next month it changes, right or wrong, and that's where the confusion lies. Because when you hang on words that were lowering standards, well, no, we're not lowering standards. These children can only reach so many standards. If you hit a standard, does that mean, and you can't do, it's not possible. If there's 30 standards and a child with a disability hits 6 out of those, did you just lower the standards? I don't interpret it like that. I know we had conversations about the Carnegie credits and what a child would have to do to how many standards. You remember that conversation? I mean, if that's still your position, then that needs to be very clear, because that's where the IEP teams are struggling now.
And my position on that is, to Ms. Breaux's testimony, the IEP team has discretion to administer the assessment or to design the assessment and to determine what standards are measured on that assessment for Carnegie credit.
Okay, Superintendent, then to use her example, if an IEP team, if there are 15 standards that need to be met and an IEP team decides that a student only needs to meet 2 of the 15, is that okay?
Here's what I would say on that. For every student, they must have access to except Law 1, they must be taught the general curriculum.
They must be taught all 15.
They must be taught the general curriculum. However, as a teacher, for my final examination, I might have had 50 standards in my curriculum, but I might have only been measuring 20 of those standards on my assessment. That's true of general ed and special education. There aren't one-task assessments that measure every single standard taught in the curriculum. So in getting to the very detailed discussion that Ms. Breaux is raising, this is the challenge that IEP teams, I think, are generally wrestling with, which is we have this latitude. I wish there were a more concrete answer, but that's the latitude the law provides. So given that latitude, what's the appropriate action to take? Is it 2 standards measured on the assessment? Is it 50 standards measured on the assessment? I would argue that's a question every educator, general or special education, wrestles with, and that's fine. If you feel like, and I really appreciate your comments about the academics, we should have a suite of guidance that says, here's a general guideline for how you should think about designing assessment. Let's do that. Representative and Mr. Fleming, if you think there's a discussion to be had about how to award a diploma path for all kids rather than just kids eligible under Act 833, let's have that. But so long as a child is under Act 833's path, it must be awarded for accountability credit when the kid gets the diploma, and thus under federal law they must be taught the general curriculum. And if you want me to read from the federal letter, which is coming under a lot of fire because it was frankly written in a way that was about as confusing as you could possibly write a letter. They could have said everything they needed to say in one paragraph, but this being the feds, they did what they did. It says very clearly, we expect, and this is the letter, we expect Louisiana will ensure that its LEAs instruct IEP teams in carrying out Act 833, that students with disabilities are to receive the special education services and make progress in the general education curriculum. Under Act 833, we expect students will receive the general education curriculum and receive the education they need to meet the standards that are applicable to all other students under the jurisdiction of that LEA. The federal government is clear. But that's not to say that the IEP team doesn't get to determine whether the kid passed the course and design the test. They do. That's what the law says. And we can make that happen, but I think there's some implementation issues around the IEP teams themselves we need to work through. And I appreciate that guidance as well. So I think we should have a meeting. I think there are 2 separate questions. One is, who is eligible and are they able to access a diploma? 2 is, what is the actual detailed guidance being provided? Now, I would say this. We are just starting with LSU, a partnership that you approved at the last meeting, to train IEP teams statewide. That is just starting now. And so I hope that will resolve some of this, the more detailed questions Ms. Breaux is raising.
So are you saying that you can't answer with a yes or no whether an IEP team can say a student can achieve 2 standards out of 15 and get credit for the course?
An IEP team, the child has to be taught the general education curriculum, and as I said, meet the academic content standards that are applicable to all other students. They receive the education that all other students receive. However, in designing the assessment can measure the standards that they determine, the IEP team determines are appropriate to be measured.
So can an IEP team determine that the test for this student should only test 2 standards out of 15?
Any teacher of record can make that determination.
So that's yes?
That is yes.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. So there's no confusion on that issue now?
I do like the recommendation of 2 separate meetings, though. I really do.
I agree. But does that resolve the confusion on that issue?
It somewhat clears it up, yes, sir.
I think
Okay.
what we have is the plan, and that's a good thing. So we're going to have 2 separate meetings. Do we need to designate who's responsible for calling those meetings? Representative Schroeder, we're going to put you in charge of your meeting. And since
Really?
you've already started the ball rolling with the...
You're going to put me in charge of the meeting?
Yes, I am.
Oh.
Because one thing I know is there will be enough vocal people at the meeting that the leader will have their hands full.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I sit here and I listen to the superintendent, and I'm just going to say to his staff, don't take this personally. The problem is we have a whole bunch of issues that we're all dealing with, and I rank this particular issue very high on my list right now. If the superintendent doesn't have the ability through his of all the other things y'all are making them do, this board needs to make this issue a priority, and then tell your superintendent this is a priority. Because I could tell you this much: if the superintendent was at every task force meeting, and I'm not saying he can't, I get that, but when I sit and listen to him articulate, we could get through a whole lot of issues. okay? And Chaz, you asked me how we could fix it. Make this a number one issue.
I like
and,
where you pointed. You know what I'm saying? I like that you pointed that way.
Yeah, I mean, he understands it.
He does.
He can articulate it, and that's what the districts are looking for.
I appreciate it. And I appreciate you being here today, and I appreciate the testimony. I think we went through a lot.
But don't be fussing
today.
at me again.
No, I appreciate it.
Thank you,
So-
Mr. Romer. And we're going to go ahead. Mr. Richard, I'm sure you want to wave.
No.
He doesn't.
He doesn't? Do I have to stay
But he
here?
will be brief.
Good morning, Mrs. Bradford and BESE board members and esteemed members of the audience. Just a quick comment. Scott Richard, Executive Director of the Louisiana School Boards Association, a member of the Act 833 panel task force. There's not a lot that was said here this morning that already hasn't been said in the task force meetings. Don't want to diminish this spot of compromise or bright spot that I think we're headed in. I'm here at the table today to simply say that there is a serious conflict in place. And at the end of the day, the local school boards end up holding the bag if litigation incurs on this issue. BESE board doesn't get sued. The department doesn't get sued. The legislature doesn't get sued. The local school boards end up holding the bag. We want to be solutions-based at the School Boards Association. We want to be contributors. We've tried to contribute. A simple, friendly suggestion would be in all these logistics of meetings that we're asking for and talking about, that you include the governing authorities of the 69 school districts, that you include some local superintendents in those discussions, and that you possibly reach out to the U.S. Department of Education and ask them to participate, even if it's through Skype or a conference call participation. So all the stakeholders are at the table to work this out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Richard. We appreciate
Madam
your
Chairman.
comments. Mr. Garvey, you've spoken twice.
But this is a different issue. It's an issue that Mr. Richard brought up, and I wanted to ask the superintendent. Is it possible to get someone from the U.S. Department of Education to participate in any of these meetings? Some people think that you
This
can...
is one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't questions, Mr.
Some
Garvey.
people think that you are powerful enough to make that happen. Are you not powerful enough?
I cannot speak for anybody outside of my own agency in terms of their ability to come to a meeting, but I'm happy to make the request.
Thank you.
Mr. Schroeder, I want to thank you very much for coming today. I think that you have shown that we have issues. Also, Dr. Misbro, we do appreciate your comments too. I think that part of education is that it is a process, and it will always be a process. But I think when we work together, we'll come far closer to solving the puzzle and making progress. Thank you very much for your being here.
You're welcome.
I have a motion and a second. Any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. We have a point of personal privilege by Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members of the board and guests in the audience, I'd like to present a student to you today that's from Bossier Parish. He's our high school student of the year from Airline High School. He's here with his principal. So if y'all would stand and just come forward, I'd like to tell you a little bit about Abby, and then let his principal tell you a couple of things, and then Abby maybe could tell you what he has planned for his future. Abby's going to be one of two students in Louisiana that will go to the United States Senate Youth Program for Future Leaders. He has a 35 on the ACT, and just found out last week that he has been named as a National Merit Finalist. And I met him at Bossier Parish School Board meetings, and I've just been so impressed with the work that he's done as a student, and I appreciate him coming this morning, and I told him we'd try to get him on while we all still love each other. So I would like for his principal to tell you just a few things about him. I know that we have a long schedule, so I thank you so much for allowing him to come today, but I'm very proud of him, and very proud that he wanted to come. He was excited to come to see the state board. And so as he gets ready to prepare to go to Washington, D.C., as a National Merit Finalist, a 35 on the ACT, I just think it was worthy for him to come today. So, Mr. Rowland, you want to say a few words and then let Abby?
BESE members and Superintendent White, thank y'all for allowing us to come today. Sorry. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. I guess in the midst of all the things we're going to talk about today, this is one of the positive things that we can bring to this board today. Truly an elite student in the state of Louisiana, not only at our school, not only Bossier Parish, but he represents our state with a lot of class and dignity. And the things that this young man has accomplished are things that he's done on his own. He's been very self-motivated, highly driven, just a tremendous example for us to show other kids and not only from the state of Louisiana, but from around the country. Abby is esteemed with his accolades. The list is longer than I have time to even go through. But the heart and the spirit of this young man means more than anything. Not only is he just an academic excellent student, but he's also captain of our drum line. He's been involved in extracurricular activities. He's led our History Bowl team to the national tournaments. He's done everything right. And Abby is perceived not only in our school, but also in our area as a true guy, as a leader that you want to see. And I want to present him to you today because I want you to remember him. And I want you to remember the face. I remember a guy at Boys State in 1987 named Chaz Romer. I remember that guy. Okay? I happen to.
I'm trying to forget.
Yeah, I know you are. I remember that. And we are so excited about what he stands for and what he does and the spirit of what he stands for and how he goes about presenting himself. And I'll say this too, and also want to thank Ms. Smith and all the assistance she's given to us. Abby is a deferred applicant to MIT, and so we will find this out next Saturday. So those of you that are faith-based and you want to pray with us, continue to lift Abby up, that this is his goal and this is what he aspires to do. So I present to you one of the finest students and young men in the state of Louisiana, Mr. Abby Shaw.
Jai Jinindra, Pranam, Maro naam Abhishek Che, Chinta nahi karjo. I speak English, don't worry. So Ms. Jane asked the question of where I want to attend college, and Mr. Rowland answered it. I would like to attend MIT in the fall of 2015. And one of the things I think Ms. Jane found very inspiring about me, and it's not really related to me, but it's related to my parents, and they came to America in 1991 as immigrants. And they left behind a life of luxury and glamour, and they came to America with absolutely nothing. And so for them to come to America was a big decision. And ultimately they came because they believed in this idea of an American dream. The American dream that if you work hard, you can be successful, regardless of what your background may be, regardless of what kind of opportunities you may be presented, you can be successful if you work hard. And so throughout my entire life, I've been inspired by that ideal, that if you work hard, you will be successful. And so ultimately, I would like to live my own American dream and change the definition of the American dream. And now I feel like our society equates the American dream with how much money you have in your bank account or how much status you get. But ultimately, it should be measured by how much you beneficially impact society. So ultimately, when I go to MIT, I want to create a product that not only revolutionizes society, but touches out everyone, so it affects everyone in society. And so with that agenda and that objective, I will not only live my own American dream, but change the definition by beneficially impacting society. And so I just want to thank you once again for allowing me to present before the board. It's quite the honor, and just thank you once again.
And Connie, might I say one thing, if I may?
Yes.
Well, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate Ms. Smith. She emailed me and called me, 45 days ago, and was excited to let you be here today. And I'm familiar with your team that's been behind you, so I appreciate the work they've done as well. I want to say one thing to you on the MIT thing. Look, they're making a mistake if they don't let you in. Okay, I wanted to be clear. Okay, these schools are impossible to get in. MIT, I went to Harvard. It was much easier. I mean, I'm proud that I got into Harvard. It was easier in my day than it is today. And I have two young kids myself who always talk about going to Harvard. I don't know why. I've tried to talk them out of it. I just want you to know, I think you're going to get in. I believe in you. I am going to pray for you. It's their mistake if they don't let you in, okay? I want you to know this, you're going to do awesome, whether it's MIT or some other school, okay? I tell my kids the same thing. You may or may not get into Harvard. There are lots of great places out there, and there are lots of ways to make a positive impact. So I'm going to pray for you. I think you're going to get in. I know you're going to get in because you deserve it. But don't, if it were not to happen, just take that as another step in your path to changing the world in the way that you want to do it. I want you to remain positive because it's a tremendous amount of pressure, and it's very difficult to get into those schools. MIT is just an incredible place, and I hope they accept you because you deserve it. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could we get a picture for y'all? And y'all, I did forget to tell you that, and Superintendent, I know you'll like this, Avi's taking 6 advanced placement classes this year.
And that's what I wanted to say. I want to say congratulations to the school system, to the principal, to the teachers who saw the potential and made sure that your educational or secondary educational dream came true. We are so proud of you, and we will be praying for you and thinking good things. And let us know. Keep us informed.
Thank you so much.
We know we'll hear from you. And that's what we call an inspirational pause. Next item.
Okay, your next item is on page 91. Item 4.1, consideration of a report regarding recurrent waiver requests of BESE policy submitted by LEAs to the State Superintendent of Education. The recommendation is to receive.
I need a motion.
I'll second it.
Ms. Moranti and second by Mr. Guillot. Any questions or comments?
Members, I'll just say that this was in response to a request made at the last board meeting for a report on these waivers that you received in connection with the bulletins governing curriculum issues. You'll see that overwhelmingly these ratios are about foreign language requirements. This report outlines the laws that govern this process. There is consideration of this in the statutes, which allows for these foreign language requests. The others do not have consideration as explicitly in the statutes, although you are allowed to waive policies where necessary. I'm certainly happy to answer questions. Thank you for the request.
Any questions or comments?
I have one. I'll make it very brief, if I may. I mean, it's obvious that most of the waiver requests are coming from the foreign language efforts at the elementary school level, and I'm assuming that's a matter of finding qualified teaching. Is that your understanding, Superintendent, or is there another issue that's driving that? I know it's a difficult class to, find qualified teachers. Has that been the biggest challenge in that respect?
I think that is the challenge that administrators would say. I also think that it's not a tested subject, and so there's not the same direction from the state that you must focus on it. I think those two things in combination make it a service that is difficult to deliver. Now, I would say that at the high school level, it is a requirement. Mm-hmm. And so you have these, it is a requirement in diploma requirements, TOPS and so on. And so you have more of an incentive to do it. Thus, you see, for example, course choices being made by districts in rural areas that might not have a Spanish-speaking staff person, for example, and that kind of thing.
I would only add for consideration for the board, and not to do anything today, but something that we ought to think about, or should think about. The foreign languages are actually much easier to grasp and learn at the earlier ages versus the later years. and you get a deeper understanding and grasp of them at a young age than you would necessarily taking a Spanish 1 and Spanish 2 class in high school. And I know time constraints and resource constraints all impact our ability and what we're delivering at what grade. But I'm just wondering if we ought to shift, not for today, and I don't want a long discussion today, but should it be considered that the foreign language component, if we believe that to be an important component of preparing our kids, should the shift be made to an earlier age? I don't know the answer to that. I'm not suggesting there's an answer to that because I know we have we have a lot of challenges making sure our children are kindergarten ready and doing the things that, the fundamentals. But just something to consider as we look forward is perhaps it's a policy that we can consider. I'm not suggesting yes or no to that, but for a future date when we don't have quite as much on the agenda, we might want to talk about that a bit more.
Perhaps we can have a policy forum on that.
I would add not just foreign language, but dual language instruction also, I think would be an important topic for that discussion.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Superintendent, and I'm going to step aside and Ms. Moranti is chairman there. I wondered how many schools, are these the same schools every year? That was one of the things that I wondered, if it's the same schools every year?
I believe it is I can't say it's the exact same every year, but it is the same parishes and schools that are making these applications every year, yes.
Okay. I have one comment card, Lee Barrios.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher, St. Tammany. I just wanted to say that these foreign languages are important. I hate to see when waivers are given, and I hope that that's reduced in the past. But I also wanted to point out, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is from looking at the law that BESE and the department can provide financial support to LEAs who implement French immersion programs, and I know that you do. I don't know how many of those are traditional public schools or if they're all charters or not. And yet, there doesn't seem to be any particular interest or supporting these foreign languages in regular schools. So I think maybe I would like for you to look at that because I think that there should be an opportunity. It should be accessible for students in all schools to be able to take these foreign languages. And I know that part of the problem is financing. So I would hope that you would look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios. Any other questions or comments? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Oh, excuse me, Maria.
Hi. Oh, do I just press button? Okay. So my comment about the foreign language is, how can you expect students to learn a new language in two years or in one semester? It's impossible. I have friends who take Spanish and they walk out of that classroom at the end of the year and they're like, well, I know how to say hi. Like, we spend our entire lives learning English since we're young. How do you expect a student to learn a new language to be able to function at a level where they can converse, read it, or write it? Not fluently, but enough to get by with just such a minimal time.
Yes. Thank you very much.
And I would agree with that sentiment, and it's just something that we ought to discuss.
And I think a policy forum is a good idea to discuss both those issues. Any other questions or comments? Any objection to the motion? Motion passes. Next item.
Next item is item 4.2 on page 97. Consideration of a plan regarding the Louisiana Competency-Based Education Program. This was added to the agenda at the request of several board members, and the recommendation is to approve recommendations 1 through 3.
Madam
Do I
Chair,
have a motion?
I'd move for approval, and I'd ask if there's a second, if I may open.
Absolutely. Chaz, and then need a second. Dr. Moranti. Mr. Romer.
Thank you, board members. There are really 3 items within this item, and I know that each will have some discussion, but if I could frame a bit overall of what you're looking at and frame the discussion, I would like to do that. Though I will note that I'm not going to read the recommendations word for word unless staff tells me that I need to. I will go ahead and note that on recommendation 3, the language as presented, that's on page 98 of your packet. There needs to be a modification, and I want to make sure I get the modification correct. And this particular item has to do with a potential RFP, the language that needs to be modified is found on the second line of recommendation 3, where it currently says draft request for proposals. That needs to be amended to read, let me make sure I get this correct. That needs to be amended to read, by no later than March 31st, 2015, direct the LDE to post for public comment a summary draft of a request for proposal. And we can discuss it in more detail later. That's a technical change that the attorneys for DOE recommended given the public bid process. They thought that language was necessary. So before I get into anything else, I want to make sure that if we go ahead and just approve that amendment, it doesn't mean you approve that item, but approve that amendment, we'll get the language right. So if I may, I'd like to present that as an amendment to this language.
Second.
Dr. Marenti accepts that change.
Okay. So let's go back to the overall item. There are really three items embedded within this, and I want to discuss each one, and I'll be brief. The first item has to do with our current assessments that we're planning to take later this month, and it's a request of the department to bring to us the participation. Now, there's been some question about whether students will participate in the test, et cetera, that's coming up. And I know there are people here to speak about that today. This is directing the DOE and the superintendent to bring to us a report that is not limited just to the participation rates, but also some analysis of who did not participate. And the reason that language has been recommended is that many districts that John, the superintendent and I have visited many districts over the last few months, many districts who have expressed some concern about test taking, said that it's not just whether a student takes the test or not that concerns us, it may be which students don't take the test. And we want to make sure that when you consider the test participation, you actually consider the specific students that didn't take the test. So what we're directing the superintendent to do is not only tell us, what the percentage of participation was, but some analysis of who might not have participated, because that does have an impact on school performance scores and district performance scores. So that's the point of that one. The second item within that first one, I may be confusing everyone, but again talking about participation, is that when the superintendent completes and the department completes their analysis of the participation, if any appropriate actions need to be taken to make sure we are both following our state's laws regarding accountability, but also the participation rate, if there needs to be some policy recommendation made to us based on the actual test information, that he bring that to us for consideration as soon as it's complete. So that's the item recommendation number 1 in general. Recommendation number 2 has to do with our review of our standards and a review process. As is no secret that there's been plenty of discussion about our current standards. There's been plenty of discussion about potentially reviewing those standards. There's a law in place and a policy in place that currently says that we review these standards every 7 years. That 7-year process was really established to coincide with textbook approvals. It was not practical to change standards more quickly because we weren't going to go reprint thousands of textbooks every year when we discovered there was a standard. So in the midst of the discussion regarding our current standards, and in reviewing how we review our current standards, I am submitting that we ought to have a new process, that it does not wait every 7 years for us to review, that it happens more frequently. And because technology allows us to change standards more frequently. And when we discover one that can be strengthened, we ought not wait 7 years to do so. So that's the essence of recommendation 2. It asks the superintendent to come back to us in April with a specific plan of how that process would work, and it would be for our consideration in April on whether we agree with that process. That's how we ended up with that recommendation here today. recommendation 3 has to specifically do with future testing in this state. As you know, we're in the final year of the current contract for testing. We must do a new contract. We want to make it clear to everyone in this state, all stakeholders, that will be an RFP process. And this recommendation outlines specifically that we should enter an RFP process. We're asking the superintendent and his staff and the appropriate people to begin to identify that RFP process and design it. And under item recommendation 3, D, 1, 2, 3, and 4, I'm sorry, A through E, you will find the parameters of what that RFP process should include. And that's for our discussion today. So those are the 3 items here. One, again, is the participation and how we deal with the participation on current tests. Second is how do we modify our current review process to make sure we make changes that are required. We do so in a timely basis. And the third is making it clear that we want to enter an RFP process that allows for multiple potential vendors, but allows us to meet the educational standards that we're trying to meet as a state. Now, I'm sorry that took a little bit of time, but I wanted to outline what's here, and obviously there'll be additional discussion. And I don't know if the superintendent wants to clarify anything I may have said, clear up anything I may have said, or improve. I'm open to improvement.
Superintendent.
I would just say this. We are making a recommendation that you make requirements of us, essentially. So just to talk about the policy, we are recommending to you that you require us to do something. And why is that? I think that there are 3 guarantees that we need to give the people of this state on what is obviously a contentious issue. 1, the teachers of this state in particular deserve consistency. They do not deserve to be thrown under the bus. They don't deserve to have everything thrown out after 5 years of hard work to have to go and do it all over again. The parents and the taxpayers of this state deserve, second, accountability. They deserve a measurement on a regular basis of whether their education services are being provided well in a way that is comparable with any state in this country. But third, the people of this state deserve to know that those 2 things, consistency and accountability, are being done in a way that is unique and customized to the specifics of our state. That's why everything that Mr. Romer discussed is in accordance with Louisiana law. There is a standards review process per Louisiana law. There is a competitive bid process per Louisiana law. We have those processes in place to ensure that this is a uniquely Louisiana plan, even as we keep it consistent with our academic direction and accountable in a way that ensures we are no less than any other state in this country. That is why we support these ideas. I look forward to your questions and comments as well as public comment on them. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Board members, any questions or comments at this time?
Are we going to take each recommendation separate to discuss?
That is not how the cards have been, the public speaking has been
Just
solicited,
4.2.
so I think we're just going to be all over the map.
All right.
Unless we want to, but then when public comments come, they'll be all over the map. I really don't see how we can. Okay, I think.
Maybe. On recommendation 1, I appreciate that we're having dialogue on this because I am actually a school that already has enough opt-outs to drop my letter grade from an A probably to a C. So I appreciate that we're looking at this, but I would like clarification on what it means, information related to the prior academic achievement of students who did not participate in such tests. So what does that mean? How does this relate to the opt-outs?
I'm going to ask Mr. Romer or Superintendent to address that.
We will provide an analysis as requested by the school superintendents of the participation rates of testing in this state, as well as the academic history of any student that did and did not participate so that we can actually make projections about school performance scores.
I think Dr. Beebe was next.
Yes. Before we go any further, I would like to discuss opting out and the, we've heard many comments today about a lack of guidance. And I know that I have received numerous emails and telephone calls from constituents, individuals across the state regarding the opt-out movement. And certainly I've had conversations with superintendents, and, you know, where is the guidance from the state? I do know that there are some administrators, it has been reported, I don't know factually, but alleged that administrators are imposing negative consequences or telling students that they can't be considered for Beta Club and so forth. And I know that this is a concern, and I think it needs to be clarified. I know that I received written correspondence from an LDOE staff member, and in the guidance or the policy, it says that, you know, if a student does not, a non-participant receives a 0. Well, to me, a 0 is a negative consequence. But to the extent we assume that the child will be promoted, so that isn't construed to be a negative consequence. But we also know that the student performance, the test result, is generally recorded and stored in a CUME folder, and that's part of the record. And so many parents have asked, what are the implications moving forward? I do know I attended a meeting in one of my in one of the school districts within BESE District 3, and there was the question was posed, well, what happens if my child earns a 0? And again, needing clarification. So I'm going to ask Superintendent White to speak to those concerns, and would really request that the state or BESE provide a uniform guidance, so that we won't be put in a position where this school district is doing one thing and the neighboring school district is doing something else. I do know that it was reported in a local newspaper that a superintendent told parents that he was not going to allow their children to opt out. Now, I don't know if this is, this is what was reported in a newspaper. So again, I did defend that superintendent, because I said it's not a superintendent's, within the superintendent's authority to give approval for parents opting out. It's the parent's right to opt out. Now, again, Superintendent White, if you would offer some clarity to those comments that I just made. Superintendent.
I apologize for this. Your comments have covered a wide range. Could you just be concise into what your question is to me?
Well, regarding the guidance,
yeah.
We have no guidance.
On what, though?
On how to deal with parents who exercise their right to opt out.
You want guidance on how to deal with parents?
Well, do we have the authority to approve their right to opt out? Is that within our responsibility as superintendents?
I'm going to tell you what the law says. I think, frankly, dealing with parents on any activity is a question of personal relations at a school level. But what the law says is as follows. One, there's a state law that says parents must send their child to school. Two, there's a federal law saying all kids must count in the accountability system, and there are state regulations saying that the way that we do that is we award a 0 if a child does not participate on the test for the school. For any activity in the school, the principal and the parent should make a determination as to what the appropriate activity is for the child on any given day. And if the parent says that the child should opt out, the principal should talk to the parent, should explain, should understand. And if the parent says, I still want this, then the principal should accommodate.
Okay, and as it relates to the 0 in the CUME folder, and parents being told that if the child is a non-participant, that they won't be considered for Beta, you know, I'm sure this is happening. I don't think these parents are making this up. So again, are you prepared to or planning to send out correspondence to address these concerns?
I just gave you our policy. At the state level, it's as follows. There is a federal law saying that all kids have to count in the accountability system. There's a state law saying parents must send their children to school. Our way in the accountability system of addressing the opt-out situation historically for many years has been to award no points for that student. When a parent comes to a school with his or her child and says, I don't want them to participate in this activity, be it testing or anything else, homework, athletics, a certain curriculum assignment, the principal has the responsibility to talk to the parent, to explain the rationale, and if the parent still doesn't want the child to participate, then the principal should make appropriate accommodations. I don't know how to be more specific than that, because speaking to any individual circumstance of something that was said to somebody in a system of 700,000 kids just is not the level at which statewide policy deals.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Lee.
I have a question. I think the confusion is, Superintendent White, that we do have a momentum that a lot of parents are beginning to understand their rights, and they're opting their children out of the PARCC assessment. And I think the biggest concern, there are three. One, if the student opt out, will the district and or the school be penalized? Because the student will receive a 0. 2, if I have a student in the 4th grade and he or she takes the exam, does not take the exam, and by the time they get into the 6th grade, I may want to put them in maybe honors classes or a Great Scholar program or Fringe Immersion program based on his or her grades and test scores. Now, we know that when a student takes an exam and a parent wants to put them into honors classes, that they don't look at that year. They have to go back into the other year, meaning that if I'm in the 4th grade, going to the 5th grade, they're going to look at my 3rd grade scores, not my 4th grade scores. But if I'm in the 4th grade, moving to the 6th grade, they're going to look at those 4th grade test scores. But if I decided not to take the test and I don't have a score and it's 0, how would it impact my child being able, because they look at your grades, they look at your test scores to make that determination in regards to what level you will be on, whether it be advanced classes, honors classes, etc. So I think those are 3 issues. 1, the districts feel that the parents have this right and the parents opt out, then my district receive a 0 and then I'm going to be penalized. 2, if the student opt out and the school receive a 0 for that student, that's going to account into my school performance score, and that's going to impact me. 3, if I'm a parent and I have this right and I want to opt out, and in the future I want to place my child in advanced placement classes or honors classes, and I have a 0, what data, what would the school use to make that determination? Because you have to look at the academics of the child and the test scores of a child.
So just to the last one, I'm going to answer them in order, and I'm going to go backwards. In the last one, you voted for the policy last year that says that we're not going to use standardized test scores this year in making promotion decisions. So that policy you have already voted for, and it was put on the books, and it says that local school systems this year should use all of the information at their disposal to create their own policies in their pupil progression plans to address issues of promotion. Secondly, with respect to the school performance scores, we have a long-standing policy dating back more than a dozen years. It's been used every year on standardized testing, this year no different, that just says that as per federal law, which requires every kid to be counted in the accountability system, a kid not taking the test generates a 0 as a score that goes into a large average within that school. Now, at the same time, per Mr. Romer's motion, you are requesting of us a report, because the reality is we don't know how many kids we have participating in the test this year versus not participating in the test. So let's deal in facts. I'll just take an example. Dr. Beebe, how many opt-out forms have you received in St. Martin?
2.
2, okay, so that's 2. So maybe a different parish has 22, maybe a different one has 200, who knows? Let's get a report per Mr. Romer's motion, and then let's come back and revisit the policy. Remember, school performance scores will not be generated until the next fall, 8 months from now. We have 8 months to make whatever considerations we need per report of the reality, whether it's 2 in St. Martin Parish or whether it's 22 or 200 somewhere else. Let's look at the numbers, and then let's come back and you'll have a report.
And Superintendent White, I will agree with you on that, but for my last question, I don't think you probably understood.
Okay.
We did vote on a policy that promotion, the test would not determine if a child would be promoted.
Yes, ma'am.
But that's not the question. The question is, if I'm a student and I'm in the 4th grade and my parent decides to opt me out of the testing, once I get in the 6th grade and I'm in middle school, okay, and I want to be in advanced placement classes, they're not going to take those 5th grade scores. They're going to look at my 4th grade scores, but I don't have a score because as a parent had the right to opt out. That's because they can't look at the 5th grade scores because they're not in time for the school to make a determination. So they have to go back to the 4th grade scores. You understand? That's my point. So that's one of the issues that the parents are articulating when we was in Lafayette. Number 2, I agree with your statement in regards to Mr. Romer to bring a summary draft. So I would like to, I don't know if it's appropriate time, if Mr. Romer feels that we need to come back and have a summary draft to look at the determination of how many kids opt out in the districts, in the schools. Let's just put a moratorium on their school performance scores. Let's not issue any letter grades. Let's not issue any school performance scores until we get it right and then move forward for the next year or the year after that.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, but we have a long agenda, and I want everyone who wants to get to speak to have that opportunity. So I'm going to ask you to just refrain so that everyone has an opportunity to be heard. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hill. The superintendent can respond.
I think she stated her position clearly. We probably disagree.
Ms. Smith.
Thank you. I think one of the things, and we discussed this at the Superintendent's Advisory Committee, that I think could help, and if we could get some clarification on this. The biggest thing that I feel that is disturbing to the school community and to parents is that there's friction about if a child opts out, if a parent chooses to opt their child out, that's a variable that the schools just don't have any control over. They can talk to them, they can beg them to come and take the test, but if a parent decides that they don't want their child to take the test, that's a variable that schools can't control. So what we're looking for, I think, and what would help to try to calm some of the frustration is that if we could have some assurance that, or if we could make a motion or entertain a pause on any punitive measures to school districts because students opt out. Would you comment on that?
I think we are taking the first step and the appropriate step toward understanding the situation. We're all talking about this as if we have any factual understanding of the situation. This is a process. We have 8 months until the school performance scores are going to be produced. We have 2 in St. Martin. Maybe we have more somewhere else. Maybe we have less somewhere else. I know it's 1 in the city of New Orleans. So why don't we look at the numbers? Let's have a dialogue about that report when that report is back. When that report is back, we'll still have 5 more months before school performance scores come out. We'll have plenty of time to determine the modeling that Ms. Harris asked me about earlier and whether or not there really is any impact. And we can look at South Highlands, and we can look at Airline, and we can look at every school represented in this room and everyone across the state and make a decision at that point about really what we're talking about. I think the report is a good first step, and then we'll make a determination.
Would we be able to adjust our policy, our accountability policy for 1 year to be able to say that no punitive measures would fall on school districts?
I think we'll need to look at federal law. I think we'll need to look at state law. We'll need to look at the facts of the situation. And then, as we always do, try to come to the best policy. Right now, we don't know the facts of the situation. And changing 16 years' worth of state law and federal law in light of there not being any knowledge as to what the actual circumstance, other than St. Martin, which we do now know, is just not a prudent course of action, I don't believe. I certainly will tell you, as I said to the superintendents, and you were there, Ms. Smith, that the spirit of what we do must be to respect the schools and the communities with which we engage. We should not try to unfairly take advantage of someone and denigrate their school or their community based on the individual choices that parents make. You have my commitment that our agency will approach this in that spirit. But the first step is understanding the situation. Let's just understand the situation through the facts, through the report you've requested, and you have my commitment that I will seek to recommend approaches that ensure a respect for schools and communities.
Dr. Moranti. Mr. Garvey.
Yes, I have a question for the superintendent to clarify the situation. If, in fact, some parents don't opt out or otherwise don't have their children in attendance on the day of these tests this year, will this be the first year that parents have either opted out or otherwise had their children absent on test day?
No, sir. Every year, this is since standardized testing, this has been a question and concern.
Every year?
Yes, sir.
That we have had children absent or otherwise opting out of these tests?
Yes, sir.
And how do we handle it every year in the past?
Well, we give the school systems the same guidance that I gave Dr. Beebe, which is that the federal law says that every student will be counted in the accountability system. The state law says that they will generate a 0 in the average of that school performance score.
So this has happened every year for 10 or 16 years?
Yes, sir.
And we're handling it the same way. We're planning to handle it right now the same way we did for 16 years.
Yes. However, this would be the first time where we'd get a report, and we look at the report in terms of participation rates, and we'll size whether or not there is a problem. Otherwise, the policy would be the same way.
And we do still have time, we will have time between now and 5 months from now when the scores are released to adjust scores if we think it's necessary.
To change whatever approach this board seeks to change in light of the facts. I just don't think we should do it without any facts.
I agree. Thank you.
Dr. Beebe, this is your second
I
turn.
just want to say, Mr. Garvey, things are different this year in that there is an organized movement, an organized effort, and I do keep in touch with many parents, and some have even indicated that they're purchasing billboards. They're putting billboards across from schools on major thoroughfares. So this is a serious concern, particularly for our educators. They have worked extremely hard the last couple of years, and in fact they've been working hard for years, but even more so with these reform initiatives. And it's quite disturbing to know that for all of your hard work, you could have negative results. And really, I can appreciate the parents' rights to opt out. And really, I know that many parents here and throughout the state have a great respect for their community schools, and this is not a slam against their community schools. It's just standing up to what they don't believe in. They don't believe in this initiative, the fact that we're holding schools accountable, systems accountable for those external variables for which we have no control. So that's what, and I really do believe that we need a moratorium on letter grades. I can appreciate BESE doesn't have the authority, but I would ask you, Superintendent White, when the legislature convenes, that you lead the charge to say, as the education leader for the state, that we have experienced great challenges. There are school systems with teachers in the classroom. I would say some classrooms have warm bodies because of the reform initiative that teachers are leaving. Like I said, I've been in personnel I served in personnel department for 11 years, and teachers were always professional. They would give notification, ample notification. Today they walk in, turn in the keys, and as I said, this is unfair to our schools and our school systems, but I do have the respect for parents to exercise their right.
Ms. Hill?
And I think, I'm not a parent, but I think that the issue at hand is that parents don't have enough information, and the test starts this month. So there's not enough information out there, it's not enough time. But not only that, if we don't understand as a board what the consequences are for districts and schools and students, how could we expect parents and districts and schools and educators and administrators to understand? And so I think the fairest process that we can come up with is, agreeing with Ms. Smith, and Dr. Beebe, let's just put a moratorium on the letter grades and not hold districts and schools and students accountable until we, who were elected and appointed, get it right. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Any other questions or comments from the board? Ms. Smith, this is
I
your
promise-
second turn.
I promise I won't be long. The difference in the past is when students did not take the test, if they were absent, there was a makeup day that they could come and take the test. So that's a difference of what we're dealing with this time with people opting out and the push for opting out. But if I understood Mr. Garvey correctly, he said in 5 months maybe we could adjust the scores or whatever, something like that. So he's an attorney, so I'm assuming that we could make some provisions in the law if you're saying we could go and adjust the scores in 5 months.
Let me just interject a matter of fact. There are makeup days for this test, as there are for every standardized test administered in this state. So you can, if you're sick, if you change your mind, if you can make up the test on this test, just like you have for 16 years. There are makeup dates this year. I want to be very clear about that.
But if they opt out, they're probably not going to come for a makeup day, is my point.
Ms. Harris?
I just would like to know how many resolutions we have received from districts across the state asking us to address this situation.
Ms. Davis, do you have that number?
I believe I've been asked this question by several board members. There's been a total of 17 resolutions, 10 of which came from different districts. So 10 districts, 17 resolutions. Some districts have sent in resolutions that are similar but different, relating to opting out or a general moratorium.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I have a question about the makeup test. And it's another question for the superintendent. In any years in the past 16, have we had any students that have missed the regular test and then also missed the makeup test?
Yes.
So we have had this happen. Has it been just 1 or 2 years in the past?
No, sir. It's happened every year.
Every year. And we're planning to treat this year the same way as we've done in all of those years?
Yes, sir.
At this point?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? We have a lot of public comments. We want to hear from every one of you. So what I'm going to do is call you down 4 at a time. I would ask you to remember that we have a protocol and a procedure here. We ask that you stay within a 2-minute time frame. I understand that that's not enough time, and I appreciate it, but we have probably 40 cards, and we have another agenda item with just about that many, and we are the first committee of the day.
Madam Chairman, point of order. Have we separated this into 3 sections?
We have not, because the cards were not
Okay, because
separated
all this
in that
discussion has been on the opt-out. And
Well, and
I had
I
a
think
point.
these may all be too, but whatever they're on, we're going to hear them
Okay.
at this time.
I have a question that is, I think, going to affect a lot of the comments.
All right.
And it's regarding the review committee. And it's, again, another question for the superintendent. I read the other day in the newspaper a comment from someone, I thought it was one of the legislators, that said that a state, and let's say Louisiana in this example, can add or remove up to 10 or 15% of the standards in the Common Core and still be in compliance or remain in compliance with the Common Core requirements. And my understanding was that we could add 10 or 15%, but that we cannot remove anything from the Common Core standards and still be in compliance with the Common Core. Is that correct? Which of those two is correct?
We are, as a state, able to set whatever content standards we want. There is no 10% requirement, no 15, no 0. Content standards under the laws of this state are the domain of this board.
Right, but to be considered a Common Core state, I think there's an agreement that we signed with the Common Core Consortium, and in that agreement we said we would not remove any of the standards and still call ourselves a Common Core state. Is that...
To be candid with you, Mr. Garvey, I don't care whether we call it Common Core, Louisiana Common Core. I don't think the name is important. What's important is the learning standards, and we can change whatever percentage we want, as this is we are the sole determinant of what the standards are in our state.
If we take any one of the standards out or adjust it and change it, will we still be a Common Core state, or will we no longer be a Common Core state?
And I'm not trying to argue with you. I don't know what a Common Core state is. I don't think there's such thing as a Common Core state. We have the standards
Quiet, please.
that we have in our state because they are the standards that we have chosen for our state. So
Okay.
I don't know who is the judge of what is a Common Core state and what is not. I believe that in the time since the time that you've been talking about, most states have made some modification. And when you look at a state like Florida, for example, which has added calculus to its standards, does that mean they are a Common Core state or not? I don't know. I don't particularly care, and I doubt they do. I think the question that needs to be answered is, are their standards high, and are they comparable to other states so you can say that the kids are being educated to the highest possible standard? I don't know that that gives you what you're asking for, but that's certainly my understanding, and the principle on which we've been moving forward is that this is a question of what standards Louisiana is seeking, not a question of whether we're the membership in a club, whether we're members in a club.
And so it's possible for us to add calculus to our standards?
Absolutely.
Is it possible for us to add cursive writing to our standards?
Of course.
You would have no objection if we added cursive writing instruction to our standards?
Well, per this motion, it really needs to be subsequent to the guidance of a committee of experts and per this long-standing state laws and BESE policy to make such a recommendation. I would certainly have no problem considering it, and I think the board should consider it if it's something that these content experts recommend. None of this is new. Testing is not new. Standards are not new. Standards review processes are not new. Competitive bidding for testing is not new. And having some students not participate on a test is not new. And it is important that we treat all of these issues in accordance with the long-standing laws that have guided us to a point that we've gotten now. Those are not laws made by the federal government. Those are laws made by this board and by the legislature.
Thank you.
We're going to go to public comments now. I will ask again, and I know that you will be respectful and courteous of all speakers so that we can hear and they can have their full amount of time. That's our desire. Pat Dias, Nason Othament, Kevin George, and Mickey Landry. If you'll please come forward.
May I make a comment, just remind the board on what it is we're actually voting on?
Yes, Superintendent?
So, members, I want to just remind you what it is we're actually voting on. I just have a suspicion that the comments will be wide-ranging. And I want to just remind you what you are actually being asked to vote on today. One is a recommendation that there be a standards review process. If you vote yes, you are for a standards review process. If you vote no, you are not for it. Second is the idea of a report on participation rates and the academic background of kids participating and not. If you vote yes, you are for the report. If you vote no, you are against the report. Third is the idea of commissioning the department to post for public comment a summary of a request for proposals for state testing upon the expiration of this year's testing contracts. If you vote yes, you are for posting for public comment a summary. If you vote no, you are not for posting for public comment a summary. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Madam Chairman, may I respond? Superintendent White, could you clarify the standards review? I know you said that every 7 years there's a review process. So who is a part of that review process?
The laws and BESE regulations require that there be college professors and educators involved. However, the motion you are considering, it doesn't limit it to that, and the motion you are considering asks the department to come back to you with a proposal for your approval. So in other words, you're not, and I should have clarified this, thank you, Dr. Beebe, you're not saying today this is exactly what you want it to look like. You are requiring my team to go back and make a proposal and come back to you in a month, which should stimulate some public dialogue. And I know there's already been some public dialogue about this issue already.
May I, as the maker of the motion, can I add to that, or should we go straight to, if you want to go straight to public comment, I can wait to the end if you want me to wait.
If you don't mind, let's go to public comment because they've been waiting.
Sure.
Nason Othman. I'm sure I'm not getting that right. Ottoman. Thank you. I apologize.
Thank you. Again, good morning. My name is Nathan Odimar, and I currently serve as Superintendent of Schools in Rapides Parish. And on behalf of the Rapides Parish School Board, I am here this morning to urge you, this board, to stay the course with Common Core state standards. I'd like to touch on a few salient points to explain. First of all, we believe that the Common Core state standards are going to prepare our students for the rigor of college coursework so that they don't have to take remedial courses upon entering a 2 or 4 year college. Secondly, we believe that the Common Core state standards will provide our students with the skills and the credentials that they need in order to be successful in the 21st century workplace. Common Core brings consistency to student learning, not only at our district and state level, but across the country and on a global front. That means that our students can be competitive with other students from anywhere. Common Core is internationally benchmarked, which means that it should compare favorably with other high-performing school systems in countries across the world. With that, the implementation of Common Core should improve our international ranking with regard to the quality of our educational system. One thing that has happened as a result of the implementation of Common Core is that it's forced us to challenge the status quo. We must move from traditional teaching methods that emphasize only knowledge and comprehension. We must focus on student-centered instruction that provides our students with opportunities in the classroom to use higher-order thinking skills, to use logic and reasoning, to apply prior knowledge, to solve real-world complex problems, and to be able to read, write, speak, and listen with fluency. Rapides Parish School District, being the 8th largest school district in the state with 48 schools and 24,000 students, has invested a tremendous amount of its resources into the implementation of Common Core, both from a human capital standpoint as well as from a financial standpoint.
I need to ask you to wrap up, please.
We've invested countless hours in developing and tweaking the curriculum. We've mobilized teachers from across the district to provide input and feedback, which has facilitated our teachers actually taking ownership into this curriculum. We've provided unprecedented levels of support and professional development to ensure that we are making the necessary shifts in instructional practice to bring every student to the dramatically higher levels of achievement in Common Core. Because we've invested so deeply in the Common Core state standards and making those shifts that are required in order to meet the demands of Common Core, our district has met with unprecedented gains and growth.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank
and I'm
you.
sorry, please do identify yourselves.
Thank you. My name is Kevin George, I'm Superintendent of St. John the Baptist Parish Public Schools. As a native Louisianian, born and raised in Crowley, Louisiana, I challenge anybody to challenge me on how much I love this state and how much I love what's going on in the state right now. But to recommendation number 2, I just want to say this. I do support reviewing our current standards. This does look promising, but I'd like to see the members that would be on that committee. What I would definitely suggest is that we listen to our teachers and our local educators. They are the ones who are working every single day implementing Common Core right now, and they know what needs to be adjusted. They know what needs to be tweaked. They know how to get our kids from one level to the next. So I think that I wholeheartedly support a review of our standards to make sure that we have people on this committee that can review it and then come back. And we call it the Louisiana standards, call it whatever we want to call it. Because I do think some adjustments will happen because there are some gaps. From speaking with our teachers, we know there are some gaps and some things that need to be adjusted. So as long as we have teachers, as long as we have curriculum specialists from the district level on this committee, then I definitely support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. Mr. Landry?
Hi, my name is Mickey Landry. I am the Executive Director of Choice Foundation in New Orleans. We run 3 turnaround K-8 elementary schools, charter schools. The 3 schools that we run were all in the very bottom of New Orleans' performance when we took them over. New Orleans' performance was at the very bottom of the state's performance, and the state's performance, as we know, does not rank very high in the country. I am here to support Common Core, and I'm here to reiterate some of the points these gentlemen have made about the amount of time and money we have spent on investing in our teachers and our students so that they have a chance, just a chance, to have some opportunity to change the trajectory of their lives. They are 95% plus high poverty. They live in high crime neighborhoods. We have had 6th grade girls shot in the middle of the night and murdered. That's the trauma they come with. Our kids don't have a chance unless we have very high standards. All 3 of our schools have achieved great things. One of them is a National Title I School of Distinction and a National Association of Secondary School Principals Breakthrough Schools. The other 2 have been honored for top gains in the state, one for 3 years in a row. That school has 65% Hispanic students in it. And we do teach Spanish to those Spanish students because they come to us illiterate in Spanish. We also teach Chinese in one of the other schools. Our kids do not have a chance, and I think I can speak for New Orleans open enrollment schools more generally. We do not have a chance if we don't continue with these high standards, and it's unfair to them and unfair to our teachers who have worked so hard to switch midstream. I do want to make one comment about the proposal
I'm
that
going to
I
ask you
think
to wrap up,
is
please.
key. There is language in recommendation 3 about alignment for whatever tests come out of this RFP. I think that is a very key point, that we have to get the alignment right. We have to get the alignment right for the content standards. We have to get it right for these bench diagnostics and benchmarking tools. Without that, we're fooling ourselves. So I would commit any resources that Choice Foundation has in the way of time and personnel to support that. But that, I think, is very key in this.
Thank you, Mr. Landry.
My name is Pat Dice, and I really didn't have it down
I'm
to
so
speak.
sorry. I was going to apologize to you.
But-
You didn't have down to speak, but you're certainly welcome to if you'd like to.
Thank you. I am not a teacher or a supervisor, or I'm a grandmother. I'm a grandmother of 9 children, 7 of which was going to public schools until about a month ago, and one of them chose to take her children out of public school, as a lot of people are doing, because Common Core is just not the answer. That I've talked to teachers, I've talked to church members, I've talked to principals, and Common Core is, you know, we sent people to the moon on 2 + 2 is 4. And we did a lot of things on our regular education. Now, maybe Louisiana is not on the top of the list. And I appreciate, and I'm sorry about that, but I did teach my children, and I taught them respect, and I taught them how to, to answer to their teachers. And they all did quite well, I might add. I had honor students and my grandchildren. They were on honor classes until Common Core. One of my grandchildren started vomiting in school because he was doing really, really good until last year, and they hit with all this different way of learning. and it was just really anxiety. So many children on anxiety meeting on medicine. So that's all I have to say. I didn't know the federal government had a lot to do with Louisiana schools. I pay a lot of taxes, have all my life, and so.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments. If you want to speak on this topic, please do a card now. We will not be accepting any cards after this next round of speakers. So please, if you would like to speak to this issue, or have a thought that you might, please put in a card. The next 4 speakers, Mike Desitels, Lee Barrios, Catherine Goppelt, Karen Jenkins.
Is it appropriate for me to ask a question for clarification?
Absolutely, Ms. Harris.
And this might be for Superintendent White, but if our standards are Common Core, which is what we call them, if we vote to do a review, are we voting to review Common Core standards? I'm confused. I'm sure it's me.
Standards are words on a page. A review of the standards is a determination as to whether those are the right words on the page. And any changes to those words means just changing the words on a page.
Karen Jenkins.
Hi, good morning.
We'll start with you.
My name is Karen Jenkins. I am a parent of 2 students in DeSoto Parish. First, I would like to speak to a factor that's not being recognized this morning concerning the request to put a moratorium on performance scores. One thing that we're not taking into account is because of the changes of Common Core and PARC in our state, parents are seeing their children cry, they're seeing them throw up, they're seeing them have an extensive amount of anxiety over these changes. I believe that we are expecting things from our children at ages that are developmentally inappropriate with these. And what we're not doing is, I feel like that leadership in this state is not listening to the boots on the ground. I go to my school and I tell them that my child is crying and beating his head on the table at night when we addressed homework in English and math, just English and math. Common Core only addresses English and math. So we have to have evidence-based research and go, why are our children calling themselves stupid? Why is my 4th grader, who's been gifted since 1st grade, why is he calling himself stupid now? His grades are great now, but now he's in counseling because of the changes that we have made. I request that in all these recommendations that are made today, that the leadership of this state start to listen, not just look at the laws. Maybe we need to redo the laws. Maybe we need to redo the standards. Maybe we just need to get rid of Common Core. It is a sinking ship in this state and across the nation. And if we don't look at the reality of what's happening and the number of states who are trying to get out of this and why parents are opting our children out, we're opting them out because of the harm that is causing them. You think that we're just trying to have civil disobedience. You think we're trying to harm our schools. That is not the case. We love our schools. We wouldn't have our kids there if we didn't love our schools. But we love our children even more, and we love our children more than we do a performance score. And what has happened is there's been pressure placed from the state level on the districts to address these issues. And so what it's done is it's caused principals to have parents come into a meeting for over 2 hours begging them not to opt out. It's had 4th grade teachers stick their finger in the face of a 4th grade student in Caddo Parish and say, if you opt out and our school's performance score goes down, it will be your fault. What have we come to when we have teachers and principals and superintendents threatening with not allowing students to be in honors, not allowing them to participate in certain things, and when we have threatened them and publicly humiliated them because of a parent's decision in the educational system?
Ms. Jenkins, I need to ask you to wrap up.
Thank you. I ask that please, in this meetings today and future BESE meetings and in the legislative session, please, for God's sake, listen to what our children are experiencing in these standards and these assessments that are attached to them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Desatales.
Good morning. My name is Michael Desatel. I'm a retired educator from Zachary, and my comments have to do with Mr. Romer's motion, and I'd like to request that Mr. Romer or another board member make a small addition to the report that is being requested in item number 1 under recommendation 1, where the spring 2015 test administration will be analyzed and a report given to the board. What I'd like to suggest is, in addition to what items are mentioned here, that you also get a report on the cut scores that were set for each of those tests for this year as compared to the 2 previous years. The reason that's important is because last year, when the State Department announced the results of the test, which was the first test that was supposedly aligned with the Common Core, we didn't get the cut scores. We were not told what the cut scores were. And by the way, let me define that. The cut score is the minimum percentage of questions that a student has to get right in order to score basic. And then there's another cut score for mastery and so on. We didn't get those cut scores at that time. The press release from the department said that even though we're giving a harder test this year, our students' performance on basic has remained steady. And in addition to that, our student performance on mastery has increased. So I requested the cut scores, and it took me 2 or 3 months to get them. But I found out that the cut scores had been lowered drastically for math and English in several areas, 3 out of 4 areas. And what happened was, even though the scores were considered the same in basic, we had lowered, for the 7th grade math, we lowered the percentage of correct answers for basic to only 38%. That's what the State Department had done, from several percentage points above down to 38%. Same thing with other areas, especially math. I think the 8th grade math was 40.1% was passing. So I'd like to ask you that you get a report on cut scores, because it makes a huge difference in how we interpret the results of that test and whether it is really appropriate. I don't think 38% is very appropriate as a passing score. So please make that change and add that to Mr. Romer's motion in some way.
Thank you, Mr.
Under 1A.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Barrios. Sorry.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher. First, I want to address the federal role in this, because that's always a threat regarding everything, it seems. It's held over our heads to do something that this board or this superintendent wants. Superintendent, you said that federal law says all kids must count, and that's absolutely correct. That's why we have codes for the tests. Every student that is in that school must have a test coded, whether they take the test or not. This state, because there is no opt-out provision, has no code for opt-out. It does have an absence code. You all need to look at that. The reason why every kid must count is to prevent schools who have 100 students from sending in 75 test scores. The 25 that weren't taken for whatever reason must have a code with an excuse. Okay? So there is no federal law that said every kid must take the test. The federal government addresses accessibility. That's a civil rights issue. The test must be made accessible to every student. Education services must be made accessible. They are not forced to accept it. There is no federal opt-out provision for or against. In fact, this board, approval of this board, the superintendent has invited federal control over us in his waiver. I don't know if you read all 159 pages before you sent it off, but it says on page 57, note, in the old and new system, 100% participation is required. Schools receive a 0 for non-participants. Also, because ELA and math are core competencies, student performance in these subjects will receive double the weight given to social. So in fact, you're saying, Superintendent White, and you're telling the government that you have decided that schools will get not just 1 0, but 2 for students who opt out. It is not a federal requirement. And I asked this board to consider that. You promised, actually there's a motion that was passed, accepted by the SACS committee, that you would look at this 0% issue. You didn't say when. Okay, and yet in a newspaper article I read yesterday, you said students who opt out receive a 0. That is absolutely not true. It's statistically impossible for a student to get a 0 on a test. If they did, it would be rendered invalid. Just like close to 1,000 tests were rendered invalid in 2013. And no zeros were assigned to those. They did receive a code, however, when it's sent into the federal government. You also said it's up to systems to decide whether they might hold those children back. That's absolutely not true because you've set a moratorium on pupil progression this year. But these are messages that our districts are getting, and these are reasons that there's so much confusion, and I ask this board today to clarify some of these issues.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Gumble.
Yes. I'm Catherine Gumble.
Yes, but if you would please sit down.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm Catherine Gumble. I appreciate the 17 school districts that did put in a resolution. I have the 18th in my hand, and there's another one, Grant Parish. You should have received this in your email. Ascension Parish did pass a resolution asking this board to deal with the policy that you have now of giving schools a 0 and districts a 0 if their parents opt the students out. And obviously you're not prepared to do that today, but that's what we're asking you to do. Parents don't believe in Louisiana anymore, in education, Superintendent White. We don't believe. Our children are not human capital. They're not. They're unique, Superintendent White, just like you said, individuals. And we care about each one. And we want them to have a high level of expectation, a promise to reach the American dream that Avi just talked about. But that is being taken away from them. I find it very interesting that you said you don't know if we're a Common Core state. Do you have your head in the sand? We are doing park or something park-like or state design park, which is aligned to the Common Core state standards. SBAC, which is the other consortium, is just ruled unconstitutional, so therefore park is no doubt going to be unconstitutional as well, and we're giving a test that is not only unreliable, but invalid, because it's not the same test that other states are taking. We only have 12 states now that are taking the park test. Louisiana is not one of them this year, because we're creating our own. Someone made a statement that these are our standards. Well, we adopted them, but they are not our standards. I gave a copy of the public license for Common Core. Common Core is copyrighted. And you know this, Superintendent White. And Mr. Garvey, if something is copyrighted, can I change it? No. I also gave another piece of paper for you to look at if you're not familiar. And you mentioned about this rule. Here's the rule. It's in black and white. It's called the 15% rule. And this is what it says. The CCSSI defines adoption of the Common Core standards to mean that an authorizing body, that's you, such as the State Board of Education, has accepted 100% of the standards verbatim. That means word for word. They can't be changed. You can't review the Common Core state standards. You can't make them better. They're copyrighted. States are allowed to add an additional 15% on top of the core, but the initiative is silent on the process for identifying this content, the format that it should take, or how or whether this content might be assessed. Okay? Yes, we want consistency, but that's what we've gotten in Common Core is chaos. And thank you, but no thanks, we don't want it. Accountability, we talk about laws. What happened to the law that's on the books and has been on there for years and years, and we always did this in Louisiana. Every 7 years, we reviewed our standards. And you threw that all out for Common Core. You did not follow the process you were supposed to follow. And now you're sitting here telling us that we have to follow your piece of law that you just picked out of the sky and said, well, now we're going to follow law. It is so hypocritical of what you're doing. It really is. We would ask that you look at this paperwork. You cannot review standards you don't own.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments. Marla Baldwin, Wade Smith, Jason Rowland, and Monique Romero.
Madam Chairman, while these
I'm
next
sorry.
speakers are coming down, can I ask a question of the superintendent? Just for clarification, are we going to be able to review the Louisiana standards that we have in place now?
Sure, and let me give you an example as to why what was just said is
well,
wrong.
before you go through, will we be able to change the standards?
Of course. Yes. Just let me give you an example. One of the standards, one of the words on a page, says kindergartners will be able to count to 100. That didn't start, like kindergartners counting to 100 didn't start when the Common Core came along. That's a concept that's been in existence since the dawn of time. Now, kindergartners could also count to 101, or 110, or 200, or 1,000. So you could change it to be any one of those things. No one owns a copyright to the concept of kids counting to 100. We can change it to be whatever is appropriate for our kids, provided that it is appropriate for our kids. And that'll be the question the committees will have to address.
Okay, and the Common Core Consortium is not going to be able to stop us from making changes to our standards?
No.
Okay.
Just
Thank
like
you.
has been the case in any other state.
Thank you.
Marla Baldwin.
Marla Baldwin, Calcasieu Parish. I'm a parent and a teacher, and I'm going to try to go really fast so I can get it all in. Today is March 5th, 2015. It's the 245th anniversary of the Boston Massacre, which marked the culmination of tensions in the American colonies over tyranny. Today we find ourselves in a similar situation as tensions escalate over our current educational tyranny. Another striking similarity is that both sides of this educational reform movement are telling strikingly different stories. Same thing happened for the Boston Massacre. The pro-Common Core side claims that Common Core is working and their data proves it. We all know that data can be skewed to paint whatever picture is desired. The anti-Common Core side claims that Common Core is failing the majority of Louisiana children. The students, parents, and teachers aren't relying on contrived data. Instead, they're expressing genuine concern, which they are personally experiencing every night at the kitchen table, such as hours of nightly homework in elementary grades, epidemic levels of students requiring after-school tutoring to survive first and second grade, unhealthy levels of stress and anxiety in their children. This is new. I'm a teacher of 19 years. I am telling you, this was not going on before Common Core. It's new. You can sit there and say it's not, but this is new. It's unacceptable, and it will not produce students like Abby. We're going in the wrong direction. Also, in 16 years of administering the LEAP test, I have never had a child refuse the LEAP test. PARC is way different from LEAP. The people of 2015 don't appreciate tyranny any more than the people of 1770 did. Ecclesiastes 1:9 tells us that what has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. We are watching history repeat itself. And the people are speaking. We are not accepting that things cannot be changed. We are here to change the things we cannot accept.
Thank you very much for your comments. Wade Smith.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll try and make this as brief as possible. I've been in education for over 35 years and spent a lot of time at the college level conducting research, teaching. I've got dissertations across the nation and internationally that have used measures that I and my cohorts have developed. So I have some sense of assessment and measurement, and I'd just like to just throw that in from the perspective. You know, one of the first classes that I took in test and measurements back in the day was that you first decide what it is that you want to teach, that you want to test. Then you decide what it is you're going to teach. Then you decide not only what you're going to test, but how you're going to test it, because that informs how you're going to teach as well. So I'm going to, given the very limited lack of time, I'm just going to cut very quickly to what I think should be some thoughts for this board. If you want to give a Common Core test, it's certainly doable. There would be nothing that I would say that would stand in the way of that. But if you want to give a Common Core test as a high-stakes exam, then you start to create some methodological issues, because in order to have a high-stakes exam, I would say it would be incumbent upon the state and the students and the parents and everyone on the first day of school to have a very clear picture of what it is that they're supposed to know, how they're supposed to know it, how many units it's going to be taught in, what the major learning outcomes for those units would be, and so forth and so on. And then, if we really want to make this a sunshine situation, at the end of the year, when the test is given, every one of those items should be available for public comment. Everyone should be able to see what was exactly tested, because as long as there's an outside entity that can create a test that no one sees and no one knows what's going on, then we do not know if Education 101, if the basic principles have been violated, which is simply, have we started off with what it is that you're supposed to teach, because that is, you've already determined what it is that you're going to test. Until we do that, I would say that PARC at its best it can be a comparative exam. It's been noted as such, but I would be very, very cautious about trying to use it as a high-stakes exam.
Thank you very much for your comments. Ms. Rowland.
Jason Rowland, principal at Airline High School, and again, I appreciate the opportunity not only to bring Abby to you today, but also just to share just a couple things from someone that is on the front line of one of the largest schools in the state of Louisiana. And board members, I did email you about a totally separate issue as far as Compass, and I know that's not the agenda item we're discussing right now, but I would encourage you to please look at that email that you got, not only from me, but several other principals. I would pose the question to you, and I guess it's the whole theory of Common Core, the conceptual versus the procedural, but what do you do when you don't know what to do? What do you do when you do not know what to do? And that's where I am as a principal of a school a lot of days. I do not know the answers. I do not know exactly what to do. And so I think what we've seen is the overall outcome is what we have here today. And so when you're not sure about the path, there's a lot of different methods that we go or that we take to increase this. I think Common Core is great in theory, but as Superintendent has said today, we don't deal necessarily in theory because we deal with individual children. We have to deal in reality, guys, and that's where I am today. I'm dealing with issues upon issues of questions that come to us that we do not necessarily have the answers. It's not your fault, but we do not have the guidance in how we've rolled this curriculum out. Louisiana is not under a curriculum issue. That is not the problem we face in this state. It's a socioeconomic, it's a poverty issue. You want to raise test scores in Bossier Parish, you come build me another subdivision of $300,000 homes, and we will continue to raise test scores. It starts at home, ladies and gentlemen. The Abby Shaw is an example of what we've produced at Airline. We've been producing guys like him at Airline under the comprehensive curriculum. It wouldn't matter if it's a Common Core or the Apple Core. He's going to be successful because he's motivated from within at his home. And so I would beg for you. I'm not being negative about what we're doing. We need answers as leaders, not only from students and parents, but also to teachers and principals. And I can keep going up the line to assistant superintendents, to the BESE board, to our state superintendents. We need guidance. We need help to be able to have parents support the school. There's no way we're going to go forward. There's no way we can go forward if we continue the arguing, the bickering that is going on within our state. Our parents have lost faith in the credibility of our school and our school system because of what we're seeing, not only just being said here today, but across the state. I'm begging you to give us some help. Give us some answers, and God bless you all.
Thank you for your comments. Monique Romero, Novia Quinn, Bill Lott, and Jim Crumling. Monique Romero.
My name is Monique Romero.
Would you make sure your mic is on? And green light?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Maybe
Light.
pull it a little closer to you.
Better?
Much better, thank you.
Okay. My name is Monique Romero. I am a mother. I am not a teacher. I am from Iberia Parish. I had a conversation with Mr. Henderson a few weeks ago that left me incredibly angry. And I was angry with him, but it was the wrong person to be upset with. I was told that I had no legal right to opt my kid out. From what I understand, he has no guidance from you guys as to what to do with my child, because he has no set standard or policy on what to do with opt-out. I'm not the only parent opting out, and I will not be the only parent opting out. She will not take this test, and if that means pulling her out of your educational system, because as of today, I have lost complete faith in all of you. If you think that Common Core is the way to go, you're delusional. Avi did not excel in everything that he excelled in Common Core. Our children are too important. I want to see you do their math homework. How many of you have children in school right now? Are they in public school? I bet they're in private. Why is it okay for my kid but not yours? This is not fair to our children. My child has been in gifted and talented since she was in kindergarten. Now she's crying, wanting to know why she's so stupid. She's 9. That is not appropriate. I am angry. I am so angry at the entire school system. You are letting our children down. You're not listening to your people. You're forgetting that you're elected. My child is too important. All of our children are too important. Pay attention to your people. This is not the way to go. What you're doing is wrong. And if you punish her for opting out, then I'll pull her out and I'll get a second job and I'll put her in a private school. Or I'll homeschool her. You're going to eventually lose all of your parents. Is that really where you want to go? Please turn that off. That's very distracting and rude.
Can you wrap up, please?
I don't understand what's not to understand. I'm not one to mince words. I'm not very good at articulating and playing with word games like everybody has seemed to have done today. My question, very simple. I have the right to opt her out, yes or no? As a parent. It's a very simple question. Yes or no? Anybody?
Ms. Romero, this is not a
Anybody?
question and answer session, which I understand, but I think the superintendent said earlier
But nobody's
you could
getting
opt out.
answers. Nobody's getting answers.
Well, I think he did say that you could opt out.
Okay, so you're acknowledging that I can opt out legally. I can opt out. I have legal rights over my kid, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay,
But
good.
I'm not an attorney, so I want to put that out there. I'm a teacher.
Okay. What is my principal supposed to do with my child?
Ma'am, I'm so sorry, but we are not able to answer the questions
Nobody
for you.
can answer it. Nobody
And
has the
so
answers.
if you would please wrap up your comments, I would greatly appreciate
My
it.
comments. Common Core is wrong. What you're doing is wrong. These children should not come home crying every night, stressed out. These children, you're wrong. I'm asking you to listen to your people, your elected officials. I think you've forgotten that.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments, Ms. Romero. Ms. Quinn?
Hi, I'm also a mom. I am a mother of a special needs child. I do want to let you know that I do approve of the Act 833, first of all. And I want to also tell you about my other child. My other child was making straight A's in math in first grade and was on the math club, his favorite subject. In second grade, I wasn't aware of Common Core. I showed up to our school, and our school was giving free textbooks away. Well, guess what? My kid did not have a textbook. He had data sheets. That's how things were implemented in Bossier Parish. That's just one thing that I wanted to bring about. We were only given test scores as well, and we weren't allowed to see the test. My son received an F the first 9 weeks in math. He was given accommodations. My son started having a lot of anxiety issues. We were actually sent home 3 days with him vomiting. He's calling himself stupid, hitting his hand on his head. This is unacceptable. My child is an individual. He's not common. He's very bright. And I believe the methods, the standards are different. These are methods that they are teaching in math. This is not math. Math is 2 + 2 is 4. I have a real problem with this. The way it's implemented is very wrong. Our children are all different. I want to also say that I did send heartfelt letters to every one of you. My name is Noby Quinn. If that rings a bell, it's got to be the only one. John White, I also sent him a letter as well, more recently, in addition to the ones that I sent earlier in the year. I spoke about my son, how he was vomiting at school. We had to go to a doctor who was planning on putting him on 3 medications to deal with his issues with school and to be able to send him to school. My response from John White was, "Thank you for your note, John White." My solutions to our problems here, I can give you mine.
And if you would do that very quickly.
I sure will.
Thank you.
To, first of all, get rid of Common Core and the methods that we're teaching. Park assessment, I don't believe has been taught the questions and all of this assessment. These kids are not ready for, first of all. I want everyone to pay attention to who you're voting for and what they're for. Assess our children on weekly tests on the learned agenda, the learned skills. Use LEAP or Iowa test. It's much cheaper. Let our teachers teach and let the kids get outside. Because my kid started doing his homework during recess because he said it wasn't worth it to go outside for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. I appreciate your comments. Mr. Lott?
My name is Bill Lott. I'm a newly elected school board member in Bossier Parish, Louisiana. I'm also a retired Bossier City police officer with 26 years, and I'm also a Southern Baptist minister in Bossier Parish. And I ran for school board for the purpose of representing our children in our parish, representing the parents and those citizens in general that live in Bossier Parish. I'm sure that many of you are where you're at because you decided you wanted to serve the people and do the job that you felt led to do and called to do, and that's the same reason I'm where I'm at today. Service has been part of my life, most of my life. But as I have come to understand a little bit more about Common Core, I have seen that it's probably one of the most detrimental things that I have seen to parents, to children, and to the families overall. Now, let me say this. I believe everybody in this room today is for higher standards in education, and I, too, am for those same higher standards. But I've looked at the liberal, the system of education that is involved in Common Core, and I think to myself, I've lived in Louisiana all my life. I was born and raised in Louisiana. I don't live in New York, and there's a good reason I don't live in New York. I don't want to live in New York. I don't want the liberal messages taught to my grandchildren. I don't want Islam to be taught to my children. I don't want global warming to be taught to my grandchildren. You know, we talk about Louisiana being so low in the state education system. But you know what? I think we're close to last in something else, and that is realizing how bad Common Core is for our children. Most of the other states in our country have opted out. They have gotten out. The Bible says that train up a child in the way he should go, and when he's old, he won't depart. You know, that was talking about godly principles. We've gotten away from godly principles in our schools and in our families. The Bible also says that there is a way that seemeth right to man, but its end is the way of death. I'm afraid that Louisiana is close to dying if we don't do something quick to reverse the Common Core and park testing agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Lott. I appreciate your comments. Mr. Cumley?
I'm Jim Crumley. I'm a retired electrical engineer, grandfather of 10, and 1 great-grandchild. And I'm going to get on 2 points, and then I'll get to what I have to say. Number 1, if something is copyrighted, you cannot change it. And you are misinforming the people, John, when you say we can change the standards. I have read and researched the standards. It is copyrighted. We have no control over that. If you can bring me documentation that proves me otherwise, I'll accept that. The second thing is we keep talking about the park test, which it's not a park test this year, and I wish you would tell the public it's not the park test, that it's through the DRC. When I look at something logically as an engineer, and you tell me you're going to set a benchmark with this test, 80% of the states are not involved in this test. So you tell me how we can set a benchmark for our state versus the rest of the country. End of that discussion. Now I want to talk about text. We hear about Pearson education. And I came across this from the www.thereportcard.org. Pearson is a $9 billion giant that dominates textbooks, testing, teacher evaluation, IT platforms for schools, and may have the largest investment in lobbying of any publishing company operating in the United States. Pearson is also a major supplier to states who have adopted the Common Core standards, and that is what it's called. So why does it matter that Libya may have had or still has a stake in Pearson? February 2012 study by Citizens for National Security against Muslim bias textbooks in Florida.
Wrap it up, please.
4 are published by Pearson. Act for America conducted a 2011 study of Muslim textbooks in America and concluded that Pearson, that's Pearson now, published 13 titles where significant Muslim bias was uncovered. This publication reviewed 2013 World History, a high school level textbook, as an example of strident Islamic bias. According to Stanley Kurtz in the National Review, the Saudis have made strong gains in penetrating American schools.
Thank you, Mr. Crumley. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
I would like to finish one paragraph, okay?
Quickly, please.
So let's review. The United States government gives money and a federal seal of approval to the University of Middle East Standards. That center offers a government-approved K-12 Middle East Studies curriculum to America's teachers, but in fact that curriculum has been bought and paid for by the Saudis. Meanwhile, the government is asleep at the wheel. This is very serious, and this is one of the things that we consider is Pearson was supposed to be the one that supplied that. Please stop saying we're taking the park test. We are not taking the park test this year.
Thank you, Mr. Crumley. Diane Long, Frank Kelly, Kim Freilich, and Dr. Elizabeth Myers. Diane Long, we'll begin with you.
Okay. Good afternoon. I guess it is past noon now, almost. Had a long morning. I believe I do speak for a large number of people throughout the state. I am president of Louisiana Power Coalition, and I'm in constant contact with people from the north, south to the southern part of Louisiana on an ongoing basis. And they are speaking to me in a very, very adamant way. one of the things that we contend is that children can be trained and then children can really learn. There's a difference. It's not the same thing. Let me give you an example. I can give a 7-year-old a watch that is digital and then tell him to come in at 5 o'clock. And as long as the watch is running and is functional, he will probably be able to do this. But if the watch happens to stop at 4:50, well, he'll just go on playing because he does not understand. He does not understand the passage of time. Developmentally, he is not able to comprehend it. The CCSS standards in the lower grades show a lack of understanding of how children develop, learn, and think. Many of the standards require abstract thinking, which does not normally develop before the age of 11. These standards don't address the whole child and the importance of social emotional learning, physical development, which is through play, music, art, and particularly this play. This is important. As a young child, primarily it means that learning happens through the creativity that happens during play. Why are we concerned? We are already seeing anxiety, less self-control, more conflict, and frustration in students. CC standards must be taught by teacher-led instruction, training, and drill, rather than experiential play-based activities and learning that young people thrive on in the lower grades. Constant direct teacher-led instruction can actually limit young children's learning, and that's what I'm talking about today primarily. Many of today's students begin school already not having the chance to adequately develop many skills based on play. Some of these are decision-making, leadership, attention span, persistence, creativity, problem-solving, flexibility, and the ability to call on stored knowledge. The CC standards show an apparent backward mapping from graduation down, although we can't really be sure, since all of the writing was done in secret with no minutes published. What we do know is there is no early childhood or K-3 teachers in Common Core work groups.
Thank you,
So
Ms.
let me
Long.
wrap up. Common Core standards were not piloted, nor are they based on research. We demand research in any other fields. What we are going to experiment on our own children? I'm not sure that's a good idea. So let me contend this, and I'll end, that you don't prune during the growing season. You cut off the harvest.
Thank you, Ms. Long. I appreciate your comments. Mr. Kelly?
Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great, because I do want you to hear me, and I want you to hear the Bossier Parish School Board, and I want you to hear the people of Bossier Parish. I'm Frank Kelly. I'm on the Bossier Parish School Board, and I have a 4th grade daughter in Bossier Parish schools. I have 5 children, 7 grandchildren. This is the Bossier Parish resolution that passed 1 month ago today. And if it's been a while since you've read it, let me summarize the 3 salient points from the Bossier Parish resolution. Number 1, request that the Louisiana legislature enact legislation to remove us from Common Core. Number 2, request that the Louisiana legislature enact legislation to remove us from PARC. Number 3, enact legislation to relieve us of any adverse impact to students, teachers, schools, and districts based on the results of PARC testing or students opting out. I'm going to conclude by telling you that our resolution is directed at the state legislature because nothing that you have done to this point on these issues gives us confidence that you can or will solve the problems without help from the legislature. On item 4.2, recommendation 2, I support a review of our standards for the purpose of eliminating Common Core.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Ms. Freilich?
My name is Kim Fralick. Can you hear me? Do I got to push
Maybe
this?
pull it closer. It should be green and pull the mic a little closer.
Is that better?
Much better.
My name is Kim Fralick. I'm a resident of the city of Central East Baton Rouge Parish. I'm speaking to you today from 2 roles. My first role is the parent of 4, and I want to use quotation marks, high-performing children in the Central Community School System. I use the quotation marks because according to what you might call high-performing, they score mastery and advance on all of the LEAP and iLEAP tests. Of course, I don't think that makes them high-performing at all. I recently opted my children out of the new PARCC test. I realize that this will hurt a school that I love very much. We have a great school. We broke away from East Baton Rouge Parish. We're an independent school district. We are very high-performing, not just by tests, but in many other areas, and I hate that it's going to affect them. And I know it will because I have high-performing children, and that was one of the things I think you were alluding to, Mr. Romer. It's going to hurt more than it would be maybe the children that are basic or approaching basic. But they're my children. I'm responsible for them. And I believe many more parents would opt out if they felt that it would not hurt their schools. Secondly, I'm speaking to you as a recently elected city council person in the city of Central. Now, I don't say this with any arrogancy, but I was elected by 70% of the vote. 13 people ran for 5 positions. I received more votes than both mayoral candidates. I don't say that with arrogance. I say that because God, a sovereign God, put me in that position. But I also believe I'm in that position because I got out and I knocked doors. I talked to people. I went into businesses. I went into beauty shops, barber shops. I went into the schools. I went into the churches, and I listened to people. And I promised them, if you elect me, this will not be the last time you see me. I am not speaking to you and spending time with you right now to get elected. I am doing this because I plan on serving you. I believe some of you, especially, this is my first meeting, some of the things I've heard, some of the facial expressions, some of the rudeness and the arrogance, some of you are not listening to each other. You're certainly not listening to the parents. Some of you are, and I thank you for that. Mr. Romer, I'm going to direct my comments to you directly because you do represent me in my district. I don't believe you're listening. I implore you, even right now, make eye contact with me and start listening because I'm a parent and there are parents behind me that you need to start listening to. Do what you were elected to do. If for no other reason, do it because it involves our most precious asset, my most precious asset, 4 children. I have 5. One's been through the system. Thank God he's out before all this. But the other 4, they're my precious assets, and these people behind me too. Start listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Dr. Myers.
Yes, my name is Elizabeth Myers. I am a former educator, classroom teacher, and am now an research consultant in education and policy. I don't think anybody in this room disagrees that improving education is a good thing. It's something that I've been involved with for 20 years. And even improving in wherever I go, because I was in private industry before I went into education. So I've seen both sides of the fence. I have a father who's a small business owner of a very successful business, I might add. And so I see that education needs to be improved. I was involved in trying to improve education. The contention I think that's going on right now is twofold. One is that we have a contention on how to go about improving education. And the second thing I think that we have a contention with is the conception. There's 2 competing conceptions of education. First is that primary consumers of education are the business elites, industry, market, and the state. The other contention is that the primary consumers of education are the parents, the students, and the citizens. This is where I am seeing a lot of the newspapers going. I agree with Superintendent White that we are not doing anything new. As someone who has studied the educational history of this state, going back and looking at documents from the inception of the state in 1812, I know what the system has done. I'm working on a book that's going to examine every educational law that was passed in this state from the inception of the state. I know what we've done. This right here, we talk about, the accountability system, we must have exit exams to make sure our kids are doing well. We've had exit exams for 100 years. Maybe they came and went. What you're looking at here is a 1919 graduation portfolio that had to be sent to the state and examined before a child got a diploma. It's not new. What is new, however, is the high stakes that you have placed on the school districts. The state has always been highly centralized, always at the state level. All you've done is where we had a fence where we could move a little bit around, you've now created a cage so that we can't move around anymore. You've decided what is best for our children. Here's a document on the amount of money that we've spent on just the large contracts. And it's over $250 million, yet we're still last in the nation. And I will finish up with the following. There is I hear this everywhere, I believe these standards will work. I believe that they will work. There is no independent body of research in the nation that supports the assertion that these are higher standards, first. Second, there is little to no research that has a positive correlation, weak at best, that standards and student achievement are correlated. There's also no research, or at least correlation at a high level, that we should be basing our decisions on, that the standards of a state and the economic prowess of a nation are correlated positively. And yet we are going to dump all of our kids, all 50 million kids in America, into a system that we are not quite sure will work based on evidence, just on feel-good.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. Our next group is Candace Watsey, Veronica Brooks, and Ann Burris. Is this full-time? Mr. Steve Monahan, come on down. Candace, we'll start with you.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Candace Watsey. This is my 37th year as a teacher. My 21st year in St. Tammany Parish. I spent 10 years at Jesuit High School, and I spent almost 6 years in Orleans Parish in the 80s. This is not my first appearance here at the BESE. I've been here several times before, since 2012, when the laws about teaching and accountability changed my career completely. And so I am here today just to give you an update. I am one of those sets of boots on the ground. I still love what I do, but I grow tireder and tireder, if that is such a word. And a lot of my fatigue comes directly as a result of the actions of this board, as of the past actions of our Louisiana legislature. I'm thinking perhaps that we'll get a little relief coming up soon, but I'll believe that when I see it. Today I find out we're not a Common Core state. I'm not the smartest person in the room here by far, but I do track well. So I'd like to give you two things that I've tracked. I read in the newspapers about how Common Core has been around for 5 years. We've been working on this for 5 years, but I'm holding in my hand a document from the Department of Education that I received at my school on May the 15th, 2012. Right? Okay, so not 5 years ago. In this, it said in 2011 and 2012, we would be using our current GLEs. In 2012 and 2013, we would begin some transition. In 2013 and 2014, we would continue transition, and the transitional curriculum was going to be available as of July the 1st, 2012. And then, of course, last year, Mr. White, you chose, or y'all chose, or the legislature chose, I don't know where it came from, but suddenly last year was no longer going to be a transitional year. We went all in. And the confusion that has resulted from that is history and documented. Now, I'd like to share one last thing, and I know that's a little noise, but I'll be brief. As a teacher, of course, I am totally against the PARCC test. We have gone from 5 days of LEAP testing last year to 11 days this year. 11 days of testing, which is outrageous. So as an 8th grade ELA teacher, I said, well, all right, let me go on Louisiana Believes, and I don't believe either, and let me look at the park stuff. And our school made little packets for the 8th graders of these 3 park tests, which are ridiculous and silly and not like anything anybody does in the real world with reading and writing. And so I said, well, I would like to see an anchor essay so that I can show my students, even though you're not going to have enough time to write a rough draft this year. You won't. You're going to go from pre-write to final copy. Let me show you what an anchor essay looks like. And so I went on Park Online, right? And I asked for the anchor essay. I promise you. Okay. I asked for the anchor essay. I got a nice response from Whitney. And suddenly I was corresponding with Pearson. And Whitney told me that there were no essays available. Have a nice day. So I wrote Whitney back and I said, I understand you're the messenger, Whitney, but I find it unconscionable that a company the size of Pearson provides no anchor essays. And I want you to know I'm sharing this information with concerned parents, teachers, and administrators. So I get another response from David. This is on February 25th. David
Ms.
at
Watson,
Pearson, hang on.
I want to hear the story, but you're going to have to wrap it up.
Yes, ma'am. This is from David. I am so sorry, but you are from Louisiana, and we have little information that we can provide you at this time. I wrote back, I don't understand. My kids are taking the park test beginning on March the 16th. Why don't you have information for me? I get a third response, this time from Amber at Pearson. Thank you for contacting Park Customer Support. The reason you being from Louisiana is such a sticking point is because you are participating in the assessment through another party. Their contact information is below. Louisiana Customer Service, a 1-800 number, and then, of course, Data Recognition Corporation. This year has been an outrage, and I hold you, Mr. White, personally responsible.
Thank you for your comments. Veronica Brooks.
Veronica Brooks with the Charter School Association. As a membership organization, our charter members often reach out when they have concerns, and I just wanted to share with you all that so far, and I'm typically the one who gets to answer those phone calls, but so far very few concerns about parents opting out have been reported to us, and I think part of that is because so many of the charter schools have been preparing for this since it was announced that we were transitioning to Common Core and to Park. For the small number that have expressed that they have some families who are concerned, what we found is that a lot of them are being misled by some of the political instigators that are spreading misinformation and a lot of fear-mongering that seems to be very prevalent in this meeting as well. So we have heard from school leaders and educators about some concerns regarding Common Core. And what we're hearing from them is that if you change course now, it will throw the whole system into chaos. We hear from teachers, we hear from principals, we hear from folks who are boots on the ground, as has been said a lot today, from people who are in the classroom every day who are saying that they have done this work, they've been doing this work, they are seeing progress with students, and that to do anything that would jeopardize that would be the wrong move. And so I would just ask today, even though I know you're hearing a lot of diverse opinions about this issue, that you do keep that in mind. While there are a lot of folks here who have their concerns and they have the right to those concerns, there are a lot of folks out there who think we are on the right course, and they're in the classroom with their kids today. So I'm here as the messenger saying, please stay the course. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Ms. Burris.
Yes, hello. I'm Ann Burris from Lafayette Parish, representing my 2 children and over 1,000 parents who became active in the Opt Out Louisiana Facebook group in this past month. As the page grew from 12 members on February 2nd to 1,031 members this morning. I would like to say Recommendation 1 is unclear. Part 1 of Recommendation 1 calls for reporting of test participation rates in park testing and reporting prior achievement records of students who did not participate in such tests. Why? What decisions are you planning to make using that information? Is it just the 0 question? Why do you need prior performance on those students? Please clarify for us before you do anything further with this item. Part 2 of Recommendation 1 quotes federal law saying that the school accountability system by law is supposed to be clear, so effectiveness is understood, and it is not. Students who score unsatisfactory contribute no points to school performance scores for their schools. Students who score approaching basic contribute no points for school performance scores for their school. Now, in the face of hundreds, maybe thousands, of parents choosing to opt their children out of PARCC tests, students who don't take the test will be counted for 0 points. That's not clear, and it's not understandable, and it makes no sense. Please do what parents and school boards have asked you to do today, and please amend Recommendation 1 to provide relief to parishes and schools so students whose parents are refusing the PARCC test in their children's best interests are not counted as zeros in school performance scores. Next, about Recommendation 2. It is also unclear. Before you take any action on Recommendation 2, I ask, how are you going to ensure that the called-for review of content standards is conducted so that all stakeholders, parents included, are the ones who make the determination? Parents want significant parent representation to review standards. You can pass a sign-up sheet around today, and I'm certain many interested parents would sign up. Please amend Recommendation 2 to require significant parent participation in review of the standards. On Recommendation 3, no. Just no. The state budget is in crisis, and the state of education policy is in turmoil. Save the state a significant amount of money, and do not submit an RFP for bids for another PARCC-like test. First, resolve the standard question locally with parents, as in Recommendation 2, then determine locally how we as a state should assess our students and hold our schools accountable. Hidden in Recommendation 3 is the very reason that parents are choosing to refuse the PARCC test for their children. BESE uses the word sample test, but we parents know that it's practice tests. We know that all of our students in grades 3 through 8 have been doing practice tests all this week. Our children told us, our teachers told us. These 2 weeks are PARCC practice weeks, and we parents are sick and tired of our children losing authentic learning time and our teachers losing authentic teaching time to do test prep. As far as benchmarking, we parents are also tired of the constant benchmark assessments, 10 marks, data director, all these things. It makes the entire school year into one long PARCC test prep.
Ms. Barris, I need you to
We do not
wrap
want
up.
another RFP for PARCC, Smarter Balanced, or any other PARCC-like test. Please amend or vote no on all 3 recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barris. Mr. Monahan.
Thank you. Is it on? Thank you, Ms. Bradford, members of the committee. As a brief prelude to very brief comments, I found myself listening to the debate again, and for some reason or another, I was thinking of the movie Apollo 13, and when you know the famous Carl Houston, "We have a problem," and then I wondered how much different that movie would have been and shorter if the answer would have been, "No, you don't." There's a problem, it's obvious, and the attempt to address that problem manifests itself in the current recommendations. The admission of a problem is the first place that I think the conversation begins, specifically to the 4 recommendations. The first recommendation essentially is a postmortem. It's a postmortem to what has occurred after the tests are taken. I understand the need for the postmortem. I really do. We need to know who didn't take the test and how it could affect the results. However, it doesn't provide an answer, a clear answer in regard to guidance to either parents or teachers in regard to the effect. So that in itself contributes to the chaos that does exist in the field. The second point would be the acknowledgement. I think it's important to give praise where due. Appreciate the words of acknowledgement of the hard work of educators. I think when you make an acknowledgement like that, you also have to make the concession that that hard work continues under very difficult conditions in uncertain understandings. Now, I've heard others say there are misinformation givers out there and disseminators of untruths. All of those things may be occurring, but there's a specific reason why the opportunity existed for such a thing to occur. And that leads me to my third point. There is going to be an expedited review of the standards. That's an excellent idea. I think the board, again, and the superintendent should be acknowledged for that. And I also don't think we should time travel back to the past, but it's necessary to understand it, not to repeat it. The expedited review should have occurred in 2010, if not 10, 11, if not 11, 12, if not 12, 13. I think my point is made. Where we are attempting to address this now is the fire rages, and we're trying with one hose to put it out. Final point is, and to wrap up here, recommendation 3 addresses the need for a clear RFP. It doesn't address the problem that creates the problem, that adds to the problem of standards. Even the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation recommended some time ago the uncoupling of test to standards. So your problem exists with a failure to admit, to tell the public we have a real problem with over-testing in the state of Louisiana, and admitting, because we're all human beings, that we really don't know. I got it. I've been done, finished. But until we do that, Ms. Bradford, we have a 45-day session that I'm going to live through again, like yesterday, and we're going to have $1 billion plus to resolve, and we're not going to scratch the surface of where the problems are, because these problems continue to haunt session after session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Monahan. Stephanie DeSalle, Dennis Burke, Sarah Woods, Emily Rose. Emily Rose, we'll begin with you.
My name is Emily Rose. I'm 13 years old, and I'm an 8th grader at Caddo Middle Magnet.
Pull it a little closer to you, babe.
I am in the National Junior Honor Society. I'm in the Talented Arts program. Last year in the 7th grade, I scored a 19 on the ACT, and I scored an advanced in math, science, and reading portions of the I-Lead. Like most of my classmates, I have struggled this year with the major changes made to the way we are taught in math and English. My parents and I have been talking about these changes since the beginning of the school year, and we've recently made the decision that we would be opting me and my brother out of the test, the PARCC assessment. Last week, one of my teachers addressed the class and asked if anyone was opting out of the test. I was the only person to raise my hand, and he asked me why not. He said, "Let me tell you why." He said, "Opting out is for quitters, and if you're quit on your school, and you quit on your classmates, and you quit on your teachers, only losers opt out." He continued this rant for a while. My academic success proves that I'm no quitter and I'm not a loser. One of my favorite teachers called me a quitter and a loser and publicly humiliated me in front of my entire class because he was scared. I was brave enough to stand up and say that I will not be taking the test, but like many other teachers and principals, he is scared of what my not testing may mean for him and the school. I know that this would never have happened if a special BESE meeting would have been called to address these issues when we asked for that. I'm asking that you protect the teachers in the schools and so they can go back to teaching and stop bullying and intimidating the students into participating to the testing.
Thank you for your comments. Sarah Woods.
I am not happy to watch this. I never am. My children are having to spend their first field trip this year here because they've been working to remediate and homeschool the loss of basic educational skills that we've been suffering under for the past 2 years in our parish. After watching your actions for some time now, I can tell you that the only people that think that you people as a board are responsive, effective, and even competent as elected and appointed officials to lead us in matters of education are only you people, the 8 majority, and the cronies who are reliant upon your irrational decisions for the supplement of their income or profit margin. This standards review plan baloney is perfunctory and really just another end run around the citizens of this state by heading off legislation in order to keep the children of this state and therefore the parents of this state at the mercy of this undemocratic, unresponsive board led by this smooth-talking superintendent. And this is my opinion for the worth that it may have an opinion formed from suffering under the legal loophole leadership style of this superintendent and his gang of 8. The elephant in this room that you are trying to disguise is that each state in our nation, including Louisiana, is a microcosmic example of a macrocosmic effort or plan by multinational corporations, nonprofits, foundations, and state and federal governments. The whole scheme here, in a nutshell, is to open education up as a more profitable source of revenue to serve the interest of an elite group and their cronies, using government to ensure absolute control easily over future generations, to take them completely away from Americanism, American principles of freedom and liberty, and closer to 21st century globalization, the down payment of which was our children's personal private information for the creation of a marketable product for mass production, and you are all complicit in it, each and every one of you. There will be massive profit from the sale of mass-produced education materials with little to no deviation across state lines under the Common Core in any manner, in any way or manner related to education, that will also lead to mass production in every other market, because as individuality is replaced with standardization, this decreases any and all standard deviations. They will have an abundance, those elitists, of non-essential labor, as the masses, not the elite, will be standardized on a national level to follow with no thought whatsoever, to do anything beyond adhering to detailed instructions or procedures for everything, again promoting mass production of everything. John Dewey's vision of institutionalization. Common Core is the basic framework to accomplish this mass production, and the Park assessment is the quality control of the standardized product, our children. My child is not a product. The biggest obstacle to all of this is individuality, including, which we are destroying, professional discretion of a teacher. The individuality of a teacher, and therefore his or her professional discretion, must be eliminated because it breeds more individuality.
Ms. Woods, I need you to wrap up, please.
Come arrest me. Individuality in a general sense breeds inconsistency, and inconsistency is inefficient to the goals of mass production, standardization for profit and control. This is what is at hand, and we are rising up to demand that you stop this. But you're not listening. You're not listening to the parents. You continue to say the same thing every time we come up here. If I'm telling a lie, and this is not true, BESE and LDE right in this moment would have the logic and reason to adjust all that hinges on this annual assessment. When a parent exercises their fundamental right to control their child's education, because if you did that, it would reflect a respect for that authority and an acknowledgement of that right being supreme to any obligation of this board. Because if a board, as a board, if you don't respect that authority, and you don't, you've shown that, you do not respect the authority of parents, and you do not use it as a guiding light, then all that stems from this board will go against the stated goals and purpose of our system of education as protected by the United States and the Louisiana Constitution until you burn it down.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Dennis Burke. I'm sorry. Your turn. Yes. Oh, the light's not on?
Oh, okay. Thank you. I agree with Sarah Wood, by the way. As you've already heard, Bossier Parish School Board is recommending opting out of Common Core. That's because Common Core has a lot of fatal flaws in it. And because these fatal flaws are misunderstood and misrepresented, mainly by many of you up there, I think we need to go through a few of them, maybe clear some up. For one thing, Common Core is education without representation. There is zero accountability. The copyright is held by private trade groups. And to reinforce what others have said, the standards cannot be changed by anyone except the copywriters, not the local school board, BESE, or the state legislature. We are allowed to add 15%, though. Common Core imposes developmentally inappropriate standards on young people. Over 500 early childhood professionals agree with this. In 2010, Dr. Carla Horowitz predicted the Common Core standards will cause suffering, not learning, for many, many young children. She was so right. It has never been field tested anywhere. Does anybody find that a little suspicious? Common Core is not rigorous, despite what we're being told. Dr. Sandra Stotsky and Professor James Milgram were on the validation committee. They refused to sign off precisely because of a lack of rigor. Milgram stated that Common Core will put Americans 1 year behind our international competitors in math by 5th grade, 2 years behind by 7th. When Stotsky refused to sign off, she gave 7 reasons. Here are only some of them in her words. 1, in my judgment, Common Core standards for grades 6 through 12 do not reflect the core knowledge needed for authentic college-level work. Reason 2, and this is pertaining to college and career readiness standards. She says many are unclear in meaning, not easily interpretable or teachable. They are simply a set of poorly written, confusing, content empty, and culture-free generic skills. They cannot serve the function academic standards are intended to serve. Reason 5, my judgment is that almost every aspect of the process in which Common Core standards were developed profoundly violated almost all civically appropriate procedures for the development of what would become a major public document. I'll skip down to the most pregnant part. Last sentence in number 7, reason. In order for test developers to develop curriculum-based assessments, they will essentially remove control of curriculum from the local level, if not the state level. Last year, 6 experts from around the country delved into the fatal flaws of Common Core at the Baton Rouge Forum last year, including the unconstitutional data mining of students. This information is anybody's chance to go visit on their computer this forum and find out about the real Common Core. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your comments. Ms. DeSalle.
Thank you very much. Stephanie DeSalle with the Council for a Better Louisiana. We have spent, since the last time we were before the board, we've spent even more time researching, talking to teachers, going into schools, talking to students, watching their experiences with their teachers, helping them reach these higher standards. All of our experiences have been extremely positive, extremely positive. And instead of seeing, let me just say this, you're trying to accelerate your review process. And we welcome that. There's no fear in that. Because all the research and the teachers and some of the professional teaching groups from around the country and our own experiences and research have shown us that this is very good for our kids. We're never going to have higher achievement in a state that has traditionally had such low levels of achievement. No matter how much we talk about high expectations, if we don't have the standards that go with them, that's just the way it is. So we're appreciative that you're staying on course. I'm not going to sit here and call you names. And by the way, we represent a lot of parents, grandparents, aunts and uncles who are very concerned about the education of their children. And there are a lot of taxpayers in this state, too, that want to know that our children are being educated at the best and highest standards we can have. I talked to a science teacher the other day, a couple of science teachers in a school, and they were both saying how they were so glad that the math Common Core standards have been implemented because there's so much crossover. And I asked her how she felt about her own standards in science. And they said, oh, we've been using national science standards for a long time. She's in a very high-achieving school. There's nothing stopping any school or district in the state from going even higher than Common Core if you don't feel that they're rigorous enough. That's always been the case in Louisiana. I would say stay with a firm process. We firmly believe that it should be evidence-based, fact-based, and take your time. We have no fear that we will still end up with most of the standards we have now in place that are higher and of rigor, and we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. DeSalle. Our next group, Rain Martin, Dominic McGee, Doris, what? I'm sorry. Couldn't get that out, Doris. And Mr. Hollis Milton.
It's like my mind just went.
What's that for? Ms. Martin, we'll start with you. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Rain Martin, and I'm the Executive Director of Stanford Children, Louisiana. We represent hundreds of parents and teachers from around the state who actually engage in advocacy around policy designed to improve education for kids. We actually had some folks here today, but actually unfortunately had to go because they had to get back to their jobs in New Orleans and Baton Rouge. I wanted to let you know that we as members, myself, have an appreciation that you do have to do a review process, that it is part of law, and wanted to throw out some tenets around that review that us and our parents and educators think are important as you come back in a month and decide what that review process should be. One is to maintain the rigorousness of the standards that you currently have and to make sure that those standards are nationally competitive. Another is to make sure that that process is driven by experts, which we believe are teachers and educators in the field, and to consider having a broader potential for impact and review and input through things like online surveys that allow people to respond directly to the standards themselves. There's a few states that are actually doing these sorts of things, and the feedback on them have been really positive. Those are Tennessee, Florida, and Georgia. So again, we would encourage you to take a look at those. We appreciate the opportunity to suggest some ways in which you could review these, and we want to make sure that the process has high integrity, it's quality, and it avoids as much politicalness as possible. 5 years ago, you started a process to have really strong standards in schools that promoted problem solving, critical thinking, and deep reading. And we want to make sure that no matter what you do in a review process, that those things are top priority and our kids are priority. And with that, I just want to thank you because really, frankly, the work that you've done on this in the last 5 years has been phenomenal, and we believe really leads the country as a set of policymakers and board members. So thank you. Regarding the RFP, we also understand that that's required by law and appreciate a good governance process associated with that and know that you'll do that. I also, though, want to mention that despite the fact that there's a lot of conversation today from people who are anxious about the test and have issues with the test, we have a lot of parents and educators who feel very strongly that the aligned assessment system that's in place has been working, and just would like to leave you with a quote, actually, that came from an educator who we work with that was in the Times-Picayune yesterday from Chalmette. It said, "There's a discernible difference between where I was 10 years ago and where my teachers are today. They aren't just thinking about promoting students to the next grade level. As they plan for and deliver instruction, they are considering if the work they are doing is preparing them for college and careers. I believe this change in mindset is due in large part to the implementation of the PARCC assessment." So again, all that to say thank you for what you've done. There's a lot of people out there that support you and want you to continue to stay the course.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Dominique.
Hi, my name is Dominique McGee. She just quoted that teacher from the op-ed yesterday that was in the Times-Picayune, but what unfortunately the Times-Picayune didn't let the public know was that this particular teacher is a teacher leader, and she is paid to promote this curriculum and this agenda by the Department of Education. So while we do appreciate her comments and sentiments, we should also let the public know that there is an ulterior motive financially for her to make those type of comments. Now, the thing that I want to discuss today about this PARCC contract and this test, there's a great verse in Galatians that says, "A man reaps what he sows." And what this board has sown in the educational system of Louisiana over the last 3 years is chaos. This is the same word that we hear principals, teachers, parents, students, and school boards use over and over again. At what point is this board going to wake up and realize that the policies you are setting are creating harm? It's not a joke. I mean, we're talking about psychological effects on children throwing up at school, and we've got board members up here smirking when parents are pleading. This is unacceptable. It was last July, 8 months ago, that me and many other parents in this room pleaded before this board to stop the insanity of the APARC tests. And you chose to stay the chaotic course and all ships ahead, you know? This is ridiculous. You know, it's an untested, overpriced, no real contract, park-like test. Let's start letting the public really know what we're giving our kids. The fact that teachers and parents can't see this test, red flag. How many red flags do we need before we start going, you know what, maybe we're on the wrong course? Parents are engaged, and we're awake, and we're not going to stop until the child abuse stops, because that's what this is. You are supporting policies that support child abuse. To rate any teacher or a school with poor evaluations or low performance scores because parents are exercising their parental rights to refuse this meaningless, time-wasting test is, again, another failed policy that does nothing more than create chaos. To refuse to hold a special meeting in February to address these issues and real concerns from districts all over the state, you again chose to let chaos reign and misinformation to run rampant in our state. Children are being threatened by teachers, as you heard the one little girl testify. This is everywhere. I'm asking this board to step up and lead our state and give reasonable, clear responses to the principals who are asking, what are we going to do when these kids opt out? Give them some policy and direction. Stop going, I don't know. Well, it's up to y'all. Figure it out.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. Mr. Romer, you requested time.
I'll wait. Go ahead.
Okay. Doris.
Well, good morning or
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Doris Foche, President of the Superintendent's Association. I have Hollis Milton with me from West Louisiana, who is the Vice President, and Mike Falk from City of Central, who is a past President of the Association. Just a couple of I guess, quick comments on the first recommendation in light of the opt-out provision. We had a lengthy discussion at the SAC meeting the other day. I think that was February 12th. Ms. Smith was there as well. And, you know, we firmly believe that no child should ever be questioned or embarrassed to feel in any way uncomfortable because of an adult decision, either made by their parents, teachers, or administrators. So let's get that straight. And I don't think that's happening in most situations around the state, because we as superintendents have been very, I think, deliberate in our instructions. Now, that's not to say we can control every situation. So we are on record that no child should ever be uncomfortable with that particular situation. We are concerned about the effects that it may have on schools and districts in terms of school performance scores and those types of repercussions. And in that discussion with Superintendent White, he gave us some assurances that he would never attempt, and I think he spoke for BESE as well, to humiliate schools or districts based on these results. So we are very interested in the participation rates and prior performances of students whose parents decide to have them opt out of these particular assessments, which is their right to do, and we support that right. We hopefully can get that same assurance, I know the superintendent has given us that, from the BESE members, that y'all will look at that very carefully to make sure that none of our schools and districts are negatively impacted by these particular decisions. Now, as far as the third recommendation you have on here with the RFP, we do have some concerns as we look into some of the details. We realize that by law you have to go out with an RFP for the assessment. I'm reading down, I'm looking at that, I'm not sure how long this will be for, but it is talking about the tests administered in 2016, which would be next spring. And in the verbiage here, it says the RFP shall request assessment that, and one of the indicators or one of the deliverables says to inform educators and parents about student learning in kindergarten through the 2nd grade, which is C on here. At this point, we have no statewide assessment other than DIBELS, which assesses a different type of skill, on kindergarten through 2nd grade assessments. So we're not certain what this particular deliverable means, because as of right now, that's not part of the accountability plan. And as we, Superintendent Pujol from Ascension is on the Accountability Commission and has told me that has not yet been discussed as to how that might or might not fit into a future plan. So we're a little concerned about that particular item. What are we asking for? An assessment that would inform learning in kindergarten through 2nd. We're also a little concerned about D, where it says ELA in math in grades 3 through 10. Currently, the assessment that we're giving, which is either Park or Park-like, whichever it winds up being, Park, which is what our superintendent has told us that it would be the Park assessment, but it's currently given in 3 through 8. 9 and 10 are tested under the EOC, different vendor, a little bit different setup. There is no 9th grade English EOC currently. We do take the ACT series of Explore, Plan, and ACT. But as far as the end of course assessments, those are given currently in English in 10th and 11th, and English 2 and English 3. So are we talking about here next spring a shift in what we're testing in ELA and math in the high school in 9th and 10th grade, and exactly what those tests will include? And are we going to change format or any type of assessment alignment, for those particular? And we haven't had any discussion, to my knowledge, about that with those details. So we were a little concerned when we saw that. We also looked at E, where it's going to provide a summative evaluation of students' readiness for college and careers as required by law, while overall reducing testing requirements in grades 9 through 12. I'm not sure exactly what that alludes to. So I guess what we're looking at in this particular recommendation is some clarification, because we have not had, as a group, any discussions about, are we changing the testing structure for the spring of 2016 and what that will entail.
Before we have any further comments, let me just respond to those comments. The RFP, here is the way this will work. You are basically requiring a set of actions of us. Now, what Superintendent Boche listed are very broad parameters, kindergarten through 2nd, 3rd through 10th grade. The operative policy change there is that we would be soliciting one vendor to deliver tests that today are delivered by multiple different vendors. You have vendors that deliver K2 assessments, you have vendors that deliver 3-8 assessments, you have a different vendor that delivers 8 through 11 assessments, and another vendor that delivers 9 through 11 assessments. You have 4 vendors there. We are seeking the possibility of condensing that all under one vendor so our districts don't have to deal with multiple different vendors. The specifics of that, a la which grade will be tested in which subject. Will there be a 9th grade EOC as opposed to an 11th grade EOC? None of that is in this. And that is something that needs to be discussed at the Superintendent's Advisory Council, the Superintendent's Task Force, the Accountability Commission, as you mentioned, Superintendent. All you are telling us to do is issue something for public comment ultimately. And there is a full month of discussion to be had here. So you are giving us a requirement to seek a competitive bid. You're not saying what that competitive bid will look like. And that's noted in the recommendation, which says produce a summary by the end of March. Obviously, there's a lot of dialogue to be had over the course of the month of March. So I agree with Superintendent Boche. Agree all of those are specifics that have yet to be worked out, and the description in the motion leaves plenty of wiggle room for those, or plenty of space for those specifics to be worked out. Those are decisions that need to be made in conjunction with the districts. You are giving us permission essentially to go have that discussion.
Thank you.
Well, we do, and just in response to that, John, we do have a major concern about how this is structured, because as we know, school systems, as any large organizations, you don't turn on a dime. You know, we're doing planning now for next school year.
Yep.
And we're doing curriculum changes for next school year. We've got groups of people working on this continually. And if we're making any change at all in any of our assessment practices, we should already know this by now.
Well, let me speak to that. You can work with us to make sure that whatever changes you feel should be made should be, and what shouldn't be won't be. However, the reason that testing contracts are allowed under law, and I know we have the administration's lawyers here, I want to thank you for being here, once every 11 years is so that you don't have to go through this often. And I would agree with you that the question of competitive bidding is a legally required process, as I'm sure the lawyers would speak to. And it can be discombobulating if we don't ensure that there is consistency from one to the next. We are asking you for permission to go start the concept of that RFP, but the substance of that RFP is something that will need to be reflected as part of a dialogue with the school systems. And we totally agree with that, want to do that. We need to ask the board's permission to go do that, and then we'll have that dialogue.
Mr. Hollis?
I guess the Hollis Milton Superintendent, West Feliciana Parish Schools, to bring a little humor to you maybe, you know, I'm hoping that we're teaching higher standards today in my classrooms, but it's snowing right now, and if my child's there, he's watching the snow, and he may not be able to focus. You need to laugh, okay? Life is good. Life is good. I would say this: the review process is a step in the right direction, and I would also say this about Park, and I want to say this because of I know that I can't speak of individual decisions made anywhere, but I know for the superintendents that a majority of the educators out there, they're not going to berate or pressure any child into taking the exam. And I'll also state this, that I have a third grader, so I'm not only a superintendent, I have a child that's in public school, and he will take the Park assessment. And the only reason I tell you that is I just want to get back down to the focus on teaching and learning. I think it's great that I'll have a snapshot of how my child is doing after taking this exam. I also think it's a great snapshot for my teachers to go back and look and review and have a snapshot on how they are doing. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Our next group is Scott Richard, Bridget Nealon, Sandra McDade, and John Warner Smith. Thomas Groves, I have a card on you, but you did not say if you didn't check whether you wish to speak or not. Okay, thank you for being here.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you for your patience on all this. I know we've got a lot of speakers, but before we can vote on this, at some point, I'd like to get someone from DOA to just talk about the process. I've never been involved in a process like that. Can we do that?
Well, I think that's a question for them. What exactly
Well, I'd
are
like
you
for
wanting
someone
them?
from DOA to just kind of go through this process in recommendation number 2 about coming up with a summary to go out for RFP if we don't yet know what we're going to be asking for.
I'm
That's
going to
what
be
I'd
real
like to have
honest
some
with you.
clarification.
It is 10 after 1. We have almost as many cards in our next item. So our day is getting very long. I'm wondering if we could come up with a solution other than, unless you can be very brief.
I'd just like for one of them to come to the table and make me feel comfortable before I vote on going out for a summary on recommendation for RFP, and I've not been through a process like that.
Could you just say that's something we do all the time? It's a part of our law.
I mean, I know we're going to have a long day, but we're talking about a lot of important issues.
We're still in the first committee. Shane Riddle.
Well, Madam
I'm
Chairman,
sorry. That's the next group. Sorry. My apologies.
I concur with Ms. Smith. Before we're being asked to make.
Okay, we're going to hear the rest of the speakers right now, and so that's what we're doing right this moment, and then we'll entertain other things.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Bridget Nealon, and I'm with Lobby. I'm here to support the recommendations. Over the course of the last couple of years, the primary concerns we've heard from people with concerns about Common Core and Park were that there was no Louisiana review and that the test did not go out on RFP. These recommendations directly address those concerns and I believe will satisfy all of the concerns. We believe standards should be high, children should be taught to think critically, and only with that will we be able to drag our state out of the quagmire of poverty we've been over the last decades. I do appreciate your professionalism, patience, and time today. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra McDade.
Sandra McDade. I am from Shreveport, Louisiana, and I will start out by saying I raised 6 children. My husband and I have 11 grandchildren. I have 2 grands, and I have 1 adoption in process. So I've educated a few children. I've been around the block a few times. And I will tell you, words on a page, Mr. White, is that the way you would describe Common Core? You know, the Bible then could be described as just words on a page. Or maybe the Constitution, it's just words on a page. The Bible is something I live by. The Constitution protects me. The words on that page are a prescription for the destruction of Louisiana's education system, and I firmly believe that. There are members on this board who have been extremely responsive to parents, and I want to thank those of you because you're having to listen to a lot of things that don't pertain to you. You've listened, but the majority of the board has not listened to what we have to say. Words on a page. If they're just words on a page, why, Mr. White, did you and Mr. Romer literally camp out in the legislature all the last 2 sessions telling them how great these words on that page were and how we could not, must not, and should not do away with them. They're critical. But today we find they're just words on a page. That concerns me. I'm a taxpayer. I may not be raising children right now, but dadgummit, the state of Louisiana gets some of my money. The school system gets some of my money. I want to know how those children are educated, and I want them to be educated with that portion of money that I put out. It used to be the joy of learning. When I homeschooled my children for a short period of time, I don't know who had more fun, me or my children. We enjoyed learning. Today it's, oh, we've got to have this standard, we've got to have this test, we've got to do this, we've got to do that. We have to do it exactly the way the federal government tells us to do it. Let's tell the federal government to go home, take their standards. Louisiana had standards before, and Louisiana, the only good thing about Common Core is that it has developed a dialogue. It's caused us to think and to look at our standards. But let me close by saying when I chose to homeschool 4 of my children, my 2 youngest probably learned more. They were toddlers and diapers, but those are different stories altogether. But when I made that decision, I went on the web page for Louisiana, and guess what I pulled down? The Louisiana education standards. Not much different today than they were then. The difference in when I taught them to my children, they listened, they paid attention, they were present. It's got a lot less to do with the standards and more to do with how are we teaching them? Are we teaching them? Are they paying attention? Are they in class? Some would say, have they had something to eat that day? All of that's an equation. It matters. I was raised in a military family. I am always and constantly proud of my father. He fought in 3 wars. I went to school from Newfoundland, Canada, to Sacramento, California, probably about 15 different school systems. And it's fascinating how Holt Mifflin, McGraw-Hill, all of their social studies texts were the same. It was amazing how the English texts were pretty much the same. I got the same education in Massachusetts that I got in Texas. So this business of, oh, we've got to have consistency. The textbooks, before Pearson gobbled them all up, their textbooks were relatively consistent until new math showed up. When new math showed up, people in my generation went from math to new math to the new math back to old math in 1 year. I can barely add, subtract, multiply, and divide because of the constant changes in education. We know how to teach our children in Louisiana. I would plead with you to utilize not standards that are not benchmarked, not tested. Let's go back and let's benchmark and test our own standards and teach our own children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Warner Smith. Mr. Smith.
Shane Riddle.
Shane Riddle. Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Appreciate your indulgence. Quite frankly, I'm Shane Riddle. I represent the Louisiana Association of Educators. Sorry. Quite frankly, we've struggled with this issue. We represent a lot of members, professional educators around the state, and so we survey them every year. The last survey we conducted with our professional educators around the state, we saw that 52% felt negative towards the Common Core standards. So it was kind of close. So we have educators that support and oppose the Common Core in general. But one thing that we did poll our members on, and that they overwhelmingly support, is the review of the standards and the assessment process. Overwhelmingly 77%. So after lots of discussions, our Board of Trustees made the decision to change our resolutions to recommend certain four recommendations. And some of you, we presented this across the state. Some of you have heard what they are. Some of them are even in the recommendations that are here today that you're going to consider. But I would like to point those out to you for the record. We would like to see that a comprehensive review of the state's ELA and mathematics standards and offer recommendations. Of course, the main component of that would be the establishment of the review panel and the structure of that review panel and who's on that. And then after the review and modification of the standards, create, procure, and or adopt the appropriate state assessment that's aligned to the modified ELA and math standards, and then provide validation for that. And then also the last recommendation is to implement at least a 3-year hold harmless period of transition whereby teachers, parents, and students are not negatively impacted during the comprehensive review process and the modification period, and until such time as these new state assessments are validated. And those are the recommendations of our Board of Trustees. We did put them in resolution form and look forward to working with the BESE Board and the legislature more in the coming session to see that these recommendations are implemented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. We're back again, and it's almost 1:15. Not a lot of time to talk about very complex issues that affect every student in Louisiana in public schools. I'm going to just touch the high points and talk about alignment and being proactive, no matter which side of the road you're on these issues. I think the reoccurring theme you've heard today from all of the speakers is a strong desire for alignment and a strong desire for being proactive and listening. Item number one, the opt-out issue. To put it off and kick it down the road and gloss over the reality that there will be students who opt out is an error in judgment from the school board's perspective. We can't wait till after the fact to determine how it impacts school performance scores. We've had discussions with district leaders where 0.2% drop is anticipated for each student that opts out in the school performance score. That's significant. And it's higher performing students that are dropping out. We have districts that have anticipated high opt-out numbers that have tax proposals on the ballot in early spring, and it's causing unnecessary conflict with the citizens that these districts serve, when on a more proactive posture would alleviate some of that unnecessary conflict at the local level. On the commenting period, those of us that have been in this business for a while remember the review process with the content standards and grade level expectations. They were very significant processes that included a lot of stakeholder input included a lot of district support and teacher interaction, and it was an ongoing process, and there were significant changes made to standards and expectations in Louisiana. And I'm not sure, looking at this exec rec today, what does this review process mean? Is it another commenting period on Common Core state standards, or is it going to be as involved as past practices have been with reviewing standards and making modifications? There's a need for alignment. The other thing that's perplexing is that there's an RFP for an expansion of assessments when the national trend is to back off testing overkill and test-driven reform in our schools across America. We heard some exemplars mentioned earlier. Tennessee, Georgia, and Florida, none of those states are using PARC. We need more information to ensure that there's alignment, and we want to be part of the process as the governing authorities of school systems across the state, because ultimately, at the end of the day, local school board members are responsible for their students' learning. We have all the same goals. I think everybody in the room today has the same goals. We want to increase student achievement, but there's a strong desire for alignment and doing things in a proactive manner. You heard some of the superintendents earlier today talk about putting out an RFP this summer for new assessments, possibly in K1 and 2 and 9 and 10, for the spring of 2016, when districts are planning for 2015-16 school year right now in the spring of 2015. A need for alignment. We're encouraged by some of the dialogue we're hearing, but we truly need to understand and be part of the process. And we would ask that BESE listen very carefully, and that our leaders at the state level listen very carefully to the comments that are being made. Teachers need alignment to be effective, and that's what we're asking for as school boards across the state. Let's work together and get this right and quit changing the script year to year to year so we can have alignment. Thank you.
Mr. Ishor. Our next group, John Warner Smith, Aaron Sandifer, Vicki Bonneau, and Amy Deslet. Mr. Graves, would you like to have your time at the end to address the concerns of the committee? I'm sorry? Yes. So, at the end of this group, then if you'll come forward, these are the last speakers today. Well, at this time on this issue. Thank you for being here, Vicki.
Hi, I'm Vicki Benoit, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you. I am an educator in the state of Louisiana. I have been an educator for 24 years. I had hoped to make 30, but that's questionable at this point. But what I would like to say, in my 24 years of teaching, I have never experienced the chaos that we now have in our system. Opt-out has been a huge chaotic issue. And I know that BESE wants to look at that after the fact, but our teachers, our principals, our superintendents, our parishes need guidance now. There is no consistency between district to district. There's no consistency from school to school in districts. There are some schools that are offering not punishment, but incentives to students to take the PARC, which if you're a child who's not taking that PARC, to you that's a negative. You get free out of uniform dress days for the rest of the year just to take a PARC. That is creating chaos that is keeping us from educators right now as doing our job in the classroom. Guys, there is a definite difference between learning and training. The student who scores high on that test, is it because that student has learned more than another student, or is it because that student has been drilled and practiced and had more practice and preparation to take that test? It's time that we look as educators at what we are doing to our children. This is not about BESE. This is not about me as an educator. It is about our children. And I applaud this young lady who had the bravery to stand and say what she said about what happened to her school. That is not the only case that has happened in. I, as an educator, will not be a part of making any of my students feel less because their parents made a decision to opt them out of testing. And I think that issue needs to be addressed prior to that test, not after that test. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Amy?
Hi, my name is Amy Delight. I am an instructional coach in Lafayette Parish. First of all, Mr. Romer, I want to thank you so much for putting this recommendation together because I think it's finally something that's going to make sense for us and help teachers to have a plan as they move forward. With recommendation number 2, I urge you to carefully consider what that review process is going to look like. We need to make sure that the feedback is very evidence-specific per standard and not an open feedback process that just is the standards as a whole, but each single one. Because if we do what some states did and throw out all terminology of the standards, we're losing addition, we're losing subtraction, we're losing the ability to teach our students to read complex text, and that's not what we want to do. So we need to make sure that the evidence is very specific to the standard, what is right with the way the standard is written, what do we need to revise for our students. We also need to establish a system where we can gather that information in an online forum and provide opportunity for parents, for teachers, for business leaders, for community members to comment on those standards. And we need to set up a committee of teachers, experienced educators, both in the school system now, those at the district level, and those in our higher ed universities who can look at the recommendations of parents and community members and then determine what adjustments need to be made based on those recommendations. Secondly, I want to say I've heard a lot about copyright law. I'm an English teacher at heart. That's where I have 16 years of experience. My students cited information from published material on a daily basis. And as long as we are citing the material that we are gathering from the original standards, we can still use the same terminology on those that we want to keep and move forward with and revise. For recommendation number 3, I will have to say I'm also a parent, and as a parent, I have never in my life seen one of the test items that my students took on a test prior to PARC, during LEAP, iLEAP, Iowa. I've never seen it. As a teacher who administers tests, unless I was a teacher chosen to do a read aloud test for a student with accommodations, I never once saw a test item. The only test items that I saw were those that were released by the department on an annual basis, and those items were used for us as educators to prepare instruction for our students to make sure that the assessments we used on a daily basis in our classrooms were aligned to the types of assessment problems, the wording that they would see on that annual test. And I have to say, I've heard a lot about not a PARC test. I'm sorry, but the teachers that I work with, we have many Louisiana educators who have been on this PARC committee since the very beginning. They have written these items. They have revised these items. They have revised them to make sure that the language is not biased to students from Louisiana. They have taken out verbiage that would have been very specific to northern states and made sure that it was verbiage that students here in Louisiana would understand. We're using the same PDF set of questions and responses that the PARC vendor is using. We're giving that same set of questions to DRC. Our students are taking the same tests. It is assessing the same standards. So I thank you for this proposal, and I recommend that we do these things. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Erin Sandifer. You think she left? Okay, thank you. John Warner Smith. I just want to give one more time on these names that we did not hear from. So we will have the Department of Administration read them into the record. And I hate to ask you to be brief. I know that's not going to be your best thing, but we've been here at night since 9:30, as I'm sure you've been here with us and have yet to break the lunch.
Okay, I have 4 cards to read into the record that did not wish to speak. Janet Bean, Mango Phelps, Carol McCall, Ruthie Frierson. Supporting. All support, but do not wish to speak.
Please introduce yourselves. Jan, pull it a little closer to you. We don't have the greatest of mics here.
I'm Jan Cassidy, Assistant Commissioner over Procurement at the Division of Administration.
Can't hear you.
We're still not hearing you. So you may have to just pull this closer to you. Sometimes they work. Is the light on?
Normally, no one tells me I need to speak up normally, so I'm surprised. My name is Jan Cassidy. I'm the Assistant Commissioner over Procurement at the Division of Administration.
They're saying they still cannot hear you. If we're hearing you, but we'd like everyone to hear you. Yeah, try another mic. Maybe that would be a better idea.
I'm sorry.
Oh, much better.
Okay, thank you. I'm Jan Cassidy, Assistant Commissioner over Procurement at the Division of Administration. Thank you for the opportunity to, address any issues or concerns that you may have. We have a document that we normally, share with people when they want to understand the process. We've made copies of it, and we'll be glad to leave a copy of it with you.
That's great.
I will be brief, and if you have any additional questions, you can, don't hesitate to contact us. As you know, the RFP process is a competitive process which is applicable to all consulting services contracts that are valued at above $49,999, and any social services contracts that are above $249,999 within a 12-month period, and also for any complex services contracts that are not bid through the ITV process. The initial step that happens is an agency determines what their needs are, and they begin to develop an RFP. If an agency calls us and asks for assistance, we work with them to help them develop their RFP. Depending upon the complexity of the solicitation that they're developing, the time can be that some of them can get developed within 2 weeks, some of them it takes months. It just depends upon the complexity of that solicitation. Once the RFP is completed, it is formally submitted to the Office of State Procurement, where it is reviewed. There's a great deal of communication that goes back and forth with the agencies to make sure everything's clear. We want to ensure that bid specs are open, that we can encourage competition and get as many responses as we possibly can do. Normally, this will take, I'm going to say, 21 days or so to go through the process. Sometimes it's shorter. Once again, it depends upon the complexity of the solicitation. Once the RFP has been approved, at that time it is posted on our LAPAC website, and that's where vendors can go to check for any solicitations that have been released. Some vendors have signed up to receive electronic notification. That's an option that they have. We also advertise it in the newspapers and everything. That's a 30-day process at a minimum that an RFP will be on a street for vendors to respond to. Once the proposals are sent into the state and submitted to for evaluation, the evaluation teams at the agencies, sometimes we're plugged in with them, sometimes we're not. We'll work on the evaluation of the RFP. Once again, the time frame on this depends upon the complexity. Most of the situations are around 30 days, but I've seen them go into months before also. After the evaluation committee makes a recommendation to the executives within that agency, then they send the recommendation over to the Office of State Procurement, where we work with them. We review their recommendation and get approval for it, going through the processes that we have in place to move forward with their intent to award. Once that's done, the intent to award and then letters of unsuccessful responses, or the vendors are notified of the outcome of that. We have to wait a period of time after that intent is out, pending for any protest period and all that to come in. That's a 14-day period. Once that period passes, if there's no protest or appeal, then we enter into contract negotiations with the vendor. And we begin, the process with that, and then we get the contract reviewed once again and then finalized before we proceed forward.
Very good.
Madam Chairman.
Questions? Mr. Garvey.
I have a question. It's really for all four of the lawyers up there. You, I believe, have heard the statements about the copyright issues that some people think are involved here. And I want to know if you know of anything in copyright law that would prohibit us from changing the Louisiana standards.
I'm not an attorney.
That's why you make so much sense.
That's why you were brief.
We have one attorney. Have you ever stayed at a Holiday Inn?
Yes, Carlos Romanok from the Office of General Counsel is with us.
Jim, I don't know whether what exactly you're driving at, but under 39-1655 for the procurement code, if specifications are proprietary in nature if we seek a particular supply, for instance, if we seek a test made solely by one vendor, then the law requires that we also ask for its equivalent, unless the particular supply provides that, unless there are certain aspects of that supply which require only which requires that supply, only that supply to be procured. For instance, the exceptions are compatibility, standardization, and maintainability.
If you don't mind, if I could clarify things, I'm not asking about the test. I'm asking only about the standards. Some people are under the impression that copyright law is going to prohibit us from changing the Louisiana standards. And I'm wondering if you know of anything in copyright law that would make you think that we will be prohibited from changing the Louisiana standards.
Unless I know I'm not understanding what the concern is over. I don't understand what the copyright issue is.
Me either. But some people believe that the copyright laws of the United States will prohibit us from changing the Louisiana standards because Common Core is copyrighted.
I'm not aware that. And that anything in Chapter 17 dictates a particular test to be procured. I don't know that. We're here on procurement matters. I don't know that.
Madam Chairman, yes, I believe we were discussing the procurement process.
I think we're going to stay on the procurement process, but thank you, Mr. Garvey. We'll try to find someone to answer that question for us. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Any other questions or comments?
Well, I'm about as clear as mud. I mean, I don't get it.
Ms. Smith, they just gave a handout.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the handout, but still, we're going to take a vote on some things, and I'd like to hear your opinion about what we're going to take a vote on. That's why we called you to the table.
Well, excuse me. Yeah.
So going out for 30 days, going out by March 31st for a summary draft, is that unusual? Just give me some ideas about that.
It depends upon where you are in your stage of the development.
Well,
Whether or not you can meet your timeline.
Just to clarify, the proposal is not a contract. It is to post a summary of the policy content that might be in an RFP for public response.
Once again, it depends upon where you are in the process of developing your RFP.
Ms. Smith, I think we maybe are asking questions that are not their area to give direction to.
Evidently.
Well, in other words, Ms. Voce earlier said that she wants to discuss issues of grade levels and those kinds of things. There needs to be a proposal in order to discuss the grade levels that an RFP tests or covers in the first place. That's a policy discussion between us and the superintendents and other stakeholders before you get to designing the RFP. That's why we're not saying that we're going to produce an RFP. That's the process that was outlined by the assistant commissioner. Assistant commissioner. The process we're talking about is a policy process so that we can have a dialogue with educators and superintendents about what actually is going to go into the RFP.
Thank you very much. This is very helpful. We're glad to have this opportunity to hear from you, and thank you for being here today. I'm sorry, Dr. Beebe?
Well, I just want to say I don't know that we received clarity. I mean, I have to agree with Ms. Jane Smith. It's as clear as mud for me.
What question can I help you with?
The request for proposal. So what you're proposing is that we just we allow we receive public comments, or we accept vendors? Are we seeking vendors?
Let's use an analogy. So let's say you ultimately need to procure a vehicle. I would imagine you've seen those kinds of contracts. They don't get to say automatically the vehicle has to be a Tahoe. Instead, whatever agency has to somehow decide what they want in a vehicle. And then you'd put together an RFP that says, well, we need four-wheel drive. We need a ability to tow. We need all these things. And then you'd say to the procurement folks, here's what we need in a vehicle. We need to put out an RFP for these kinds of vehicles. All I'm talking about is a stage where we're still debating four-wheel drive. That's not the procurement process. That's a process of, do you have what you want in an RFP in the first place? Then we send them the RFP and they say, yeah, we think this allows for competitive bidding, we think it doesn't, we think it's biased, we think it's not, correct. All those things. So I'm asking you today for permission to go have a discussion with the superintendents and others about, should we have this on the test or that on the test? Should be this grade level or that grade level, this subject or that subject. Ultimately, we will get you an RFP by that process, and we'll send that to them, and then they'll say their job is not on the education stuff, not on the four-wheel drive. It's, is this a fair way to solicit applications? So,
okay, well, again, if I may interrupt you.
Does that help?
So, no, because, well, let me ask this question. It's like putting the cart before the horse, because if we're not even clear on the standards, how do we know what we want in the...
May I try to?
In the way of an assessment.
Will you yield to Mr. Remmer?
Gladly.
Mr. Remmer?
It's actually the exact opposite of putting the cart before the horse. We're trying to start a process that is dialogue of what we believe we would want our testing to look like in this state. We want to start that dialogue, officially give the superintendent the ability to start that dialogue, make that dialogue include public input. Then we will start to actually come up with what the RFP should look like, which will ultimately be sent over to the division, and they will decide whether, yeah, this falls within the bounds of how we think this works, or no, this needs to be adjusted. So this actually is the moment where we start to get the public dialogue, the input from the educators as to, again, you heard some question today about the assessments in first and second grade. Well, we get to go have that discussion publicly now. And we're asking the superintendent, we're requesting of the superintendent that process be an open public process as we develop it. That's all we're asking, which is a good thing. It allows for input from numerous stakeholders. It allows for some light to be shown on the process, and we can go from there. But this is not, you're not agreeing today that this is the RFP. You're saying, go forward with these ideas and go get public input. Does that help at all? It may not help at all. I don't.
All right, we're going to move on. Thank you very much. We appreciate your
thank you
being here, and also for your information and for the handout. I will entertain a motion to. I'm sorry, forgot that motion in a second. Any opposition to the motion?
Ms. Bradford. And really, no fault of your own, but because we have such a comprehensive executive summary recommendation, three recommendations. Going back to recommendation 1, I'd like to offer an amendment to include the words in 1A, after the word "and," add the following: after providing the board with a comparison of the raw cut scores for basic, mastery, and advanced for math and ELA for the 2000 test, with the 3 previous years for all tests given in grades 3 through 8.
Ms. Beebe, could you clarify that, please, of where that goes?
I don't know where you are.
Well, going back to the report in recommendation 1, that the test administration, following the spring 2015 test administration, and after receiving and analyzing assessment results in English, language arts, and math, provide a report to the board that includes, but is not limited to, test participation rates and information related to the prior academic achievement of students who did not participate in such tests, and then to move forward with providing the board with a comparison of the raw cut scores for basic, mastery, and advanced for math and ELA for the 2015 test, with the 3 previous years for all tests given in grades 3 through 8. In fact, the gentleman, Mr. Mike Desitel, he made that point.
I'm fine to give you today the cut scores with public information for the last 3 years' test. That's how Mr. Desitel's has it, and I'm fine to give it to you. It's the same every year at each of those levels. However, for the test that's going to be administered this year, as I've said repeatedly, it's like 1999 when the LEAP was administered for the first time. There's a process called standard setting. It's the baseline process. You have to establish a baseline.
Yes.
In the process of establishing that baseline, it takes a little longer to establish the cut scores because the kids have never taken the test before. So we won't have the cut scores done until the late summer. So we will not have the cut scores available at that time. I'm happy to provide them to you or to anyone on the board. Anytime we have them, we share them publicly. We've shared them with Mr. Desautels and anyone else. So you don't even need a motion.
Are you making that
My
motion for?
recollection is that he made a public records request, and I think he had to legally secure those results. I don't know that there was transparency.
He requested here's what I'm asking. You can do your motion and it's fine with me. Just please make it accurate, which is that by June, we can't provide you the cut scores on this year's tests. We can provide you the cut scores as soon as possible on the last 3 years' tests. If that's what you'd like, I'm fine to accept that. We'll do that.
Well, that's fine then.
Okay.
Amend it to that.
Thank you.
So would you restate your amendment, please?
Excuse me. Can I ask Mike to come to the table, Stafford from the governor's office? Can I call her to the table? Is that appropriate?
Not at this moment in time.
Okay.
Restate your amendment.
Okay, after providing the board, well, going back to 1A, there's the word "and."
Right.
Then you would add the following. After providing the board with a comparison of the raw cut scores for basic, mastery, and advanced for math and ELA for the 2015 test with the 3 previous years for all tests given in grades 3 through 8.
And as I said, we won't have them in 2015. So you'd have to change your motion for that to be an accurate motion.
When they're available. Once you add.
When they're available.
When they're available. That's fine.
Do you have a second to that?
I'll second. The 2015 test scores when available.
When available.
Yeah.
Do we vote on that?
Does she need this?
Yeah, that's where we are. Okay. We have a motion for the amendment and a second to the motion to the amendment. Ms. Hill. So do we have any objection to the motion?
To the amendment.
To the amendment.
I'm sorry, Ms. Jessica, you're out of order. I'm sorry.
You have a motion and a second to the amendment.
Yes.
So we first would approve the
We
amendment.
first approve the amendment, and then we would approve the amended motion.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Do you have any opposition to the amendment? Hearing none. Do we have any opposition to the amended motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Now, Ms. Harris, you had a question?
Yes. Could I ask Stafford from the governor's office to come forward?
What
to the
would be the
table?
purpose?
Just to clarify, for some clarification.
On what item?
Any of this, yeah. Maybe the RFP and maybe
We voted on this item.
Since 8:30 to turn in a comment card.
Yeah, we voted on this item. I'm sorry, I think that's out of order at this time.
Thank you. I was asking if it was appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
There were also 2 reports that were part of this exec rec. If I could get a motion to receive those reports. There were resolutions and a calculus report.
Motion to receive.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any opposition to receiving these reports? Hearing none, the item carries. I would entertain a motion to recess for about 30 minutes. Got a motion and a second.
Second.
Opposition to the motion? Hearing none, we are adjourned until 2:15. We're going to try to get started again. Hopefully we're all back and ready. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, ma'am, you do.
Thank you. Next item.
Your next item is on page 109, item 5.1, consideration of revisions to bulletins relative to the transition to higher standards and assessments. And you have 2 bulletins. It's Bulletin 111, the Louisiana School District and State Accountability System, and you have Bulletin 1566, Pupil Progression Policies and Procedures. The department recommendation is to approve as notices of intent.
So moved. Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you, Dr. Moranti. We have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Any discussion? We're on 5-1.
Page 109.
Oh, 109.
Mhm. We have,
We have a question, but
okay, Ms. Hill.
Superintendent White is not here.
Oh.
Yeah,
We'll do
that's
that.
fine.
We'll go to public comment, and we'll start there, and then when we get everyone back, we'll just finish there. Vicki Benoit, Lee Barrios, Catherine Goplet, Karen Jenkins. If you'll come down. All right. Ms. Barrios, did you pass? Okay, that's fine. Karen, would you like to begin? Sure. Since you're the only one at the
We
table.
actually already
That's
have a
good luck.
motion on the floor and a second.
The Lone Ranger. I wanted to discuss the two bulletins that we're looking at here today. I want to parallel what we're doing with high-stakes testing and what we're doing with VAM and the other ways that we're scoring our teachers. In 1918, there was a bill proposed called the Dyer Lynching Bill. At that time in history, there was an incredible amount of lynchings of African Americans. This bill was aimed at stopping the awful lynchings and mob violence of that time. What I propose today is that it's time for a 2015 teacher and student anti-lynching bill. Since high-stakes testing and VAM and other ways of assessing our teachers have become punitive, most of this started with No Child Left Behind. Those have created a culture in our education system that is starting from the top, going down to our students and our parents. What has happened is we have started assigning grades and numbers to students and teachers, and what that has done is that has put a noose around their necks. And with these assessments and numbers, we're just waiting at any moment for BESE and the Louisiana Department of Education to pull the trap door. When you make everything hinge on a student's assessment, you are telling them at any point in time you can make them lose their job, you can fail the student. When we have made this turn to punitive measures instead of letting our teachers teach, which they are very highly trained and experienced at, and we are no longer creating an environment where our students can learn in a safe and non-punitive environment. So I suggest that we step back from this culture of punitive measures for our teachers and students in schools and let those environments thrive like they used to, where people could just learn and love learning. But if we continue to put numbers and assessments and ratings and grades on everything, we will continue to see what is happening right now in our schools. And parents are now feeling it and seeing it every night at the kitchen table, as we have mentioned before. So let's take the punitive measures away and let's use positive. You talk to a psychologist and you will see that positive reinforcement by far in research will produce more positive behavior. So let's stop putting numbers and assessments and putting people down. Let's lift them up and let's move forward with positive reinforcement instead of punitive measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Vicki Benoit, I think I saw you come in. Okay. Ms. Barrios?
Lee Barrios, retired teacher. I've spoken over and over again about assigning high stakes to these standardized tests, not against standardized tests. Took them in when I was in school, which was a long time ago. But I wanted, since I only have 3 minutes, and I assure you this is not much more, if 3 minutes, but I wanted to draw from the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights, whose advisor on high stakes testing is the National Research Council. When decisions are made affecting students' educational opportunities and benefits, it's important they be made accurately and fairly. When tests are used in making educational decisions for individual students, it's important they accurately measure students' abilities, knowledge, skills, or needs, and that they do so in ways that do not discriminate in violation of federal law. The U.S. Department of Civil Rights has developed this resource guide in order to provide educators and policymakers with the useful practical tool to assist in their development. The use of tests as part of decision-making that has high-stakes consequences for students. When tests are used in ways that meet relevant psychometric, legal, and educational standards, student scores provide important information that, combined with information from other sources, can lead to decisions that promote student learning and equality of opportunity. When test use is inappropriate, especially in making high-stakes decisions about individuals, it can undermine the quality of education and the equality of opportunity. This lends special urgency to the requirement that tests used with high-stakes consequences for individual students be appropriate and fair. Is it ever appropriate to test elementary and secondary students on material they have not been taught? For instance, like the NAEP test. Yes, if the test is used to find out whether the schools are doing their job, to compare. But if that same test is used to hold students accountable for the failure of the schools, most testing professionals would find such use inappropriate. It's not the test itself that is a culprit. Results from a test that is valid for one purpose can be used improperly for other purposes. Standardized tests offer important benefits that should not be overlooked. Both the SAT and ACT cover relatively broad domains that most observers would likely agree are relevant to the ability to do college work. Neither, however, measures the full range of abilities that are needed to succeed in college. Important attributes not measured include, for example, persistence, intellectual curiosity, and writing ability. Moreover, these tests are neither complete nor precise measures of merit, even academic merit. I'm almost through. The improper use of tests can cause considerable harm to test takers and other parties affected by test-based decisions. Neither a test score or any other kind of information can justify a bad decision. Better tests will not lead to better educational outcomes, and that's the premise of Common Core and this new test, that it's going to lead to better educational outcomes.
Ms.
To
Farias,
finish,
you could wrap up, please.
To finish, education institutions should have information indicating an alignment among the curriculum, which we have no state curriculum. We have not been provided. We have one test, but 64 or more curricula. Instruction and material covered in such a test used for high-stakes purposes. To the extent that a test for promotion purposes is being used as a placement device, it should also adhere, as appropriate, to professional standards regarding test use for placement purposes.
Thank you, Ms. Farias.
Our state is not using this test appropriately for high stakes. Civil rights require that the test be used appropriately. I hope we don't get to the point where there's actually a lawsuit.
Thank you, Ms. Farias. Kathy Goplow. I didn't see her come back in, but I just thought I'd call her one more time. Scott Richard, Steve Monahan, Emily Rose, Cassie Gardner. You do her. Are you filling in for Emily?
No, I'm Cassie Gardner.
You're Cassie. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Cassie, go ahead.
Today you guys heard from my daughter, Emily Rose, about an incident that occurred at her school. And what I want to remind you of is this year is not supposed to be a high-stakes testing time. However, for this child and many others across the state, it's not just a Caddo Parish problem. For this child, it was high stakes. And we cannot continue to create a culture where the parents and the educators and the students have conflicting interests. And that's where we're at right now. And we have failed to address the concerns that have been brought to BESE by school board members, by teachers, and we're not doing our jobs if we walk out of here today and we can't give our districts and our principals answers. And that's where we're at, is you can't feel good about walking out of these doors today unless you give these people the answers that they're looking for, unless you can give my child and all of the children of Louisiana what they need to know It is how are you going to move forward with these children that are opting out, and that is part of the accountability system. So we need to address that. It's something that a report is not sufficient. That's not the answer that we're looking for, because that doesn't alleviate the stress that the schools and the principals and the teachers are putting on my child. They don't care about a report. They want to know that they're not going to be held accountable for my decision as a parent. And that's what we need to do today.
Thank you so much for your comments. Scott?
Thank you,
Mr.
Ms.
Richard.
Bradford. For the sake of not being redundant, just a quick commercial for advocacy. Based on research, the body of research in America is growing in regards to the problems associated with letter grade labeling. No time like the present in Louisiana to really take a hard look at what we're doing with letter grade labeling. We're one of 16 states that utilize a to F letter grade labeling system. And obviously there's a reason the other states are not utilizing letter grade labeling at this time. There's lots of research that I'll be glad to forward to members of BESE to consider, since I know you pride yourself on taking action based on evidence-based research. The National Education Policy Center, University of Colorado, has a study that was released, Why School Report Cards Merit a Failing Grade. Also, National Education Policy Center, February 2015, in regards to the reauthorization of the ESEA Act, Time to Move Beyond the Test-Focused Policies, concludes that standardized testing are ineffective and even counterproductive when used to drive educational reform. So we would advocate on behalf of school boards that there's no time like the present to really take a hard look as the governing body of this state in charge of public education, to take a pause and truly evaluate the validity and reliability of an ever-changing letter grade calculation system. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Monahan? And while he's coming, Stacey Daniels, Mike Desitel, Marla Baldwin, if you'll please take place.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford, members of the committee, and I will be exceptionally brief. Establishing a baseline is important, and it's at least a move in the right direction, a 2-year baseline. It also places this whole issue in the proper perspective. The resolution of, or the passage of the whole letter grade issue that Mr. Richard just addressed, if we remember the history correctly, it was a political initiative in the first place. So with a 2-year baseline being established, I think it provides a political landscape for which this issue will be revisited and it will be resolved in the realm of the political world. So I wish it would be done here today. I wish we all could stand together and realize it's a policy wreck. I don't expect it to happen. Thank you very much for your attention, and we'll see what happens at the ballot box.
Thank you, Mr. Monahan. Stacey Daniels.
I'm Stacey Daniels. I am currently a teacher in Caddo Parish. I live in Bossier, so my children are in school in Bossier Parish. But what I wanted to say is right now, if you didn't have teachers that were living in fear, this room 10 times larger than this would be full. I have already been called into the office because I am hurting the school score by opting my child out of testing. We got a call last night that even after the superintendent in Bossier has directed the principals and the administrators not to punish these children or to say anything or do anything, that a teacher said, my husband won't allow me to because my job is in jeopardy. You know, this is going on way more than you all are acknowledging. And the people are opting out, but they're holding off to opt out because we know how we're being made to feel and how we will be retaliated against, maybe not retaliated, but how the attitudes change, how you're kind of outed, you know, from the rest of the school because you're hurting the school score. You know, this school score thing needs to stop. I'm with my children more than 1,000 hours a year, and you're going to tell me that in 1 hour, and because it takes so long to do these evaluations, that a principal's going to come in my room and in 1 hour out of 1,000 decide if I'm a really wonderful teacher worthy of a little bonus pay of $200 or if I'm lousy. And, you know, 1 hour out of 1,000, but then it's taking them about 3 hours to do one evaluation. they don't have time to come in and see what we're doing on a regular basis. They're bogged down with paperwork, and they hate it too. And it's putting them in a bad situation also. And then you talk about the Title I schools. I'm tired of hearing about the Title I schools are failing because the teachers are failing them. I worked in Title I for 20 years. I would put my children in just about any one of those teachers' rooms because they're busting their tails fighting for those children. And it's a whole lot harder to teach in one of those schools than it is in a good school. But, you know, this and the VAM and the testing, if you teach gifted kids and they're already scoring at the 100 percentile, you have no percentage to show growth. Those teachers are the ones that are getting, you know, bapped with, oh, you're an ineffective teacher because your children can't show enough growth. There's just, teachers don't mind having an evaluation system if it's fair and if it's done right and is a true measure of what we're doing and how we're teaching. And, you know, I mean, to be honest with you, the way a lot of us feel is we know that you all are into the charter schools and into the privatization and would love nothing more than to run off all the good teachers that are in there fighting so that you can turn everything into a charter school because that's more money for the people that you all have been bought by when you got these positions, except for a few. And I'm standing way out on faith when I step up and say this because, you know, I'm sure, like I said, I've already been called in. And it's not just me, it's a lot. But we shouldn't be afraid to even opt our own children out. And we shouldn't be afraid to stand up as teachers for our rights to be treated fairly.
Thank you for your comments.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Romer.
I asked the superintendent.
Mr. Garvey, I'm sorry.
Mr. Superintendent, we have another example of what I think is a teacher misunderstanding how teachers in high-performing classes are treated under VAM. The statement being made that they have no room to grow with their students, but if I understand it right, a lot of their students can actually regress a little bit and they will still get extra points. Could you address that? I think it needs to be cleared up.
Well, the way the results show that teachers of gifted kids or teachers in magnet schools do the same as do teachers in traditional public schools on the system, because it basically says what would you expect the student to achieve, and if you do better than that, then you do better than that. So it's a relative system, so it corrects for the perceived problem.
But even beyond that, isn't there a number of points on the LEAP or assessment test that a high-performing student can get anywhere in that range at the very top, and the teacher gets full credit for growth?
Well, we basically drop the expectation artificially, essentially, for kids at the top, so as to create more room for the teacher to demonstrate growth. Yes.
You drop the expectation in measuring whether they performed well or not.
Correct.
Okay. I don't know if that clears it up, but
well, maybe one thing to clear it up is actually all of today, in part, this discussion and then a later discussion is about ensuring that the data are something that can be used responsibly by principals, but do not determine the whole evaluation of an educator.
We still, yes. Are we still taking public comment?
We are still taking public comment.
Okay. I just have at the appropriate time, I'd like to have a motion on a revision in the cooperative spirit to the 5.1A.
All right. We have not done board comments yet. We went straight to public comments, so we will be coming back to the board. Mike Desautels, come down, please, if your name is called. Marla Baldwin, Nobia Quinn, Jim Crumling. If I called your name and you'd like to speak, please come down now.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Michael Desautels. I've done a lot of study on the school grading system. Every year I rank all the schools by letter grade, and I compare that to poverty. There is a perfect relationship. It's called an inverse relationship between the wealth of the students of a school and the letter grade that school gets. Because of that, it really invalidates the whole letter grading system. Even though this item addresses trying to soften the blow to schools during the transition to a different testing system, It still doesn't change the fact that the letter grading system is based on improper assumptions. And you could have some excellent teachers in a D or F school doing the very best job they can, and instead they're being stigmatized and driven away from those schools because they don't want to have to be teaching in that situation and being labeled that way. So I would hope that at some time in the near future that the board and the legislature would consider doing away with the letter grading system entirely, because it cannot be fixed the way it is. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Destin. Sandra McDade.
Thank you. I apologize for taking a little bit more of your time, but what I have to say is more of a question or clarification, if I could. Mr. Roma, when you made an amendment way early this morning, so my memory might be weak, okay? I think I wrote it down, but I'm not certain. You said something about parents who opt their children out, having that information on that child sent back to you so that you could, as I understood it, profile those children and find out why the parents opted them out. And you didn't use the word profiling, but that's what came to me. What information is going to be sent back to you on parents or children who are opted out of the testing, and what will be done with that?
May I respond? I mean, I know we don't normally do Q&A, but I want to make sure there's not a misunderstanding.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I was making sure the chairperson was okay with me responding. The information was what I asked for was a report so that we could make sure that districts and schools those students that opt out, that we understand what the impact was on schools and districts in terms of their school performance scores, so that if we thought necessary, we could use that information in our accountability system to make sure schools and make sure districts aren't unfairly harmed. I mean, that's what the point of that motion was.
So there won't be any profiling of individual students who actually their parents opt them out.
Here's what districts have come to us and said, and I don't know what profiling means.
Trying to look for the reasons why they opted out.
It can mean a whole lot of different things. Yeah. What was suggested to board members was that every student performs differently on these tests, and that if we're going to make an accurate assessment of the impact of opting out, you need to know if it was your traditional A+ student that opted out, or was it a student that struggled more? Because districts were concerned that, what if it happened that all of my A students decided to opt out? That would have a bigger impact on my school performance score than perhaps someone that doesn't do traditionally as well. So that was a request that we would make sure, to the extent that we can, we would understand what the impact was of any student that opted out on a particular school, and if we needed to adjust or felt there was evidence to suggest that we could adjust, we could consider that.
Okay. I would strongly recommend then in my comments that in these statistics that you do, that you run, that individual student's name not be flagged and the individual student not be flagged or profiled or in any way punished because their parents made, in my opinion, the right decision.
No one here.
That's basically my comment.
No one here is suggesting that a child be
Thank
punished
you.
for that.
Thank you very much. Stephanie DeSalle. I think she must be gone. Board members, we're now going to open it up for comments, questions, discussion.
Ms.
Miss,
I had a question
Smith
with Superintendent. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, you did, but she had a question first, Ms. Smith.
Superintendent Wright, on page 109, it explains the process for the letter grade, for the performance scores and the letter grades for the schools. So I'm trying to get an understanding, because what I read, I want to make sure that I'm interpreting this correctly, is that any school, this current school year, those districts and schools that will be taking, well, all districts and schools will be taking the PARC assessment, that their letter grade cannot drop lower than their performance score for 2012-2013, correct? That's
no.
what it reads.
It's that the overall distribution of letter grades will be no lower than was the overall distribution in 2013. For example, if there were 150 A's, there will be no fewer than 150 A's. If there were 450 A's and B's, there will be no fewer than 450 A's and B's. If there were 800 A's, B's, and C's, there will be no fewer than 800 A's, B's, and C's. And the result this year actually was significantly more A's, which is great, fewer F's. And we didn't really even use this policy. The policy that BESE put into place of safeguards really wasn't even used. Out of 1,400 schools, it applied to 19 cases whose letter grade was bumped up because of the policy that I just described. So really only 1% of the time did we have to use it. I would imagine the same will be true this year. We'll see, of course, but this is a safeguard policy.
Well, I guess my concern is if I'm a school district and in 2012, 2013, my school district received a letter grade of a D. And then for 2013, 2014, my school district received a letter grade of a C. So this school year, with the rigor of PART, we know we're going to see a decline in student achievement. That's apparent. That's a fact. Bibi and I went to Washington, D.C., and the National Association of Governors told us, I think I'm pronouncing it correctly, told us that we're going to see a decline in student achievement. So my question is, so for the 2014-2015 school year, if I have a significant decline in student achievement, and I was a D in 2012, 2013, I can drop back down to that D, but I can't go no lower than a D because 2012, 2013 school year, I was a D, but I may have gained a C for 20.
I'll repeat two things that I've said repeatedly. Number one, I don't think there is going to be a decline in student achievement, and here's why. The NAEP test is the test on which the LEAP is based and on which the PARC is based. Those tests are designed to be as challenging as the NAEP. That's why basically when we get the NAEP outcomes back, they've got the same percentage of kids at basic as the LEAP has at basic. Well, PARC also will have the same percentage of kids, we believe, roughly around that basic level. No, who knows? The kids haven't taken the test yet. We'll see. But they're designed to be equally rigorous in the scoring. Second, schools can move up and down. It didn't happen very much, but they can move up and down under this policy. And I think that's a good thing. If you get a school that just knocks out of the park, you want them to be able to move up. On the other hand, if there's a school that just decides the teachers are going to do something that's different from these expectations, or maybe something goes wrong with the leadership, whatever it happens to be, that's a natural thing that it might go down. But this policy stabilizes it so that the overall distribution doesn't go down. In fact, last year it went upwards, meaning you had 150 A's in 2013. Next year you had 160. The deal is it can't go below 150. You had 350 A's and B's. Maybe it went to 375. The deal is, under your policy, it can't go below 350. So you're keeping the overall distribution at or better than what it was before these new tests.
And so I think that's why the raw cut scores are going to be important, because it's like a grading scale. And so if you're in a classroom, I'm not an educator, but if I'm in a classroom and I give a test, I'm going to have a scale to determine the grading scale for A, B, C, D, F. So I think the cut raw scores, which Ms. Dr. Beebe was requesting, because that's going to give us a clear view of how we're going to move forward with the scores. And so I'm quite sure in order for you to come up with a baseline, you have to have an idea prior to the actual baseline of what the raw cut score is going to look like to make a determination.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you design the test, and just like any teacher, you know how hard you're going to grade the test. The reason to have a baseline year, and we're proposing 2, is to make sure when you grade the test or when you planned as to how hard you're going to grade the test, that you got it right. In other words, we know right now on the PARC test, just like we do on the LEAP test, just like the ACT knows, how hard we plan on grading the test. But because this is the first year it's taken, just like we did in 1999 with the LEAP test, we're going to take a 2-year baseline to make sure we really get it right. So the kids take it for 2 years, we get a full accurate picture of how well our kids are doing, to make sure that we know exactly the right way to grade it. During this 2-year baseline period, we plan to keep the distribution of letter grades better than or the same as it was before. We plan to not require the use of value added in the evaluation system. And we plan to not require it to be used in the 4th grade promotion. Those are all common sense things while you're still establishing your baseline.
Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman,
Dr.
for your
Moran.
patience. Okay, so I've been trying to put something together that maybe, I think we're all in agreement that we want to have some calm at the school district level with regards to the opting out. This is what I've sort of put together. I really have a strong desire for us to do something as BESE rather than just leaving it up to happen in the legislature. I think it would be wise if we could do this. So I've tried to put something together. I'd like for you to just listen and see if this might work. And I guess it would come under under 5.1A. That we would direct LDE to advise all school districts that the absence of assessments results because a student chooses to opt out of the 2015 PARCC exam shall not be factored into or negatively impact the performance score to a school or a school system or its teacher's evaluation rating. So basically we're saying if they opt out of the 2015 PARCC only 2015, that we would direct school districts to inform them that they will not be negatively impacted because of the school performance score or the school system itself or the teacher, because there's been rumors that they're going to put the 0 in the teacher's folder and all of that. I just think it would go a long way right now for us making a step in stopping that so-called chaos that's going on. Yeah, I know it can happen in the legislature, but I'd just like for us to do it.
Is that a motion, Mr.?
Is that an amendment?
That's a revision. I guess that's a motion to the revision that we're discussing in point A.
So let me clarify. Is this a substitute motion or is it an amendment to the
Well, I guess I
motion
need
we're
some
looking
help on
at?
that from Shan. Are we doing an amendment to the motion, to the revision?
Well, this is a notice of intent that's currently on the floor right now.
Can we amend a notice of intent?
I'd give a suggestion. You might want to dispose of the current motion and then address the motion.
Okay. Are you agreeable with that?
That's fine.
All right. Let's act on the motion that's before us. Any opposition to the motion?
Well, wait, I didn't have...
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you? I'm sorry. We had not finished discussion, so we will finish discussion.
Okay, let me.
And we'll come back to you.
Okay. But let me ask this: by going ahead and accepting this, does that in any way prohibit me doing?
No, it does
okay,
not
thank
prohibit you from doing a separate motion. Dr. Moranti.
After really listening all day, hearing the concerns, the fears, everything that's going on, the chaos, it all comes back down to what is my responsibility as a BESE board member. And I guess what I need to say is that we develop the educational policies and then we have to uphold them. I'm really, really concerned that, and I've heard it from the very beginning, that please, BESE, give us direction. Give directions to the districts. Give direction to the principals. Well, is that our responsibility to do that? We set the policy. I know you're leaving today not getting the answers that you want. I know that. But that transition policy really covers all of your concerns right now. It covers it. And so I would say, not only as an educator of 50 plus years, but as a parent, I would want to examine my actions to see who is really going to suffer out of all of this. If I was a parent who worked so hard with my child, I would want to know how that child performed. We're in a baseline position right now. As a BESE member, I don't want to have punitive measures out there. I don't want to take rights away from parents. I don't want to do that. What I want to do is to get the best information, evidence-based information, to make the best informed decisions that I can as a BESE member. So it's really not about the punitive measures. And I am so sorry today to hear what some of your children are experiencing. It really, really bothers me that principals or superintendents are saying things to your children that's really, really unacceptable. But I think as parents, we really need you to be able to see what we are looking for without the punitive measures. If you as a parent made a decision to opt out, that's your choice. There are already established consequences for not taking part in an accountability system. They're already there. We're not adding or subtracting from that. We're looking at the laws, we're looking at the policies. And I guess my real entreatment is to our parents, stay the course with it and see what needs to be changed later on. If your children are being hurt, that I am sorry for sure. But as a BESE member, I have those fiduciary responsibilities to uphold those policies. And that's how my vote will be. And I just think that the transition policy really addresses that. Our teachers aren't going to be penalized. Our districts are not going to be penalized. Our children are not going to be penalized. But we need a baseline.
Thank you, Dr. Moranti. Dr. Beebe?
Thank you. Again, and I appreciate the parents who came today and those with concerns. Certainly as superintendent, I was struggling for, how do I respond to parents who want to opt out? And then, again, I can appreciate their rights. But I'm in charge of my principals, and I had to give them guidance. So I don't know that it's BESE's role to give guidance, but I think it's Superintendent White's responsibility to give guidance. In fact, I met with several superintendents, and we put together a protocol, and whether that protocol is appropriate or acceptable to you or to us at this level, it is something that we implemented. Now, I could only say to the parents that if your child opts out, this is what the policy says, that your child will get a 0. There are not to be punitive consequences, and that's where I left it. I did have one of my constituents, I don't know if she's still in the room, but she approached me after she spoke and again questioned me about the long-term consequences. So I told her, well, you heard what I was told, and so I can only respond to you in that manner. But again, I don't know if this discussion dialogue has so much to do with standards, because I think everybody in this room supports standards. It's bigger than the standards. It's a package, if you will, a package of uncertainty. Because I heard the word artificially. We're adjusting these scores. We're giving letter grades at a time where there is confusion, there is frustration, there is anger. I have teachers who, because they've worked so hard, they have that fear that, okay, if I have a large number of students opting out, I don't know that will happen in my parish, but at the same time, we have to hear these concerns, because where there are distractions, there will be chaos. I can share with you a neighboring school system where there was conflict between a school board and its superintendent. The superintendent had support of the business community,
But once the board had enough, they terminated his contract. It's a calm now. The district is moving forward, working together. So I'm saying to you, we have to listen to parents' concerns, we have to listen to educators' concerns, and no one, I don't think anybody is saying they're against accountability, but why do we assign a letter grade when there are teachers leaving? Some school systems, I've been told, they have 45, one district in particular has 45 temporary authority to teach teachers. There are substitute teachers with a high school diploma. All of this will have a negative impact on school performance scores, as well as, the great divide. So we have to listen. I don't know why it's so critical that we assign a letter grade. You can assign the test, you can get the results, then that will give you direction. You will know how well your students did. But that's what I would venture to say, that many in this room today will say, okay, then why are they so determined to give us this letter grade? And it was pointed out, it was stated. Because they want some school systems to fail, they want some schools to fail, so they can take them over and put them in another place.
Can I just, Madam Chairman, would you mind if I provide just one comment?
That would be fine.
Thank you very much. Members, I recognize there's probably a variety of opinions on letter grades. Let's focus on the policy in front of us. Letter grades are in the law. They're in the statutes, so they have to happen. Whether you like them or not, that's a legislated issue. The proposal in front of you today is if you vote yes, then the letter grades have an additional year of being graded on a curve distribution. They cannot go down overall. If you vote no, then you're not giving an extra year of that. So I just wanted to refocus on, as regards letter grades, this is not about the existence of them. This is about how they're distributed. And I think if you're for them, you probably see that this is a fair way of awarding them. Even if you're against them, you probably see that the impact, to use Ms. Smith's word, is softened a little bit. So this strikes me as a reasonable proposal for all of us.
And Superintendent White, I will say, I understand that this would have to be legislatively approved, addressing the letter grades. I understand, I get it. But you, as our superintendent of education, could assist us. I would venture to say if you went to the legislature and you made that appeal, they would grant it.
Well, I have my beliefs too. I'm trying to focus us on this policy in front of us today.
We have a motion and a second. Any objection to the motion?
Wait a second. I want clarity on what motion we're talking about here.
All right.
The original.
To approve the notices of intent.
Okay, thanks.
Any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Ms. Smith.
Thank you. And so we've talked about a lot of different things today. So to get back focused on just small segment of what I'd like to talk about in the Bulletin 111. And I've tried to word it and simplify it as best I can, but I think we all know that there's probably going to be some legislation filed that's going to deal with what we've been hearing today about if opting out is going to affect the school performance score. So here's how I've worded it, that the school districts would be directed that the absence of assessment results due to students opting out of the 2015 PARCC exam would not negatively impact the school performance score or the school system or the teacher's evaluation rating. I'm open to if you want to word it a little bit different, but that was trying to get the point across that we're not going to negatively affect the school system's school performance score or the teacher evaluation during the 2015 PARCC assessment year where students opt out. And I think we could go a long way today in giving some guidance and some relief to parents and school districts, because I think we ought to do this rather than just let the legislature do it.
We have a motion and a second. Superintendent.
Thank you. I want to talk, first of all, Ms. Smith, I appreciate the intent. I share your intent. Just as the administrator of these policies, I want to talk a little bit about what circumstances this would bring about. First, I think that undoing 16 years of testing policy 2 weeks before the test is taken is not the right way to make policy. Instead, we should understand the facts that we're actually trying to counteract, because I share some of Ms. Smith's concerns. But we really should understand the facts first in June when we bring a report back on participation. Then we have 5 months with which to address, if there is a problem, the problems that Ms. Smith is raising in fact. Right now we're dealing in hypotheticals. So you're talking about undoing 16 years of policy based on a hypothetical. Second, this does fly in the face of federal law. And that, I think you saw earlier today, the kind of confusion that comes when you hastily address issues not in dialogue with the federal government. And we've been responsible for that in our team before. I don't want to have that happen here today. I think I don't disagree with where Ms. Smith is trying to steer us necessarily, but I think it's a longer, more iterative process where we need to take into consideration the federal role, and most importantly, where we need to understand the facts on the ground first. You asked us before to deliver a report. We'll deliver a report. Perhaps Ms. Smith's motion will be in line at that time when the report shows that there either is or is not a problem.
Well, for clarification, what federal law would we be violating if we simply revised our state policy? That's all I'm asking. Is this to revise our state policy for just this test, for just this particular testing season?
A clear condition of No Child Left Behind, on which hundreds of millions of dollars of state aid rests, is that every child be accounted for in the system. That's the backbone of No Child Left Behind. You have to have a plan. You have to have a plan as a state for how to include every child in the system. The plan presented hastily today before we know any information does not provide such a plan. I'm not suggesting that we ignore the needs that you're concerned about, Ms. Smith. Not at all. I'm just suggesting,
I'm doing it in sincerity.
I know you are. If I may, I'm just suggesting we have a more deliberative process that not hastily make policy 2 weeks before a test is administered based on results of a test that we know nothing about other than hypotheticals. Your movement to us today to issue a report based on the real facts is the right policy.
Well, I'm sitting by a principal that already knows she's going to have 10 of her best students opting out, so I know it's a reality. I'm just not so sure that we're going to have a better plan in June. We'll know how many students opted out, but I'm just saying this is going to occur in the legislature. I don't know how it'll turn out. I have a feeling it's going to be well received because no one wants to have their school districts penalized because of something, a variable that their schools can't control. So I won't continue to argue the point, but I would like to put the motion to a vote.
Ms. Hill.
Well, Superintendent, I have a question because I know we suspended BAM for 2 years, correct? So why couldn't we suspend the letter grades, as Ms. Smith is asking, just for this year until we get the baseline? I mean, I don't understand, and BAM was mandated through the legislation as well.
I think there are two issues. One, the letter grades are required under the law. Secondly, I would say no matter what standards or tests you have in place, I believe the parents are owed a clear representation of the quality of a school. And we can certainly always address how we're judging it, and I think we're talking to the Accountability Commission about whether to make some changes to how we judge it. But I believe that the parents are owed that. And when I go to school systems that offer choice, and I see parents talking about the varying letter grades that are provided by that school system, it validates that for me. So I would not support a policy to get rid of the letter grades, whether it's legislated or not. But as it happens, it is legislated, and thus it's not a decision for this body to make.
And as the BESE member, I will encourage each parent that is here today, educators, administrators, session start in April, to be there. Call your representatives, call your senators, because at the end of the day, these are your children. We are 11 board members that sit up here, and some of us have different views and different policy agendas. But these are your children, and I will encourage you to be at the state capitol April to fight for your children.
Thank you, Ms. Hill.
That's what I have to say.
Any other comments or questions? Ms. Harris?
I already discussed this morning how this would affect me personally, and so I just would, share Ms. Smith's concern about that we could not have letter grades in school performance scores this year.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Anyone else?
But I have a comment. That's not what we're doing. That's not what Ms. Smith's motion does, okay? Ms. Smith's motion says for us to tell everybody it's okay if you don't take the test right now.
No.
Okay, that's what it says.
Yeah, that's what
No, it doesn't.
No, it's not.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
I have not.
Yes, it does. So you can. That's my opinion of what it says.
Okay, but
May
Chaz,
I
wait,
finish?
Ms.
May I
Smith,
finish?
Chaz
I've sat
has
here
the floor.
quietly for hours. Okay, I've sat here quietly for hours. That's my opinion, and I think that's irresponsible. We've set a clear policy today that we will take the information that we get and we will make responsible decisions for it. Now, I don't tell my child not to go do their homework before it's due. Okay? We have a test coming up. My recommendation to every parent is that you take it. Some may opt not to. That's their right not to. We've told districts we will treat them fairly in this process, but we will do it based on the information that comes back to us from the test. I'm not going to tell them before the fact that it's no problem. Okay? I'm not going to do it.
okay. But Chaz, your children in private
Ms.
school,
Hill,
so they
Ms.
won't have
Hill,
to take it.
excuse me,
But what
out of
about the
order.
kids in public
Ms.
school?
Smith has the floor.
Thank you. I want to make it perfectly clear. I've not told one parent that they should opt their child out. I have never done that. What I'm trying to do is help the school districts that have no control over the fact that parents choose to opt their child out. I don't think they should be penalized for that. And I don't try to occupy and take up the whole time during these BESE meetings, but I do think this is one issue that we ought to be able to address today. And so, having said that, I would ask for a vote on the motion.
Ms. Hill, do you have another comment?
No, I don't have anything to say.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Do we repeat the motion, please?
Sure.
Okay. On motion of Ms. Smith, seconded by Dr. Beebe, to direct the LDE to advise all LEAs that the absence of assessment results due to students whose parents opt out of 2015 testing shall not be factored into or negatively impact school performance scores, school systems, or teacher evaluations.
That's correct.
Roll call.
We're going to do a roll call vote.
Okay. Okay. Roll call on the motion. Dr. Beebe?
Yes.
Dr. Beebe votes yes. Ms. Bofi?
No, and I want to make a comment at some point.
Not appropriate. Go
Ms.
ahead.
Bofi votes no. Good try, though. Mr. Garvey?
No.
Mr. Garvey votes no. Mr. Gio?
No.
Mr. Gio votes no. Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Ms. Harris votes yes. Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill votes yes. Dr. Moranti? Dr. Moranti votes no. Ms. Orange Jones?
No.
Ms. Orange Jones votes no. Mr. Romer?
No.
Mr. Romer votes no. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Ms. Bradford, do you wish to vote?
I vote no.
Ms. Bradford votes no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The motion fails. 7 noes and 4 yeas.
Now, Ms. Bodie.
I just think it's important for us to clarify that our teachers' evaluations are not going to include VAM this year. So when I voted against the motion that was on the floor, it was against the zeros not being factored into the school performance scores, but I don't want information getting out there that this is being used in the teacher evaluations, because that's not the case.
I don't think we know that. That's common. We
All
know
right.
that.
Next motion, next item.
We have a record.
Next item is item 5.3, page 120. No, excuse me, 5.2. Page 115. Apologize. Consideration of policy regarding Carnegie credit courses offered in middle school grades as it relates to physical education. Next, 2 bulletin revisions to Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators, and non-public Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for Non-Public School Administrators. The recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Buffy and a second by Mr. Gio. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 120. Item 5.3, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 111, the Louisiana School District and State Accountability System related to the calculation of school performance scores. The recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
To have a motion on the floor.
So moved.
Ms. Orange Jones, second. Ms. Buffy, any comments or questions?
Members, just because school performance scores are on the brain, I will clarify what this is. You'll remember there was a school in New Orleans that had a letter grade, or excuse me, a school performance score that was probably not reflective of their whole student body. And the reason is they had 3 kids graduate early. Those kids took the ACT, and the ACT then still counted for a quarter of its school performance score, even though it was only 3 kids. That's a total aberration and a strange situation of a school that didn't have a senior class and also had 3 kids graduating early. Basically, it doesn't happen. But in the off chance that it would ever happen again, this policy says that for schools that have early graduates, are growing, meaning they don't yet have a 12th grade, with cohort graduation members, the ACT scores shall be banked, or in other words, they shall wait a year until their cohort graduates. So in other words, they wouldn't just be sitting out there on their own with an ACT score counting on its own. They would wait until their whole senior class, along with them, had taken the ACT. This resolves the NOMA issue on the West Bank of Orleans Parish.
Any comments or questions? We have 2 comment cards, Candace Watsey and Lee Barrios. Thank you, Ms. Watsey.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher. So in my previous testimony, I showed you, according to the Office of Civil Rights, that it is not appropriate to use the ACT for high stakes purposes. And if this is used for school performance score or letter grades, that it's not appropriate because that is high stakes for those schools. So I encourage you not to do that until you research this. I also would like to say that, Mr. White, you're going to be held accountable for using your interpretation, your incorrect interpretation of federal law about every student. It's not required that every student be tested. They have to be held accountable for. And if they opt out, they're accounted for with an official opt-out letter, just like every other absent student, of which there are plenty every year for one reason or another, sometimes for administrative error. So you're going to be held accountable for that in one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios. Any other questions or comments? We have a motion and a second. Any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 122. Item 5.4, consideration of the establishment of Bulletin 139, Louisiana Child Care and Development Fund programs required by Act 868 of the 2014 regular legislative session. The department recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
Do you have a motion to approve? Thank you, Mr. Gio, seconded by Dr. Moranti. Any questions or comments?
Members, just because we know you wanted to have more fun, we're adding a bulletin by virtue of this. This is Bulletin 139. File that one away. It allows for the governance by BESE of the Child Care Development Fund. We are transitioning the Child Care Development Fund from the Division of Child and Family Services to the department. That means now that eligibility for child care, the maintenance of the registry of child care programs, and the licensure of those programs is done out of the Department of Education under your governance, and this is the bulletin that establishes that. I don't think there's any earth-shaking policy right now. It really transitions policy from DCFS over here, but is the creation of a new piece of regulation.
Thank you,
I wanted
Superintendent.
to also add that you are also authorizing the BESE president to declare a declaration of emergency in June, effective from July 1 until the policy is adopted as rule, to prevent any lapse of regulation during the transfer of lead agency authority from the Department of Children and Family Services to LDE on July 1, 2015. It is outlined in your executive recommendation.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
That concludes the agenda.
The
Our 9
educator
o'clock
effective-
meeting is now adjourned.
The
next
educator
meeting will-
effectiveness committee will begin at 3:30.
3:30. 5 minutes.